Everyone who rushed in trembled. Their faces were all pale, finding everything hard to believe. How could it have ended like this, turning into this type of situation? Qin Yining screamed and almost fainted on the spot. She threw herself forward into Shi Hao's embrace. Tears clouded her eyes as she wailed loudly. She felt as if there was a knife twisting about in her heart. Hauer, my Hauer, don't die. How could it be like this? Mother has let you down. She hugged Shi Hao, her body trembling and struggling to stand up. She thought about everything that had happened, about everything that occurred during all these years. Her heart was full of pain and incomparable regret. She had missed too much, not being at her oldest son's side the entire time. In the end, he was going to die just like that. Blood flowed out from Shi Hao's chest. He was about to die. He also felt extremely emotional, unwilling to let all of this go. He comforted his parents, telling them not to feel bad. Hauer, don't leave Mother. Don't die. Please don't. Qin Yining's face was full of tears. Back then, she didn't properly take care of Shi Hao. He was still so young when he had his supreme being bone gouged out from him in martial imperial manner. He had endured too much suffering. Why was he so unfortunate? Later on, he was left behind in Stone Village, and since then, they had been separated for more than 10 years and by a great region. They had never properly taken care of him. Now he was like this, another tragedy playing out. She could only watch helpless without the ability to save him. Where is the supreme being bone? Return it. Hurry. Help Hauer take it in. Don't let him die. Qin Yining wailed. She felt as if her heart was tearing and her lungs splitting apart. How could it be like this? Her oldest son didn't transplant the immortal bone and instead gave his own supreme being bone away. How miserable was this? It is already too late. Stone Emperor doesn't have enough supreme being blood within him, so he won't be able to nourish the blood. After leaving his body, it would be useless even if it was reattached to his body. Zhang Zhong said. No. Qin Yining's eyes seemed to lack expression. It was too hard to endure this pain and suffering. Mother, you don't have to feel broken-hearted. That bone is already useless to me. It can't save me, so I could just give it to my younger brother. Shi Hao comforted her. It was Mother who was wrong. Because of my hesitation, we missed the chance to transplant the bone. Qin Yining grabbed him while sobbing loudly. She was full of remorse. She didn't want her older son to die, but she feared her second son becoming injured as well. She was always hesitating, and in the end the chance slipped away. It was now useless even if they transplanted the immortal bone now. Mother, don't blame yourself. How can it be your fault? How can I ask for my younger brother's bone? I won't agree to such a thing. How can we gamble with his life? I personally experienced these things and won't have him suffer the same pain I've gone through. Shi Hao said softly. Blood flowed out from the corners of his lips. His face became more and more pale. Shi Xiling stood there, seemingly petrified. His tiger-like eyes continuously shed tears. He continuously muttered, "It was our fault. Always hesitating and missing the opportunity. It's all our fault. This will become a great pain and regret for the rest of my life. Father, don't say any more. Doing this will only make me feel worse. It truly isn't you two's fault." Shi Hao felt his nose becoming sore. He didn't blame these two. The first reason was because he definitely didn't want that bone, and the second was that he had also thought to himself that if he had 2 children and had to make this decision, what would he do? That would definitely fill him with suffering. He knew that these past few days felt especially long for his parents, enduring great torment. Even though they were hesitating and missed out on the chance to implant the bone, this wasn't their mistake. My Hauer, Mother has wronged you. I truly regret it. This will be a suffering for the rest of my life. I won't forgive myself. Qin Yining felt incomparably sorrowful. Her fingers were turning white, and her body was unsteady. Shi Xiling's eyes were completely bloodshot. He was roaring in a low voice. When he recalled the experiences during these past few years, it was as if everything was like a dream. He was full of self-blame and endless remorse. He and Qin Yining felt like they had shamed their eldest son. They had left behind too many regrets. This was the second time in this life where they had to see him this week, about to leave this world. The immortal bone wasn't implanted into Hauer, and he instead gave his supreme being bone to his younger brother. How miserable is this? Shi Xiling and Qin Yining could not control themselves. Their words were filled with sorrow. Father, mother, all of this truly can't be blame on you guys. Give that bone to little brother. This is the same as a continuation of my life, one that will accompany you by your side. When they heard these words, the husband and wife felt even more grieved inside. Tears continuously flowed out. Shi Xiling howled. His head of black hair flew about chaotically like a demon. His hair fell onto the ground. Divine light erupted from his eyes as he said, "To think that I, Shi Xiling, 20 years ago justified wrongs with vengeance and weaved unhindered under the heavens without any fear. In these 10 years, after being trapped in Immortal Mountain, my pride had been cut down and my valiant spirit dulled, burying my original heart. There is regret in this life. From this day forth I am going to go mad. I definitely have to wipe out Immortal Palace and sweep through the inheritances of the 7 deities. I pledge a blood oath right here." He roared. He clenched his fists. Behind him, a golden spear appeared and pointed straight towards the sky. Regardless, this still couldn't change anything. Hao didn't have much life remaining. No one could make him stay in this world. The eyes of Stone Village's people had long become red. They surrounded him, all of their chests rising and falling greatly. Their breathing became rough and their fists were tightly clenched. They really wanted to scream at the heavens. "Child," they said softly, hot tears rolling down their faces. They knew that there was no other way. Hao had even removed his supreme being bone, eliminating their final glimmer of hope. "I want to kill," Lin-Hu roared. Hao didn't obtain the immortal bones treatment and instead lost his own bone. It made this valiant man from the great wasteland wish to cry. The others were like this as well. Meng, Dazhuang and the others almost erupted with violence. If it wasn't for Hao calling out to them to not have them act randomly, they would have definitely got into trouble. "Child!" Village Chief Shi Yunfeng pulled on his hand. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. The corners of eyes that were full of wrinkles only had old tears rolling down. "Big brother!" Qin Hao stood at his side, calling out to him. "Live properly, cherish everything you have. Take care of father and mother." Hao nodded and said peacefully, "I will become the most powerful person and protect them." Qin Hao said. Hao looked at Zhang Zhong and said, "Great doctor, do you have certainty in safely granting him the bone?" Zhang Zhong nodded. If it was a normal person, then it definitely wouldn't be possible and incredibly dangerous, but it shouldn't be a problem with your Majesty's brother. There is already supreme being blood inside of him that is nourishing the immortal bone. Now it can naturally nurture this bone. Since there was divine blood inside of Qin Hao, he could naturally accept the bone. It was dangerous for Hao to accept a bone before because there were too many green copper rust symbols inside of his body, and his supreme being blood had been seriously exhausted as well. Hao frowned and said, "Even though it is a supreme being bone, it is far greater than other bones and flesh. There are some traces of curses on its surface, so you definitely have to be careful. This isn't a problem. Your Majesty's brother has a perfect immortal bone that can wipe out the few symbols," said Zhang Zhong. "Then hurry and carry out the operation," Hao said. That bone was sparkling white. Even though it was seriously damaged, full of cracks, and pieced together, it was still glistening brightly and releasing immortal light. However, it carried a trace of blood, making it look a bit cold. In the eyes of Stone Village's people, it was incredibly glaring. How unfair is this? How miserable! Shi Xiling and Qin Yining both felt this hard to accept. They embraced Hao while choking with sobs. They didn't know what to say. Zhang Zhong brought Qin Hao away with that bone. A cloud of worry filled the main hall. Everyone felt deeply emotional. They couldn't calm down. The War King, Peng King, Ming King, and the others went up. They silently carried out an examination of Hao's body, infusing divine force to prolong his life. How could it be like this? Xiao Tian, Nine-Headed Lion, Xia and the others all rushed over. They had heard the news and felt incomparably shaken. The palace hall was filled with people. These familiar faces all carried sadness. Even though they had already guessed that it would be hard for Shihao to live, they never thought that it would be like this. "Child, let's go back," the old chief Shi Yunfeng said. "Let's wait a bit." Shihao shook his head. He wanted to see if that bone could successfully be reborn. "Little big bro," Qingfeng wept. His large eyes were completely red. Back then, it was Shihao who brought him to Stone Village, yet they were going to separate like this, never to meet again. Shihao sighed. He had also thought about giving the bone to Qingfeng, but he didn't have supreme being blood in him, so rashly proceeding might result in his death. In addition, he might even be cursed. Success! After an unknown amount of time passed, news arrived that Qingfeng successfully accepted the bone. This was definitely a major thing. A youth with two supreme being bones, just how terrifying was that? He would definitely shake the heavens above and earth below. However, no one said anything. There was no happiness in everyone's expressions. Didn't Shi have dual pupils and a supreme being bone back then? He was still defeated. Little Hao is the true unrivaled one. Ermeng was furious. There are definitely people like this in the higher realms. Whether or not he is on the road of no equal is still too early to say. Someone added softly. "Let's go," Shihao said softly. The ancestral altar shone, opening up a path. Stone Village's people traveled in the night, bringing Shihao home. When news got out, Stone Country capital was greatly shaken. "Farewell, Stone Emperor." The voices rumbled like thunder. Many experts shouted together, shaking the sky and making the entire capital city tremble. The little stone left. This also meant that he would leave this world of mortals, never to see it again. "Farewell, Stone Emperor." These voices rushed into the heavens, resounding through the night sky. Everyone shouted together, shaking heaven and earth. Everyone bid their farewells together. Sect master, giants of their regions, and powerful individuals appeared. This was a rare sight that had not been seen for many years. Unfortunately, Stone Country Imperial Palace was covered in clouds of sorrow. It was difficult for people to make joyous speech. Early in the morning, the sun rose from the east. Resplendent golden multicolored light scattered down warmly on everyone's bodies. "I am still alive. This type of feeling is truly great." Shihao's face carried a bit of redness. He welcomed the morning multicolored light while lying on a soft chair. He gazed towards the familiar stone village, feeling inwardly satisfied. Both his body and heart were warm. After coming back, everyone felt incredibly nervous, fearing that he won't last until daylight. They all felt terrible and incomparably stifled. Fortunately, he was still alive. Everyone released a breath of air and revealed smiles. However, their eyes felt a bit sore, wishing to shed tears. "I truly want to stay behind, forever remain here," Shihao said softly. Then his nose felt sore. He looked at everyone, not wishing to leave. Everyone shed tears, feeling incomparably sad. "Since we still have time, let's find another place," said Shihao, calming himself down. "All right, pick a place," Shi Feijiao said. 10 li out, there was a hill where several old pine trees grew. There was a clear spring running. It was an extremely peaceful place. Shihao selected a burial place for himself. This wasn't some spiritual earth, but rather an ordinary place. However, he could see the distant stone village. This place was full of fresh and clean plant life, making it appear extremely peaceful. "This is the place," Shihao said softly. At the same time, his face lost color and his eyes gradually grew dim. His vitality that was forcefully keeping him up weakened. His life had finally reached its end. "No! Howard! Don't leave us!" Everyone cried out and threw themselves forward. "Howard, wake up! You cannot close your eyes. Child, you have to hold on. You have just returned and didn't even get a good look at Stone Village yet. How can you just leave like this? You have to live." Heart-tearing, lung-splitting cries sounded. Sad and bleak words sounded. Everyone threw themselves forward, carrying him in their arms. They poured divine force into his body as a final act of keeping him in this world. Actually, I don't want to leave you guys either. To leave like this, I am already extremely satisfied. Sherhao's eyes grew dim, losing expression. He was truly a lamp that had ran out of fuel, exhausting all of his energy. No, you said that you were going to come back to Stone Village to look around. You can't leave like this. Dazhuang grabbed his hands and roared loudly. Tears filled his eyes. Little Hao, we won't let you leave. Pihu felt incredibly anxious. You have to live, don't die, Erming muttered. He didn't know what to say and could only continuously repeat himself. Sherhao looked at them. Dazhuang, Pihu, Erming, Huzi, Snot Baby. These people had all accompanied him since his youth. They had stolen from vicious birds' nests and ran all over the mountains and plains, growing up together. Many past events appeared in his mind. How happy were they when they were young? How carefree. They had caused trouble and explored the great wastelands together. Child, you have to persevere through. A group of uncles were roaring loudly as well. The veins on their foreheads were bulging. They felt anxious and helpless. A group of elders were trembling as they made their way up. Their old faces were full of flusteredness. They offered their prayers, continuously saying those words to prolong his life. Even those great aunts were weeping. Their naughty children were silently crying. Everyone felt helpless, not knowing what to do. Silver Peaches. There are still 2 more. Hurry and feed them to him. Village Chief Shi Yunfeng shouted loudly. Don't. I already wasted too much, Sherhao said softly. He was so weak that it was hard for him to even speak. It was because his dreams had already been realized. He released a breath of air. He was already on the verge of death. Streaks that looked like copper stains appeared on his body one after another. Once these symbols activated, they were incredibly powerful. Now that he lost his supreme being bone, it became even harder for him to resist them. Originally, based on the great doctor's predictions, he still had a day of time left. However, now, his vitality was about to be completely exhausted. Eat it. How can this be considered a waste? You will definitely live. You cannot close your eyes, Shi Yunfeng shouted. He always acted kindly, but right now he was roaring loudly. Sherhao's eyes didn't have any luster left, as if he was a candle that had gone out with the wind. He was about to go out. His life force was scattering away. He was going to disappear from this world forever. Shi Xiling was on one side, and Qin Yining was on the other. They both grabbed his arm to somehow keep him here, but they were powerless, unable to reverse the situation. The Silver Peaches are here. Feed them to him and help Hao refine them. An elder roared loudly. Right now, Sherhao's eyes were about to close. They were extremely dark. He already couldn't see much anymore. Qin Yining frantically brought over the Silver Peaches and sent them to his mouth, helping him refine them. It would be fine even if it granted him just a bit more time. The Silver Peaches aren't enough. It has already been used, so the effectiveness is too weak. Use this, Harry Ball shouted loudly. It had rushed over together with Little Red. One of them lost half its body, and the other a pair of wings. They were gravely injured and unable to move freely, but right now, they still forcefully gathered their strength and jumped over everyone. It was a wine bottle that was simple and unadorned in appearance. It was full of an ancient feeling, carrying with it the aura of a past time. Inside of the bottle was only a drop of wine that was incredibly vicious. It was stuck at the bottom of the container, making it difficult to even extract. There was a unique wine flavor. As soon as it appeared, it made a few villagers fall from intoxication. This was divine wine obtained from the Kuanpeng next. They had never used it after Sherhao brought it back, preserving it to this day. Before, this drop of wine had been brought to Stone Country Imperial Palace. They wanted him to ingest it, but he refused, because he didn't want to waste too many divine objects since they couldn't change the conclusion. Even now, no one was willing to accept this ending. Meanwhile, Harry Ball and Little Red also wanted to give it a try. This was completely a type of faith in the Kuanpeng, one of the archaic vicious 10, as well as a final entrusting of hope. This drop of liquid was the size of a dragon eye fruit. It was like a gemstone, flowing with dreamlike radiance. It was forcefully fed into Hao's mouth and then refined into his stomach. At this moment, Hao had already closed his eyes, seemingly devoid of life force. It is definitely enough. It will definitely bring him back to life. Even if it is just a single day, that is enough. The wine entered his body. Everyone joined forces, taking action together, turning the liquid into a hot stream, guiding it into his limbs and blood vessels. A wave of flourishing radiance filled his body. Everyone became shocked. They widened their eyes. Could it be that a miracle was going to happen? This wine has divine medicinal characteristics. It wasn't ordinary after all. Harry Ball sighed and said. Hao's body was shining. Every inch of his flesh was surging with multicolored mist that wrapped around his body. The wine left behind by the Kuanpeng was not ordinary after all. It was worthy of being one of the vicious 10, with even the alcohol it drank containing divine medicinal characteristics. If it wasn't for Immortal Palace's curse being so special, any other illness would have definitely been immediately cured. Everyone watched nervously. They were all praying for a miracle. This was something completely unexpected. It was just a drop, yet it seemed to be more effective than even the holy medicine the War King and the others found. This was great news. However, Hao's eyes remained closed, and his life force didn't recover. It seemed to have been severed from his body with no sign of improving. This made everyone incredibly nervous. None of them could stand still. Along with the passage of time, Hao's body released a wine fragrance. Hazy mist flowed about the surface of his body, as if he was sound asleep from drinking too much. Unfortunately, his breathing seemed to stop, which made everyone incredibly worried. Time seemed to be stretched extremely long. After an unknown amount of time passed, a few children whose cultivation weren't high enough already fell asleep from the alcoholic scent, collapsing here. It was clear how odd this wine was. Possessed unordinary effects. What a pity it is. In the end, it was still unable to defy the heavens. Little Red sighed. It and Harry Ball had ignited their divine flames, so their eyes were naturally powerful. They both couldn't help but shake their heads. He should be able to revive and stay awake for a short period of time. However, it won't change anything. It is still just wine that the Kuanpeng left behind and not some life-saving pill medicine. Harry Ball said. When everyone heard this, their faces became deathly pale. Chief Shi Yunfeng clenched his fists. Sighing softly, he said, "Let's return to Stone Village. When the child opens his eyes again, he can see a place that is full of activity." This was the place where he grew up after all. Inside the village were stone houses made of sturdy mountain stones. Dried meat hung from the courtyard walls and beast skins hung from the back of the houses. The streets were peaceful. Bluestone lined the floor, clean without any dust. Many spiritual medicines lined both sides of the road. A while later, Hao's breathing became a bit more stable, and he finally opened his eyes. He looked around blankly, stirring up cries of alarm. "I've made you all worried again." He weakly opened his mouth. Regardless of whether it was him or everyone else, they all knew that there wasn't much time left. Ermeng carried him while walking through the village, walking from one street to another. The big yellow dog the village chief raised, whose tail had long become bare, ran along them. These familiar streets, familiar people, Hao was at a loss as to how to feel. He was truly reluctant to leave this place. It was as if he had returned to the past. He was extremely small back then, being called the little guy by the villagers back then. He always ran behind a group of large kids and loved to pull on that big yellow dog's tail. He was extremely young and naive back then. Finally, everyone came to the head of the village. Hao sat there, looking at the small pot inside the courtyard. He began to laugh. Everyone else all began to smile in memory again, recalling how he was back then, always coming here early in the morning to sneakily cook beast milk so that no one else would find out. Because of this, many people had laughed at him, but he didn't care. He continued to slowly cook it, every time coming out with his little face sticky and dirty. What a pity. Willow deity has left. Xianxia sighed softly. He wanted to go to the higher realms and compete with those exceptional talents and heavenly geniuses, and he also wanted to go to the mysterious area to search for Willow deity. However, in the end, he would never have the chance. Everyone became silent. If the Willow deity was still here, everything could probably be changed, right? How would it have ended like this? When they saw the spiritual medicines, silver peach tree and octatic treasure chicken, everyone felt deeply emotional. Back then, Xianxia was still little, yet he continuously brought things back to the village. He was a little adult that always thought about his home. He was still young, but because of him, Stone Village had already undergone so many transformations. Little Uncle How, you have to live. Nothing bad will happen. A little child pulled at the corners of his clothes while saying with his head raised. Tears filled his eyes. For them, Xianxia was their best uncle. Every time he returned, he would always bring them into the great wasteland to run around. They could steal from vicious bird nests and catch fierce beasts, satisfying all of their dreams. In their hearts, Xianxia was the most powerful. No one could compare to him. However, he was going to die today. Every single child was shedding tears. Xianxia gently caressed these children's heads. When he saw them, he thought of his own past. He smiled but didn't say anything. Yuchan stood in the distance. She didn't leave Stone Village yet. Her emotions were complex. After she learned about everything, she could only sigh. That evil mother-in-law had even asked her if there was a way to save him. However, even if she helped, it was useless. The main body cultivation method required too much time. Xianxia wouldn't last that long at all. He didn't have that much time. Jojo, Big Pong, Little Green, and Purple Cloud rushed up. They continuously rubbed their heads against Xiaoxia's body. Their eyes carried tears. They all knew what happened, making them filled with reluctance. You guys have to protect Stone Village well. Don't fly off too far. Okay? Xiaoxia warned. The three vicious birds earnestly nodded their heads. Tears erupted from their eyes. Not far away, a unicorn also ran over. It was Little White, a creature with the potential to become a heavenly horse. It was entirely pure white, and there was a pair of wings on its back. It continuously ran around Xianxia while crying out. The red sun set, the setting sun looking like the color of blood. It was clearly a bleak color. Half the sky became a bloody red. As he watched the sunset's afterglow, the familiar village, and everyone in front of him, Xianxia reached out his hand and forcefully grabbed outwards at something. He wanted to shout out his final words, but he didn't have the strength left. His eyes lost spirit, unable to see anything anymore. He used the last bit of his energy to reach out his hand and wave farewell. Child! Everyone cried out loudly. They all reached over their hands to grab him. Under the deep red afterglow, Xiaoxia's life extinguished like a flame. His voice was lost and his eyes closed, carrying continued reluctance as he breathed his last breath. Child! Everyone screamed with incomparable sorrow. They had tried everything possible, but they were still unable to save him in the end. Weeping, yelling, and muttering sounds interweaved together. That night, all of Stone Village was filled with sadness. Sounds of weeping fell endlessly. In the end, they were still helpless in reversing the heavens. The second day, the multicolored light of sunrise was still as brilliant as before. However, Xianxia had already become completely silent. Everyone placed him into a coffin, raising him to that hill, burying him as he wished. A grave appeared here, one that faced Stone Village. Here, he could see Stone Village, see the villagers, and forever be together with them. The tomb on the hill wasn't that large. The children wept and cried out. Pure white wildflowers were being scattered here. As they rose with the wind, it formed an extremely glaring sight, as if tears were fluttering about. The villagers had all arrived. They stood in front of this grave, separated by death, never to meet again. When they thought back to the little guy who tottered about whenever he walked, that cheerful and optimistic youth, their eyes became blurry. Weeping sounds rang through the air. These people felt as if their hearts were tearing and their lungs were splitting. Many birds in the nearby forest were startled. Child, How can you leave just like that? Chief Shi Yunfeng's tears poured outwards. He was the one that raised Shi Hao, but today he had to see his child die before he did. Everyone was crying, feeling sadness towards Shi Hao's death. He didn't have a father or mother growing up, just like an orphan. Even though the villagers had taken care of him, he was always still somewhat alone. Back then, he especially liked to drink beast milk. Thinking back, this might have been because he lacked a sense of security, missing his parents' warmth and affection. Later on, he walked out into the great wastelands alone. As for what he experienced and how many dangerous situations he had gone through as he rose to power, the villagers didn't know. However, they were sure that being alone in the outside world was definitely not easy. Finally, he became the human emperor, becoming someone with one of the highest authorities in this world. The villagers simply couldn't believe it. Child, you've gone so far, continuously fighting the entire time. It must have been extremely difficult. A day would have inevitably come when you overlooked the world, yet you reached the end of your life so soon. The villagers cried in grief, sighing about how this youth's fate had been full of trouble and misfortune. Sure how rose to greatness all on his own, but in the end he was going to die like this. He truly was dying an untimely death. When Stone Country's higher-level figures received the news, several old kings trembled, feeling great grief inside. The imperial palace was shaken from top to bottom. The atmosphere was incredibly sad. Shouts of sorrow continuously sounded. What? Stone Emperor has left this world. When news was transmitted to the outside world, every region was shaken. Even though they had long anticipated this result, when it was truly proved, it still stirred up tremendous waves. The entire world was shocked. The little stone still fell in the end. No miracles happened. His life had grown dim, eventually being cut off. He had reached the end of the road. What a pity! Truly lamentable. Shi Hao's death was truly unfortunate. He was so young, yet he already reached the pinnacle of the wasteland region. If he was given time, no one knew just how high he would have soared. The heavens are jealous of heroic geniuses. This loss is not only Stone Country's loss, but also the entire lower realm's loss. Otherwise, he would have definitely left a great imprint in this world. What a pity! A legend faded just like that. He was originally heading straight for the ninth heaven. News traveled everywhere, sweeping through all regions like a hurricane. Soon, the entire world learned of this, stirring up a huge earthquake. The death of the little stone would inevitably stir up a huge uproar. Every region was discussing this. The effects of this were tremendous. Stone Country arranged an empty coffin, allowing everyone to come and attend the memorial service. Great sects from all different places moved out to express their good wishes. It was unknown just how many people came. Stone Emperor, a true hero. He was still so young, yet he fought against deities. A few sect masters sighed. We won't be able to see you enter the higher realms and contend against those exceptional talents. Your radiance has dimmed forever in the lower realm. It truly is regretful. The higher realm's noble ladies and geniuses came to offer their condolences as well. Fire Emperor has arrived. A loud voice called out. Wood Emperor has arrived. Another person reported. This left everyone shocked. The emperor of a country normally wouldn't easily set foot in the country of another. However, these types of figures appeared in today's funeral and more than just one. Later on, everyone discovered that the masters of major powers in the 8 regions arrived as well. Green Flood Dragon Supreme Expert has arrived. Ocean Race's Silver Emperor has graced us with your presence. Green Vine Supreme Expert has arrived. Everyone felt fearful, shivering inwardly. Even though several great calamities had happened, there were still so many experts who managed to escape. Over 10 supreme experts actually appeared today from every great region. Little friend was so stunning, yet he left us so early. It really makes one sigh helplessly. What a pity. I wanted to see just how far he could reach. Another supreme expert arrived in Stone Capital. Xiao Tian, Nine-Headed Lion, Xiao Youyu and the others were astonished. They recognized who it was. This was Western Tomb Meteor Montan's elder, a former deity, who called himself Southern Meteor. Today, he had fallen out of the deity realm. Too many people came today, all of them powerful individuals. It made others sigh in admiration. There were even more creatures that came, but no one caused trouble. Let alone the fact that this was a funeral service. Stone Country's great supreme experts were standing there, so no one dared to act rashly. Everyone trembled inwardly in admiration, unknowingly when Stone Country had already become powerful enough to overlook a region. In the present age, for an inheritance to have a single supreme expert was already formidable. In fact, most people felt respect for the little stone, so they wouldn't cause trouble anyway. Only specific powers needed this type of intimidation. When Stone Country's mourning ended and everything gradually calmed down, many days had already passed. However, there were still many people discussing this, feeling regret towards Hao's early death. In the higher realms, there was a divine garden that was rich with spiritual essence and lush with plant life. Black demonic sunflowers radiated dark light. It wasn't just one or two, but rather an entire expanse. The creatures that crossed realms all died? Not far away in a tall mountain, this voice sounded from a grand palace, shaking this entire divine garden. Vague, multicolored mists continuously surged. Similarly, in the higher realms, there was another place where deathly energy was surging. Black mists pervaded the air. A deep and remote voice sounded within underworld earth. Only a single word was spoken. Trash. Then, powerful ripples moved through this place as if an enormous monster was turning its body. Underworld earth paid a tremendous price, losing a void beast's precious skeleton. Yet all of their hopes and efforts came to nothing. Inside a peaceful country, immortal mists wafted about. Immortal palaces could be seen everywhere. The expression of a powerful individual seated within the central divine palace went cold. How many years has it been since my heavenly country suffered a defeat? Natural Luck Academy occupied an extremely large area. The people here were all heroic individuals. Many young experts were studying here. Important news, shocking news. Underworld Earth, demonic sunflower garden, heavenly country and a few other powers worked together to scheme against the lower realm. Yet in the end, the creatures that went down all died. Rumor has it that it was all done by a single youth. He killed all of their men. Did these powers degenerate over the years? What kind of humiliation is this? However, what kind of youth is that? He is actually so powerful, killing a group of creatures that ignited their divine flames. Not simple at all. Life Academy. A few goddess-like girls were originally smiling and laughing, but then their expressions became serious. They also began to talk about this matter. It truly is astonishing. That youth was only 15 or 16 years old, yet he is so powerful already, killing 6 or 7 fake deities alone. He is just too formidable. Unfortunately, we can't go to the lower realm anymore. Otherwise, wouldn't bringing him over into our Life Academy be a great choice? If we really did do that, those great powers would start hating us. They might even secretly take action. What is there to be scared of? The higher realms isn't some place where those fellows have the final say. There are so many powerful individuals here. They definitely won't act rashly. 9 Firmament's Divine Academy, a place situated up in the heavens. It was incomparably large. Many young individuals were discussing this here as well. The newest news have arrived. That youth died in battle. It is a bit of a pity. Even though he borrowed external force, having these methods is also quite astonishing. Even though there are many exceptional talents who have risen to power in the higher realms and heavenly geniuses emerged in large numbers, if he came up, he might not be simple either and he might have displayed brilliance. His death was a bit too premature. Communicating with the lower realm is becoming harder and harder. I feel like the two realms are going to be completely separated. The battle of the lower realm affected too much. Even the academies and ancient sects of the higher realms learned of this. There were a few people who began to discuss this on a smaller scale. Communication between the two realms was becoming increasingly difficult. Going down was practically impossible. If one wanted to come up from the lower realm, There were still ancient roads and secret methods, but the difficulty had still been increased several times. Lower realm, a few people were discussing among themselves. We should return. We were unable to find those great natural opportunities in the end. We really should leave. Otherwise, the heavenly path will be completely broken and we will never have the chance to return. These higher realms, noble women and geniuses were chatting. They were going to go on their way. The effects of defying heaven's will was too far-reaching. It made the natural laws of the heavenly Tao more strict. The connection between the two realms was going to be severed. Even if one was going from the lower realm to the higher realm, it was also becoming difficult. Meanwhile, this was allowed in the past as long as one took the few heavenly paths. As for coming down from the higher realms, it had always been restricted since the ancient times. Now, it was even more so, becoming completely cut off. I've received some secret information. Xiao's bone was given away. It didn't disappear together with him. A noble lady said softly. What? The others were astonished. Even though this information had been kept as a secret as much as possible, after a period of time had passed, it still leaked out, circulating within a small group. It left quite a few people stunned. Immortal Mountain's Xianxia. He successfully transplanted the Supreme Being bone? Baigu was shocked. Correct, and extremely successfully at that without any complications. His vitality is abundant right now, and his body is terrifyingly powerful. Hong Huang replied with absolute certainty. Too shocking. This should already be 3-month-old information, right? Only now did it leak out. Shuiyu said softly. A single person with 2 unrivaled precious bones. Is he trying to defy the heavens? Xianming cried out in alarm, finding this a bit hard to believe. He could unexpectedly have 2 pieces of true bone. Just how powerful would he become? He would most likely be unrivaled among his peers even in the higher realms, right? He should be able to rank in the top 10 now. Even the normally composed Lan Yu sighed and said. Everyone nodded. There were indeed a few heaven-defying characters in the higher realms who possessed unbelievably great natural opportunities. For example, the one from Immortal Palace. For geniuses around the same age, he was simply an insurmountable mountain. In addition, it was rumored that there were still a few mysterious geniuses who weren't inferior to Immortal Palace's individual at all. For those of similar ages, they were inconceivably powerful and terrifying. The main thing was that the higher realms were too large. Who knew how many people were being overlooked? I originally thought highly of Xiao, but now it looks like this younger brother of his is more powerful. Having 2 Supreme Being bones, his prospects are limitless. Everyone discussed this among themselves. Let's pay him a visit. Perhaps we can return to the higher realms together. I presume that he won't wish to remain here either with the heavenly paths about to be cut off. Let's go. News of Xianxia successfully inheriting the bone circulated on a small scale, startling everyone. Many people were shocked and fearful. Just how powerful of a figure would he become? He was truly going to defy the heavens in the future. The noble ladies and geniuses of the higher realms paid Immortal Mountain a visit. Both sides exchanged joyous chatter. They indirectly verified this information, creating quite a commotion. Our imperial palace has become cold and cheerless. Those people had come to rope in Stone Emperor before too. The Ming King said softly. Ever since Xiao died, those noble ladies and geniuses only came once. They never appeared here again. This is but normal. His Majesty has already fallen. So Xianxia will definitely rise to greatness. With 2 Supreme Being bones, he can overlook an area even in the higher realms. He is worth roping in. Peng Nine sighed and said, Stone Village. The villagers naturally had lives to live. Only when they thought of Xiao, they would always feel especially sad. More than 3 months had already passed. The parts around Xiao's tomb had already grown tall. Several days ago, the villagers had burned many papers there, because 100 days had just passed. This hill seems to have a bit more spiritual essence. Could it be because little Hao is buried here? Lin Hu was a bit surprised. I truly wish for this child to continue living. Feijiao sighed, feeling deeply emotional. During this period of time, villagers would come here from time to time. In the end, they all shook their heads before descending the hill. Little how much I wish you would come alive again. Dezhuang, Ermeng, and the others came. They brought a bottle of wine and sat down here, drinking a glass. Then they poured down a cup onto the grave. They were a few years older than Shi Hao, but Shi Hao's constitution was strong even when they were little. At first, he still chased after their butts, but later on, he passed all of them. I truly don't want to believe that you've already left us. How can you just die? Ermeng's eyes turned red. Pihu, Huzi, and Snot Baby felt terrible as well. They continuously poured wine, cup after cup, on the ground. In these 3 months, they would come here every few days and drink, wishing they could see Shi Hao again. Forget about the sincere feelings of growing up together. Just the things Shi Hao did for the village already made him unforgettable. Their hearts felt stifled. It really isn't fair. Little Hao is lying here alone by himself, while that fellow is being called a world-shaking genius. Everyone is saying how he is unmatched under heaven. That was originally Little Hao's title, said Pihu. Even though they grew up in Stone Village, they knew a few things about the outside world as well. It was because they always came to and from Stone Country Imperial Palace, so the information traveled freely. Because Qingfeng inherited the position of Stone Country Emperor, he always traveled back and forth between these two places. What do you guys think? Is there really reviving grass in this world? How great would it be if we found one? I really want Little Hao to live. Dezhuang spoke in a downcast manner. I always felt as if he hadn't left, almost as if he is still beside us, Snot Baby said. He was the only child that was even smaller than Shi Hao back then, and today he had also grown up. Finally, they carried each other up. While reeking of alcohol, they descended the hill and returned to Stone Village. If one were to ask who was the most broken-hearted in the village these past few days, it would definitely be village chief Shi Yunfeng. He had personally raised Shi Hao, so his feelings for him were similar to those towards a son. He truly couldn't get over this and accept this result. During these 3 months, he seemed to have aged 10 years. His hair was snow white, and he always appeared dejected and downcast. The old man would always sit at the front of the village alone, often for an entire day at a time. He wouldn't respond even when the villagers called out to him. When everyone saw this, they all felt extremely sad. Child, when you were brought over, you only reached my knee. You were so weak that you were going to die at any moment, the old clan leader muttered. He looked at the courtyard, feeling as if he could still hear the weak infants crying. Later on, you finally survived. We lived together, depending on each other. It truly was a time full of joy, he sighed softly. Tears flowed down from his old eyes. He could vaguely see those large blinking eyes, the little fellow who tottered about as he walked around, pulling on the big red dog's tail while releasing tender shouts. Village chief, let's go eat. Don't feel bad anymore. The villagers tried to advise him. Everyone was feeling extremely terrible. I have no appetite. The old man lowered his head, using his hand to caress a small pot. This was something that the little guy used every day back then, sneakily cooking beast milk in it to drink, to prevent others from finding out. Of course, how could everyone not know? The beast milk was all brought over by the uncles. Grandpa Chief, what is outside those great mountains? I want to see for myself and leave the great wastelands. When he grew a bit older, Shi Hao already began to yearn for the outside world, wishing to explore it. These words still seemed to ring by his ears. Shi Yunfeng self-blamingly shook his head. I shouldn't have agreed. We should have just lived here, never leaving this place. How great would that be? Something like this wouldn't have happened. Village chief, we know you feel terrible, but you have to eat something. Otherwise, we won't eat either. A group of children walked over with red eyes. They were worried for the old chief. All right, people have lives to live and days to pass. We cannot always dwell in the past. Shi Yunfeng dejectedly stood up and said. Only, the villagers knew that it was too hard for him to dispel those thoughts. In fact, no one could forget Shi Hao. When they thought of him, they all felt bitter. There was still a small courtyard in the village where mourning also happened. Those were Shi Hao's parents. During these 3 months, they had remained inside Stone Village and only left 2 days ago. Immortal Mountain had pressing matters, asking Qingfeng to send them the message to return. In the outside world, the Qin clan was currently discussing in Immortal Mountain. They wanted Qin how to quickly ascend, because the heavenly path was going to be cut off soon. He would then forever lose the chance to do so. I won't go up. Qin Yining shook her head. She felt extremely pained. She was going to stay in Stone Village, not wishing to leave the lower realm. When Shi Xiling heard this, his eyes released divine radiance. I am going up. A flame had long been lit within him. It had been burning ferociously for more than 3 months. He wanted to go to the higher realms. There was going to be a day when he would wipe out those inheritances and demand an explanation. For the sake of revenge, he had to enter the higher realms. Even if he was filled with reluctance and regret, he still had to leave. All right, you go up. I'll stay behind in Stone Village. Qin Yining released a light sigh. Mother, come together with us. Older brother also wished for you to be happy. He doesn't want you to be broken-hearted. Qin Hao advised. Qin Yining shook her head. She was overwhelmed by sorrow. Finally, Shi Xiling returned to Stone Village. He stood in front of that grave for an entire night. Then he resolutely left. On his back was his own golden spear. He was going to the higher realms. From here on out, I will immerse myself in bitter cultivation. I will no longer waste my time away. My pride, my ferocity, my core, let it all burn. He sorrowfully roared. Shi Xiling and Qin Hao left. They followed a mysterious heavenly road and disappeared from this realm. Soon after, those noble ladies and geniuses from the higher realms also left one after another, permanently returning to the higher realms. They also brought more detailed and reliable information with them. This left their elders surprised, discussing with them. From what I am hearing, that little stone was extremely formidable. Even if he entered the higher realms, he would still shine brilliantly and suppress an area sooner or later. He was truly formidable. However now, his little brother is even more formidable. You are saying that little stone had defeated the undefeated legend, Dual Pupils? Correct. Dual Pupils is known as an unmatched existence even in my higher realms. Recently, an 18 or 19-year-old expert has also appeared in my higher realms, sweeping through all his peers in Heavenfall Province, known as unmatched in his generation. In the end, he entered Heavenfall Academy and fought a decisive battle against their exceptional talent. He seemed to have won and also joined Heavenfall Academy. Time passed quickly. More than half a year had already passed since Shi Hao passed away. During this period of time, regardless of whether it was Western Sect, Immortal Mountain, or the others, contacting the higher realms became more and more difficult. Along with the passage of time, it became harder and harder to communicate between the two realms. It was almost as if the connection had been cut off. The Qin clan urged several times for Stone Country to contact and tell Qin Yining to go up. Otherwise, they would miss the chance and be forever separated. Why is there more grass the more we cut here? Erming said. The hill was full of strange grass. It was full of vitality and incredibly hard to eliminate. Their roots were tough. It was almost impossible to get rid of them all. They would grow out again after a period of time had passed, surrounding that tomb. In addition, the spiritual essence here became much thicker. The villagers suspected that it was because Shi Hao took in many heavenly treasures and even more precious medicines, divine wine, and other items that contained large amounts of essence that the spiritual essence here became so rich after he died. This grass is so strange. I have never seen this type of grass before in the Great Wastelands. How did it end up growing here? Pihu was confused. This grass had only appeared after Shi Hao was buried. How unfortunate. It isn't revival grass. Dazhuang said with a sigh. Another few months passed. Shi Hao had departed almost a year ago. Immortal Mountain sent someone to tell Qin Yining to return. This time it was related to Shi Xiling and their second son. Qin Yining was going to go. While carrying sadness, she stood in front of this grave and said her goodbyes. She cried for an entire night. The Qin clan sent a message that Shi Xiling was wounded in the higher realms, moreover extremely seriously. In addition, there were problems with Qin Hao as well, so they needed her to go up. Xiling has been wounded. If Hao here finds out, he will definitely not be at peace. You should go. The old chief Shi Yunfeng comforted. I will send down true information about his father down to help Hao rest in peace. Qin Yining said while crying. She was extremely emotional. The lower realm had brought her too many regrets. That day, she departed through one of Immortal Mountain's old roads into the higher realms. Several days later, Immortal Mountain paid a huge price to satisfy her wish and communicate with the lower realm, sending down a message. This time, the lower realm Immortal Mountain didn't hide the information. Uncle Xiling was fine and had gone into isolation to cultivate. Only the higher realms people wished for their holy woman to return, so they exaggerated a few things. De Zhuang said in front of Shi Hao's grave. Qin Hao has demonstrated extraordinary skill in the higher realms. News of him having two supreme being bones wasn't hidden. Many people found out, and as a result, a world-shocking battle broke out. This was what Ermeng said. All of this information came from Immortal Mountain. Rumor has it that in a place where cultivation realms were suppressed to the same level, Qin Hao consecutively defeated 5 heavenly geniuses, defeating the talented individuals of many different provinces. It stirred up a huge commotion. As a result, Immortal Heavenly Deity personally dispatched a spiritual body to protect him, preventing other people from plotting against him. Qin Hao's name resounded through a region. Many old inheritances in the southern areas learned of this, and a few great sects took action, wishing to be connected through marriage with Immortal Mountain, offering their sex heavenly ladies. It was rumored that Qin Hao was cultivating bitterly in hopes of quickly rising up to power. He was going to participate in a great gathering, one that only the most powerful youngsters of their province could attend. Many great provinces were going to participate and carry out a contest. This was the battle of true young supreme beings. The few that win will enter a secret land that contained an unimaginably great natural opportunity. What a pity! Little Hao, you were originally going to enter the higher realms and demonstrate your brilliance. Yet now, Pihu and the others felt disappointed. In the blink of an eye, a year passed. The villagers all felt as if something wasn't right. This hill's spiritual essence was just too abundant and rich, becoming many times greater than in the past. Little Uncle Hao, we came to see you again. A group of children ascended the hill. They frequently took care of this grave, but the grass grew just too quickly. There was just too much to pull. It's that sparrow, it dropped seeds here. No wonder so much strange grass has grown here. A child cried out in alarm while pointing forward. There was a 5-colored sparrow there. It wasn't scared of people at all. It stood on the grave while throwing down a few seeds. It then lazily combed its own brightly colored feathers. Aya, lowly bird, you are too evil. Bullying Uncle Hao ever since he was little, and then doing this now, even coming to his grave to behave rudely. The group of children were furious and rushed up to catch it. Of course, this was futile. Back then, Shi Hao chased it since he was little. Yet he never touched a single feather on that 5-colored sparrow. He had even been provoked by that bird until he cried loudly. That was one of Shi Hao's embarrassing moments, something he wasn't willing to bring up the most. Even when he grew up and reached the formation arrangement realm, he was still left with remaining grievance. He wanted to catch the strange 5-colored sparrow, but he never had the chance. This bird was incredibly lowly, always running away ahead of time. Chirp, chirp, the 5-colored sparrow cried out. After combing its beautiful feathers in a manner that wasn't too fast or too slow, it arrogantly left. With a flap of its wings, it left behind 5-colored light before flying towards the old date tree behind Stone Village. That was where its nest was. Too hateful. Whenever we pull out the grass, it plants more. The group of children were so angry they cried out with wah-wah sounds. They rushed down the mountain, ran towards the village to catch this bird. In the end, they startled many adults. What happened? When the adults in Stone Village learned about this, they all felt rather strange. Then, everyone went to search for the 5-colored sparrow together. However, it was extremely slippery and was nowhere to be found. What five-colored sparrow? I never saw such a thing before. It seems a bit strange, Harry Ball said. Its injuries had pretty much been healed. It naturally knew that this bird existed. Back then, Xianxia was filled with resentment and brought it with him to search through that bird's nest. In the end, that lowly bird directly disappeared, so they never saw it. In the end, everyone arrived in the short mountain again. They couldn't help but be shocked. The spiritual essence became even more rich, and specks of light began to ripple out from that tomb. What happened? The old chief was moved the most. He was a cultivator as well, so he could feel that a wave of life force was reviving in the grave. During these months, this grass grew extremely vigorously. Now all of their roots shone like the tassels of a dragon. They even seemed to be moving. This grass was extremely special. The roots were especially thick. They were definitely not ordinary grass. Today, they became even more unordinary, releasing glowing radiance. "Let me take a look," Harry Ball said. His eyes released divine light. He stared here, and then he looked into the depths of the earth. Soon after, it was shocked. Harry Ball sensed a wave of strange fluctuations. "All of you, do not act rashly," it seriously warned. Then it brought out the bronze precious case that Xianxia previously held. After opening it, that dual pupil appeared. It was deeply shaken. It used the dual pupil to look inside. Below the ground was a layer of light that released a strand of vitality. It was precisely that coffin. Reincarnation, without experiencing life and death. How can one understand reincarnation? Could it be because of this reasoning? Little Red also came. It was extremely shocked as well. Without experiencing life and death, how could he understand reincarnation? When everyone in Stone Village heard what was said, they were all shocked. The old village chief was even trembling. His mouth hung wide open. What are you saying? Is this true?" Lin-Hu's chest rose and fell. His eyes widened, revealing a look of disbelief. Even though Little Red didn't speak too much, it still left everyone shocked. Everyone in Stone Village felt their chests rising and falling. They all clenched their fists and looked at it. "I am only speculating too," said Little Red. It was about to recover as well. Its wings had regrown, and its entire body was replete with brilliant red radiance, as if it was carved out of red gemstones. It was only the size of a fist, but it was incredibly beautiful. The grave was shining from within. It was extremely auspicious and peaceful, producing a special wave of energy. "You should come and take a look." Harry Ball indicated for it to come over. The dual pupil in its hand shone resplendently, shining into the tomb and reflecting the true scene. The earth covering the coffin couldn't stop the dual pupil's sight. What kind of grass is this?" Little Red was shocked. Apart from feeling a wave of reincarnation power, it never expected to see a world underneath the ground that was especially mysterious. The roots of this grass were like dragon tassels. They were extremely long, extending all the way into the ground and wrapping themselves around the coffin and releasing sparkling radiance. The roots were pure white like jade. They wrapped themselves around the wooden coffin like ropes, binding it up layer after layer like a cocoon. They released a layer of light and produced mysterious fluctuations. "Do not reach out your divine senses," Little Red warned. It was because it noticed that some of the villagers couldn't hold themselves back any longer, using their divine wills to search underground. If they only relied on their own cultivations, it would most likely end in failure. Sure enough, Erming released a cry of fear. He couldn't hold himself back and explored inside on his own. As a result, his entire being went rigid, as if he was having an out-of-body experience. "Erming, what happened to you?" "Duo." Harry Ball released a grunt. It was as if thunder struck down on everyone's ears, making his body tremble. His eyes restored their radiance, revealing a wave of horror. "I think I was in a reincarnation. In the blink of an eye, I could see hundreds to thousands worlds back there. It was all very blurry, very terrifying. I forgot about it all." Erming seemed like he had woken up from a dream. Finally, he became clear-headed, grabbing his head while his body trembled lightly. Only then did he fully break free. Everyone became shocked. All of the children were moved behind the adults, because an accident might happen if they got too close to the tomb. Most of the villagers understood cultivation, and quite a few individuals' current cultivations weren't weak. However, no one rushed forward. They carefully observed the situation. A wave of excitement stirred within their minds. "Child, I knew that you wouldn't leave. You wouldn't be willing to leave us behind. You are definitely still here." The old village chief was shaking, tears continuously flying out from his old eyes. He felt the worst out of everyone here because it was he who raised Hao. He had never taken a wife, nor did he have any descendants. He had invested all of his hopes and love into Hao. "Little Hao, are you still here? Hurry up and wake up," Dazhuang emotionally shouted, his eyes turning red. No one was willing to accept the fact that Hao had already been dead for an entire year. The mound shone. The energy fluctuations that were released from inside became more and more powerful. Harry Ball and Little Red had everyone back up, telling them not to get too close. Not even the dual pupil could completely see through this. "It is definitely not ordinary." Little Red sighed in amazement. The hundreds to thousands stalks of silver grass were thick and long. They wrapped themselves around the coffin, swirling about like stellar streams. Specks of light shone brightly everywhere. It was extremely bizarre. Not even the dual pupil could see through it. The roots and mysterious reincarnation fluctuations blocked everything. What kind of changes were happening in this coffin exactly? No one was willing to act recklessly out of fear of destroying this situation and stirring up unwanted accidents. This grass is a bit similar to the revival grass recorded in the bone texts, but it's different. Little Red observed this strange grass. On the ground, the grass leaves were emerald green, but they didn't release any rich fragrance or brilliant radiance, not appearing that special at all. Only the roots that wrapped around the coffin were unordinary, shining brightly at this moment. Harry Ball plucked a leaf and placed it into its mouth. He slowly chewed it, carefully sampling it. He was incredibly shocked. It makes one feel absent-minded, as if they are going to fall into reincarnation. There was a type of grass called revival grass in this world. It was known as a rare divine grass. In the entire history of the lower realm, there had only been a single stalk. Rumors had it that it was brought into the higher realms. It could exchange the flesh and bones of the dead into those of the living, possessing unimaginable mysterious powers. Once this grass matured, blue and green multicolored light would overflow into the heavens like a great wave. This would all come from a single stalk of grass. One could imagine just how strange and powerful it was. Apart from this, there was another type of grass that was named Reincarnation. When one sucked on it, they would enter a state of reincarnation. It was the strangest and most mysterious type of phenomenon. This type of grass only grew in the underworld. They had only appeared several incidences since the ancient times. If one had it, they would gain endless experiences. Of course, it was extremely dangerous. A single mistake would cause one to fall into eternal reincarnation, and from there on their divine senses would collapse. This isn't reincarnation grass or revival grass. The medicinal efficacy is far from being comparable to them. However, these possess a few of their characteristics. This was the conclusion Harry Ball and Little Red came to. The villagers were all extremely shocked, but they simultaneously began to feel happy. They saw hope. This grass was so special, so could it be that it was slowly changing the situation inside the tomb? "I remember. This shouldn't be undecaying grass, right?" Harry Ball was shocked. "It might very well be that grass." Little Red nodded, also revealing its shock. Rumors had it that there were two unrivaled experts who had joined together to breed a type of undying grass. It was known to be undying, and its name was astonishing. It signified that when one ate it, they would possess immortality. Of course, this was only a legend from the higher realms. In addition, Harry Ball and Little Red's ancestors were both extremely great, or else they definitely wouldn't have learned about this at all. They had spoken to their descendants about it before, so the descendants' offspring gained some understanding towards this as well. One of the experts obtained revival grass, and then another unmatched giant obtained reincarnation grass. The two relied on these two grass to breed undying grass, but in the end, it resulted in failure. Undying grass was too heavenly defying and rarely seen in this world. In the end, they produced a type of grass that contained characteristics of both revival and reincarnation grass. It was then named undecaying grass. If someone was gravely injured and this grass was used as treatment, it could make sure that the body didn't decay and the spirit didn't scatter. It would maintain a type of stable state. Of course, it couldn't cure that individual either. They would only be stuck in an undecaying state. Undecaying and undying didn't have that much of a difference, but the difference in their medicinal effects was too great. It was far from being as powerful as their parent grasses too. As a result, both of these unrivaled experts both felt embarrassed and didn't publicly announce its existence. They had only mentioned it to their descendants. I really never expected something like this would happen. They were never leaked outwards, but the final unknown grass appeared in the lower realm. Who brought this down here? Little Red said to itself. That shouldn't be. It is extremely hard for this type of grass to grow. Wasn't it rumored to only grow in ancient lands like true dragon or divine phoenix nests? Harry Ball frowned. Thought of a few legends. Items that contained spirituality could only grow in strange precious lands, and this undecaying grass requirements were especially great. They grew in a lush and verdant manner all over the hill. This grass was flourishing with vitality as it continuously grew all around the tomb's surroundings. It left everyone here astonished. Regardless of whether it was the revival grass or reincarnation grass, it would be hard to find a true second one. Many people began to speculate if they were unique existences, because the differences in medicinal efficacy were too different. When compared like this, even though there was so much here, they could still see that it was far from being divine grass. Of course, if it wasn't compared to those two grass, it was still extremely amazing. Look, the soil here is a bit special too, separating into black and white colors. I wouldn't have noticed if I didn't look carefully. Harry Ball squatted on the ground and carefully looked at the soil. No wonder. It must have been that 5-colored sparrow that brought over this soil. Little Red nodded. Could it be that it knows a place similar to a true dragon or divine phoenix nest? Harry Ball became a bit stirred up. Undecaying grass definitely couldn't grow in any normal place. It even brought over soil that could grow undecaying grass. This 5-colored sparrow definitely knew an incredible place. That 5-colored sparrow could actually find this type of grass. It is definitely extraordinary, Little Red said. They were truly shocked. Just what kind of background did that bird have? They never saw it once. It was just too slippery, always in hiding. The main thing was that it rarely appeared in recent years. They didn't know where it was staying. The villagers' spirits had already been raised. From their discussions, they learned that How might be able to survive. This kind of grass was preserving his life force, preventing him from decaying. It will still depend on himself in the end. This grass could only maintain his state from a year ago, Little Red said with a downcast voice. That day, a great commotion broke out in Stone Village. Villagers, men, women, young, and old all hurried over. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. They rushed up the hill and surrounded this place. A year had already passed, yet there was still this type of news. It was just inconceivable. Little Uncle How really can survive? The children all became excited, especially those little fellows that found the 5-colored sparrow planting those grass seeds. They were running and jumping around, feeling extremely happy, as if they did something great. There were reincarnation symbols before in How's body. And now, this type of energy was rippling outwards. It naturally filled everyone with hope and incomparable happiness. It was because this was an omen of revival. This has to be a secret. It cannot be spread into the outside world, Fei Jiao said, fearing that an accident might happen partway. I am going to personally protect this place. Quite a few of the wrinkles on village chief Yunfeng's face seemed to have faded away instantly. He wiped away his old tears and roared with laughter. His previously downcast mood was immediately wiped away. This seemed to have an effect on the others as well. From this day forth, Stone Village cut off all connection with the outside world, sealing up that ancestral altar. No one could come in or out of the village, including Stone Country. Quite a few people were protecting that hill, watching for any changes. All of the villagers felt incomparably nervous. However, after careful consideration, Harry Ball and Little Red remained in Stone Village, not approaching this spot out of fear of alarming that five-colored sparrow. No one knew if the five-colored sparrow still had other methods. If it no longer appeared because of their actions, then that would not be good. However, the villagers didn't need to worry, because this bird had never paid them much attention in the past. Sure enough, this five-colored sparrow appeared a few more times. It acted extremely arrogantly, stopping on top of the burial mound as if it sensed something before flying away. Many thanks to the divine bird, the villagers all went on their knees. It was already quite evident that this five-colored sparrow saved sure how. 2 months passed in an instant. Stone Village no longer communicated with the outside world. Everyone was paying close attention and protecting the hill. They felt more and more nervous. The grave split open. Ermeng cried out loudly. The soil split apart. Auspicious light seeped out through the cracks, flourishing even more brilliantly than before. The spiritual essence here was so rich that it didn't dissolve. The old village chief's movements were quick and efficient. He seemed to have even more strength than the robust young men, shoving aside Shi Linhu, Shi Feijiao and the others to rush forward. He took out that dual pupil and carefully inspected this place. The cocoon underground has broken apart. His breathing became rushed. The roots of the silvery white and sparkling undecaying grass were thick and long as they wrapped themselves around the coffin. They were releasing a gentle and soft light. Right now, quite a few of them snapped, revealing the coffin within. Shi Yunfeng carefully looked inside. He discovered that the coffin had also cracked, and a body could already be seen inside too. Shi Feijiao and the others were greatly moved. They activated the dual pupil together, making everything more clear so they could see the scene inside the coffin. Dense mist rose in that place. All types of multicolored light pervaded the air. Shi Hao was lying inside, his complexion rosy and full of life. There are symbols flickering about on his body. Pihu cried out in alarm. On Shi Hao's body, there were a few mysterious symbols that would flow out from time to time. In addition, various parts of this body shone resplendently with divine radiance. Aya! His arms are turning a golden color. Something's not right. Why is his palm turning a purple color? Everyone became extremely nervous, but also stirred up. They were all hoping for a miracle to happen. He is breathing. Little Hao is alive. I saw a stream of white energy flow out from his mouth and nose. The villagers were all pleasantly surprised. Quite a few people cried out loudly. This place immediately erupted into a great uproar. A strand of white energy flowed out from Shi Hao's mouth and nose that looked like immortal energy. It was accompanied with auspicious and multicolored light. It continuously moved through his mouth and nose along with his breathing. This wasn't an illusion. The villagers could clearly see it through the dual pupil. Ermeng, Pihu, Huzi, and the others were about to shed tears of joy. They had already waited for such a long time. Were they truly going to see a miracle? Shi Hao's flesh didn't decay. His complexion was rosy, not like how deathly pale it was before, without any color at all. His current self had radiated an extremely powerful wave of vitality. There were portions of his body that would flow with light from time to time, radiating waves of vitality. Half of his body turned a golden color, and then it turned into a pitch-black color. Then, a moment later, it then turned into a purple color. It was continuously changing. What was going on here? I felt a flourishing wave of energy, a surging of divine force. Is this a type of transformation? Dazhuang asked. Right now, everyone was waiting with expectations. They truly wished the person inside that coffin would immediately wake up. Harry Ball and Little Red were startled. They immediately rushed over and carefully observed the situation. They were startled as well. They were certain that Hao's body was full of life force and that he was about to resurrect. This was a miracle. After remaining dormant for a year, he still had a chance to survive. Undecaying grass maintained his body's state, leaving it in an undecaying state and not letting his condition worsen. Of course, if one truly wanted to live, they would still have to rely on themselves. Perhaps the five-colored sparrow had done something, but his experience in his life and death reincarnation, as well as his will to live, were definitely extremely important during the critical moment. The wounds of little Hao's body are still there. They haven't closed yet, said Snot Baby. There were still quite a few bloody traces on Hao's body that didn't disappear. However, there was still light flowing through his body, slowly moisturizing those areas. It is because of the undecaying grass. It made sure his flesh didn't change. Life force has just begun to reappear in his body. If those wounds are to truly close, he still needs time, Harry Ball said. In the following few days, the grave split apart. The white roots on the coffin completely came off. Strands of radiance seeped out from Hao's body and clouds of multicolored mists surged. Those medicines he ate still served some purpose. Little Red said with a sigh. A year ago, Hao was dying. Regardless of whether it was Stone Country or Stone Village, they both brought out the highest grade precious medicines for him to eat to preserve his life. Back then, they didn't do that much, but in reality, they were still effective. Endless vitality had been infused into his body, and all of it had been stored until now. Holy medicine, divine wine, immortal spring, elderwood praying mat, silver peaches, sun god trees golden liquid. Which one of them weren't world-shaking precious medicines? They were simply priceless. When all of this merged together, they formed a mass of unimaginable life force. All of this existed in his flesh, nourishing his body this past year to fight off the bronze rust symbols. The medicines were extremely useful. At the very least, he didn't have to worry about withering away. There was an exuberant wave of life force and spiritual essence within his body. He didn't have to worry about his body drying up at all. He was full of foundational energy. They were hiddenly displaying their effects. These divine substances sorted out his blood vessels and flesh. They were incredibly useful, Harry Ball sighed and said. He experienced life and death, undergoing reincarnation. The symbols of his body revived, fighting against the power of the curse and gradually gaining the upper hand. This is the main reason why he was able to make it this far. Pong! An intense fluctuation sound could be heard. Auspicious multicolored light rushed outwards, flying out from the tomb from within the coffin. The villagers could clearly see divine light swirling about Hao's body. His flesh was surging with vitality, and his breathing became steady. The white mists coming out from his mouth and nose were like immortal energy. That was, without a doubt, an innate source. Hao calmly laid there. A wave of energy emerged from his body. His chest began to rise and fall. Then, dong-dong sounds could be heard, leaving everyone quite shocked. Even Harry Ball and Little Red were emotionally moved. This was his heart that had started beating. It was powerful and full of force. It was as if someone was beating down on a drum. In that instant, Hao's flesh flowed with a layer of mysterious radiance, making his flesh sparkling and translucent, as if it was formed from immortal gold. It surged with auspicious radiance. Dong, dong. The sound of his heart pounding became more and more powerful. It sounded extremely heavy, as if heavenly lightning was rumbling. This was a bit terrifying. How terrifying! Little Uncle's heart is so strong. We can't even stand still. A few children backed up, their faces a bit pale from being shaken up like this. This was truly astonishing. This heartbeat indicated that his powerful blood energy was reviving. It was simply as if an enormous beast was awakening. Hao's chest shone, especially his heart. It became like a fiery divine furnace, releasing dazzling scarlet multicolored radiance. Spiritual essence roiled, surging unendingly. There are still cracks in his broken bones that haven't grown back. However, this isn't a problem. Once he revives, everything can be cured. The biggest problem is the supreme being bone. He truly did lose it. Harry Ball and Little Red discussed this among themselves. They exclaimed in admiration towards House flesh. It was definitely powerful. Unfortunately, that bone was missing. It might not necessarily be a bad thing. The scene of reincarnation has clearly just happened, so I feel like even if he loses that bone, there wouldn't be too many problems either. What is that? Harry Ball was astonished. Pointed at How's bones. With the dual pupils, it could naturally see what was happening. During the battle back then, How's body was blasted into pieces. All of the bones in his body were broken, and today, there were still cracks that hadn't been healed yet. Harry Ball discovered that light flowed between the cracks of those bones, nurturing those broken bones. Its supreme being blood. Little Red cried out in astonishment. When these words were spoken, Stone Village's people were all moved. They all paid close attention and carefully observed this place. They cared a lot about this situation. How lost his supreme being bone, but because of it, a young expert with 2 immortal bones was produced. Right now, his younger brother had already left the higher realms shaken, leaving the villagers all feeling uncomfortable inside. Now that they heard that How's body still had supreme being blood, many people immediately felt hope. They were all greatly moved. This blood was extremely special. It possessed sparkling luster and shone like red multicolored light as it flowed between the cracks of his bones, nurturing these broken bones and making them more and more sparkling and translucent. This wasn't all. This blood had entered his flesh as well, flowing into his injuries and continuously rebuilding his body. Even Harry Ball widened his eyes. This was supreme being blood. It actually flowed towards every part of his body. What happened? How could this type of transformation happen? The villagers were all incomparably shocked. What kind of result would this bring? Their hearts were all jumping with thump-thump sounds. This brat truly dares to act so recklessly. Was this done on purpose or brought about inadvertently? Little Red was a bit speechless, feeling that this was a bit ridiculous. To guide supreme being bone blood that was bright like scarlet multicolored light to every part of his body and nourish his bone and flesh was truly daring. It might cripple himself but might bring about a great opportunity as well. Something seems off. Harry Ball frowned because it saw the green bronze rust symbols. They were still there and not completely eradicated. This was the great power of that great figure from Immortal Palace. This individual rarely met opponents in this world. So how could the curse symbols it carved be that easy to eliminate? This was even more true after How exploded his own supreme being bone. It should be able to eliminate the curse. It's just that the price that has to be paid is too great. Little Red said with a sigh. It finally understood what had happened during this past year. How's supreme being bone had continuously been burning. Even though there wasn't much left over, it continuously fought against the curse to wash away and completely eliminate it. This blood was withered up, but then it erupted with vitality again, contending against curse symbols and continuously cutting them down. Now, quite a bit of the green bronze rust have been overcome. One could see that the supreme being blood seemed to be burning, entering every inch of his flesh and bones, continuously cleansing every part of How's flesh. Harry Ball frowned and said, "But the consumption is too great. If he was in his peak state, then it would still be fine, but he had already lost that bone. If not for having the immortal spring, Kuan Peng wine, golden liquid and other items left in his body, he would have likely dried up. If the curse is completely eradicated, will there be any supreme being blood left over?" Little Red was a bit doubtful. Success results in a curse, defeat also ends up in a curse. Natural luck and dangers truly coexist. It was precisely because the green bronze rust symbols covered every part of How's body that the supreme being blood circulated like this, rushing towards every inch of his flesh to cleanse and eliminate this curse. Meanwhile, those broken bones, wounds, and other areas were all crucial areas that had to be cleansed. Precisely what you said is correct. If not for the Immortal Palace's symbols covering every part of his body, guiding the supreme being blood into every part of his body would have been extremely difficult. The body was the most mysterious part. Carrying out this type of cleansing so rashly might result in huge problems. Right now, these symbols were like light beacons, shining brightly and guiding the supreme being blood forward, waiting to be wiped out and replaced. During this process, Hao's flesh gradually adapted bit by bit, slowly supporting everything. This became the base of this natural opportunity. You absolutely must not wait until all of the green bronze rust symbols are wiped out. This type of blood will dry up too, and when that happens it will become extremely troublesome. The gains would not make up for the losses. No harm. Back then, Hao had his bone gouged out as well, and then all of his supreme being blood was even removed. However, his true blood still reappeared. What kind of mysterious symbols would appear now? Maybe it'll be even more world-shaking. If it can be reborn, then it would be simply unimaginable. Harry Ball and Little Red were awaiting in expectation. They were getting excited just from this discussion. They knew that the most important thing was still the supreme being blood. As long as it was still there to nourish his body, everything else could be reborn. And this time, this type of blood nurtured every part of Hao's blood and flesh. When the villagers heard this, they all felt their hearts and minds rising and falling intensely. They were hoping for Hao's revival, waiting for him to become even more powerful. There was always dense, multicolored light curling around the tomb. The radiance became more and more brilliant, and auspicious energy continuously surged, as if it was an immortal tomb. Hao was continuously changing. The life force around his body was becoming more and more powerful. The only thing left was for him to sit up. The vitality of his body had practically been restored. All types of light swirled about his body resplendently. His limbs turned into golden light from time to time, and his heart would also sometimes become like a divine furnace, scarlet and brilliant. All types of radiance seeped out from his body. His flesh became more and more brilliant, shining like a divine lamp. Don't worry. This just means that his flesh is powerful, that it is reconstructing and his bones are rejoining. Everything is taking a turn for the better. The divine medicines that are stored in his body are slowly dissolving and cleansing his entire body, Harry Ball explained. Everyone guarded this place just like that, not willing to leave. Everyone knew that when the green bronze rust symbols were completely eliminated, Hao would revive and truly come alive. Another several days passed. A wave of resplendent light rose. It was as if a sun erupted from deep underground. With a hong sound, the grave collapsed, completely disappearing. At the same time, that coffin cracked apart. Hao suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were brilliant, shining like an exploding sun. They released astonishing rays of light that rushed into the sky. The beams of light seemed to have substance. Meanwhile, the entire coffin smashed apart under the multicolored light, scattering into ashes. Those silver roots even more so began to shrink back. Many of the undecaying grass wilted. A powerful wave of energy spread outwards. Hao's flesh surged with blood energy that seeped out from every inch of his sparkling flesh. It gushed out like rivers, rushing towards the skies. Many children cried out in fear, falling on their bottoms. Even Ermeng, Pihu, and the others' faces became pale. Meanwhile, Linhu, Feijiao, and the other experts became fearful as well. They couldn't help but fall back. On the grave, that wave of energy was too intense. It was as if a prehistoric vicious beast had revived and released its heaven-shattering might. Every direction was shaken. This hill began to rumble with noise. Kacha! One could see enormous cracks appear one after another, extending out from the grave on the hill. It rushed in all directions, almost causing the hill to collapse. Auspicious light surged in that area, as if a great sun was buried underneath the ground and decided to emerge now. Holy light surged violently, rising and falling like a great sea. Everything rushed outwards. Child! The old village chief cried out loudly. His body trembled emotionally. He reached out his hand towards the void to stroke that youth's face. More than a year had passed already. How many times had he woken up from his dreams? He watched that child carry that little bowl while drinking beast milk, tottering about while walking towards the old chief. That child then grew up. his black hair fluttering behind him as he overlooked the world. The old village chief's eyes became blurry, tears clouding his vision. He never thought that he would be able to meet Xianxia in this world again, and actually see him return to life. Careful, he still hasn't completely awakened. Do not get too close, Harry Ball said. Harry Ball and Little Red put up a barrier of light to block the resplendent divine splendor and heaven overflowing fluctuations in front of them. Or else the villagers wouldn't have been able to endure it. They would have all been blasted flying. The two of them were extremely shocked as well. Xianxia's blood energy was surging like an ocean, becoming more and more abundant. His flesh was also more sturdy than before. What was even more terrifying was that this disaster had become a type of self-improvement. All of the bones in his body were broken apart, and all of his flesh was hacked to pieces. They were then completely remodeled. He suffered the green bronze stain symbol's attacks and corrosion, and then he experienced the Supreme Being Blood's cleansing, making him even tougher and full of life force. Finally, the brilliant light was restrained, and the divine radiance in his eyes disappeared. The amazing scene returned to normal. Those eyes were incomparably deep. Harry Ball and Little Red released a breath. There shouldn't be any more accidents from here on out, right? Little how? The villagers cried out loudly. Many people threw themselves outwards. They had truly waited for too long. They were waiting this entire time, wishing that he could survive. Something's not right. Lin Hu was astonished. His body swayed back and forth, and he seemed a bit dizzy. He almost directly fell onto the ground. The others were also shaken. In that instant, it was as if they had experienced 100 lifetimes, as if they had stepped into the past and future. They felt perplexed, finding it difficult to free themselves from this feeling. Back up! Harry Ball and Little Red were both shocked. There wasn't any energy being released from the grave, but there was still this type of power. Truly was formidable. They hurriedly took action, releasing auspicious and peaceful light to protect the villagers, bringing them back to observe safely from the distance. Beneath the grave, Xianxia calmly laid there. His eyes were deep, and his breathing was stable. However, he didn't stand up. Child, what happened to you? Don't scare us. The old village chief felt worried. They had all already reached the critical moment, so he was truly praying that there wouldn't be any more unexpected things. Who am I? Xianxia's deep eyes released life force, gradually reviving as if he had just woken up from a great dream. His fingers trembled. When everyone heard this, their minds all trembled, feeling incomparably nervous. What was going on? Could it be that there was some major problem? Even though there isn't any divine might fluctuation, this is the power of reincarnation. No one can get close to him. It is extremely dangerous. His entire being is currently in an irregular state, said Little Red. The blazing radiance around Xianxia's body had already been restrained, so it was calm and peaceful here. However, Harry Ball and the others could still sense an astonishing aura that made them fall into reincarnation. I know what it is. Because the Supreme Being bone is missing, all of the symbols were engraved into his flesh, blood, and bones, said Harry Ball. Harry Ball and Little Red came to an astonishing conclusion. During these years, Xianxia's consciousness didn't surrender, remaining tenacious. His will to live was astonishingly powerful. This was also the reason why he was still full of Supreme Being blood even after it was about to run out. He completely transferred all of his hidden potential, all for the sake of surviving and wiping out the curse. During this past year, even though Xianxia was unconscious, his consciousness was struggling the entire time, merging with his flesh to continuously reincarnate. Even though the Supreme Being bone was lost, these types of symbols, these unmatched precious techniques had been used the entire time, engraving themselves onto his body. Maybe it can be said that he is using his body's memory. These precious techniques merged together with his body so that even if he didn't have that true bone, he didn't need to worry too much. Based on their speculations, once Xianxia finished comprehending and joining everything together, he would be able to display these precious techniques at will. There wouldn't be any cooldown restrictions. It would be even more astonishing. Using the body's memory, this would make it an instinct as natural as something like eating, drinking, or breathing. It would become a routine matter. This would make the technique more direct and terrifying. Of course, if things were to be taken another step forward and reach the pinnacle, then he needed to continue his comprehension and understanding. There would be a day when it would finally become an instinct. His body can now be considered a treasure too. To use the flesh's memory, turning it into instinct, this is an incredibly difficult and formidable thing. Harry Ball sighed lightly. They knew that if not for that green bronze rust's existence, needing him to continuously use reincarnation to resist it, using the supreme being blood to cleanse his flesh hundreds to thousands of times, and hovering between life and death for more than a year's worth of time, this wouldn't have been possible at all. The only thing that is slightly troublesome is that his supreme being blood might have dried up. His body has carried this type of symbol memory, so it is best if there is true blood to nourish it. Little Red sighed and said, if there was abundant supreme being blood to nourish his flesh and bones, this type of instinct would quickly form. No harm. I'm sure this type of blood will appear again, just like in the past. It will bloom again and become even more powerful. Harry Ball seemed rather confident. It deeply understood Xianxia's past. It seems like there is still a bit of supreme being blood left. Little Red cried out in astonishment. There was a bit of blood shining in Xianxia's chest like a red divine sun. It was bright red and replete with moisture. Radiance blossomed resplendently. It actually shone through his chest, bone and flesh. It wants the supreme being bone's position. Harry Ball was astonished. What? Everyone in Stone Village was astonished. They all widened their eyes as they looked in that area. Their breathing became rushed and hurried. Chi! A wave of sword energy suddenly rushed out from Xianxia's body, hacking towards his chest. Then, gorgeous light illuminated this place, scattering that blood, making it depart from that area. Was this done instinctively or inadvertently? His body removed it from that area, not allowing the true blood to take form there. After this lump of blood scattered, it turned into scarlet multicolored light, flowing towards every part of his body. Then, it quickly ignited, continuously surging and carrying out the final baptism. Pooh! Finally, Xianxia suddenly opened his mouth, spitting out a blood arrow. This lump of supreme being blood turned into discarded blood. It rushed out, containing complex symbols within it. What is this? Xianxia was astonished. He looked at the bright red blood that stuck to the undecaying grass. A bit of green light flickered about within. What a powerful curse! It gathered together without scattering. Even at the final moments it could concentrate together. However, it is no longer of any threat to Xianxia. It has been completely defeated. Harry Ball sighed in amazement. These were the Immortal Palace's curse symbols. The seed symbol Huang you brought into the lower realm. It had been inserted into Xianxia's body back then, continuously proliferating until it almost took his life. Now, most of the green bronze rust symbols had been wiped out. The remaining symbols had been gathered together and expelled by the supreme being blood. It now truly appeared under the sunlight. So this was that vile and harmful thing. It truly is hateful. The villagers all carried resentment towards this terrifying curse power. They had undergone all types of suffering because of it. Stone Clan even more so used up all of their country's power, using all types of methods to try and remove it, but ultimately failing to do so. To save it like this, is Xianxia going to leave it behind to research it himself? This is good too. He is going to enter the higher realms eventually and will inevitably fight against Immortal Palace. Understanding these symbols might allow him to find out a bit more about them, said Harry Ball. Who am I? What is this place? After spitting out this mouthful of blood, Xianxia's eyes became filled with more and more life force. It changed from brilliant to deep, and then to peaceful before finally becoming normal. Child! The old village chief cried out. After reincarnating for so long, it's about time to revive. Why aren't you waking up yet? Hurry and detach yourself from it. Harry Ball and Little Red both shouted, using their great divine abilities to roar out with Tao voices. Finally, The mysterious wave of energy on Xiao's body scattered. The reincarnation force was collected. His eyes became clear, and then he closed his eyes, entering a state of deep thought. Who sounded? He sat up. His eyes carried joy and tears as he looked at everyone. Being alive is truly great. He became clear-headed again, understanding everything that happened. He knew where his body was. He could feel everyone's nervousness and concern. Xiao had completely woken up now. Child! Those uncles, clan elders, and others all shouted out. At this moment, everyone's hearts were rapidly rising and falling. After being separated for more than a year, Xiao returned again. Little Uncle Hao. A group of children directly threw themselves over. The little children cried out loudly one after another, all feeling incomparably excited. They were like a group of monkeys. Dezhuang, Ermeng, Pihu, and the others were howling like wolves. They all ran forward while laughing loudly. Don't be too excited. Let us make sure if there are still any reincarnation symbols flickering about, or else it will be extremely dangerous. Harry Ball stopped everyone. After all, that type of precious technique had been recorded within his flesh memory. In the future, it would turn into a type of instinct. Since he had just revived, if he didn't properly grasp it, it might accidentally be activated right now. It's fine. Xiao shook his head. He suddenly jumped up from the grave. His entire body was shining, and then he restrained it again. He stood on the ground with a smile on his face. His eyes were full of tears. During this past year, he could pretty much be considered dead. He had been buried within the grave after saying his goodbyes to everyone, entering the eternal darkness of reincarnation. He thought he would never be able to meet everyone again. Today he was alive again. He could see light, see those he recognized. These people all belonged to his dearest family. Blood energy swirled within Xiao's body, raging like a great river. Rumbling sounds would erupt as soon as he operated it. Brilliant multicolored light shone in a splendid and dazzling manner. Then he quickly restrained his aura. His entire body was healthy, even becoming more powerful. The children were like naughty monkeys as they hung from his body, crawling up and down. They were all incredibly happy. What a pity! He lost his supreme being bone, and the last bit of true blood has been burned up too. Feijiao said rather regretfully. Harry Ball and Little Red nodded. They sighed slightly. If the true blood hadn't dried up and nourished his body, the flesh memory would have been even deeper, turning into an instinct. Is the precious technique still there? Lin Hu and the others were extremely nervous. My flesh recorded it, and before, the reincarnation symbols had already been engraved inside of my mind. Everything is still there, Xiao said. He wiped away the tears on his face. Good. I hope there is a day when the Supreme Being True Blood reappears. At that time, the precious technique might undergo another rebirth, allowing the reincarnation to transcend, becoming even more powerful. At that time, it will definitely be world-shaking, Harry Ball exclaimed, looking forward to that day. Child! Shi Yunfeng walked over while trembling. He stroked Xiao's face. This was simply like a dream. Fortunately, this time, when he snapped back to reality, everything was still there. For him, he just needed Xiao to live. That was better than everything else. Nothing else was important. Grandpa Chief, Xiao called out softly, feeling rather moved. Tears rolled down his face as he smiled. This elder had clearly aged quite a bit during his period of death. It's good as long as you are alive. Don't leave us ever again. Shi Yunfeng's voice was trembling as he spoke. He carefully looked over Xiao, transitioning from great sadness to great joy. His heart was rising and falling. It was hard for him to control himself. Xiao supported the elder, helping him wipe away his tears. Grandpa Chief, don't feel bad. How could I have been willing to leave? I was here all along. This was, without a doubt, a day full of joy for Stone Village. Everyone's spirits were raised, and the entire village was in festive spirits. It was full of a joyous atmosphere. Being alive truly is good. I missed every one of you. When he returned to the village, Hao was also extremely moved as he spoke. He was smothered by everyone. Arms reached out one after another, continuously touching him. After being separated for more than a year, still being able to remain alive was just a miracle. The heavens have opened their eyes. Little Hao has revived, finally becoming conscious. Haha, my stone village's child's fate is great. Heaven couldn't take him away. Everyone cried out loudly, so moved they didn't know what to say. Stone Village was incomparably bustling. Everyone hurried over. The children ran over like it was New Year's Day, bringing the lightning hounds, scarlet-feathered cranes, and other ancient descendants with them noisily. Qin Feng walked up. Tears couldn't help but fall everywhere as he cried. Go, let's drink. We cannot end until we've been drunk for 3 days and 3 nights, Dazhuang, Huzi, and the others said with red eyes. After wiping away their tears, everyone crowded around Hao and brought him away. While the villagers were bustling with commotion, smoke rose from every household. All types of delicious food were being made. Water boiled inside of large cauldrons. Tasty meat released their fragrance, wafting far into the distance. Meanwhile, all types of golden and glossy meat was being roasted on top of the bonfire. Honey was smeared over their surface, making them shine brightly. Together with other seasoning, they already made others drool with desire. There were all types of berries as well that were brought over in an unending stream. Some were sparkling red, others brilliant yellow. The berries' fragrance was rich and incredibly tempting. The children were running and jumping about, every single one of them extremely naughty. They were all extremely happy. They were now completely relaxed. Ever since Hao's death, a long time had passed since they had this type of cheerful celebration. The adults were all grinning from ear to ear, letting them crazily run about. Come, let's drink all night in celebration to little Hao's survival. Hu roared with laughter as he spoke. They sat on the grassy lakeshore. All types of meat, wild berries, and other delicacies were arranged everywhere. Everyone was here, from elders to middle-aged men to youngsters like Dazhuang, Qingfeng, Pihu, and their generation. So sounded. Golden light shone brilliantly. The lightning hound that had been raised since it was little ran over, bringing a pai-pa lightning radiance as it ran over, chasing after Ermeng and the children. Excellent. These golden vicious hounds are becoming more and more formidable, the adults exclaimed with admiration. Who? In midair, a purple-gold bird flew over, bringing several children with it. Winds whistled through the air. This creature was also quite astonishing. Everyone laughed, feeling gratified. Back then, Hao brought these children into the great wastelands and returned with these descendants' children. They all grew up now. Stone Village would become more and more powerful. This all made the villagers happy. The children in particular had spiritual medicines and ancient pill recipes. After being cooked in the cauldrons, their cultivations all improved significantly. Being able to sit together and drink again is just too great, Ermeng said while stuttering. Not a long time had passed, but he had already downed 2 large jugs of alcohol. Haha, after a painful year, today, all of the gloominess is gone. Truly is a joyous thing. We have to drink enough. Snot Baby shouted loudly, beginning to pour wine for everyone again. Everyone sat together around the bonfire, cooking all types of meat on top. When drops of oil landed on the flames, chi-chi sounds would sound. Everyone was extremely happy, continuously raising their cups and drinking until their faces were completely red. Child, do you still want to drink beast milk? How about you let uncles cook a bowl for you? Pihu's father was half drunk already and began to make fun of him. Ha ha! The group of people roared with laughter. Don't be embarrassed. If you really do want to drink, then someone will cook up a bowl right now. Hu and the others were roaring with laughter as well, not acting like elders at all. No matter how thick Hao's skin was, he still became embarrassed. He revealed an embarrassed look, because quite a few little ones were watching from the side while giggling. Little Uncle Hao, is beast milk really that good? Why do we think it tastes normal? Little Uncle How, will we become strong if we drink beast milk every day? I am drinking it every day too. I don't think it's working though. The group of children were all smiling strangely, resisting their urge to break out into laughter. They were all joking around. A group of elders helped How out of this situation, playfully scolding the kids. You group of little rabbits. Go stay off to the side obediently. Let me tell you guys a secret. If you cultivate while drinking milk, it will be twice the result with half the effort. If you don't believe me, go try it out. How mysteriously said. Really? There were a few little children who thought this was true. They quickly ran away to try it out. Soon after, they ran back. Liar! Little uncle, you are lying. I almost choked on beast milk. A group of children that had just learned to walk complained, looking unhappy. Ha ha! Everyone roared with laughter. This was definitely a cheerful and lively night. Everyone was relaxed and happy. Even those aunts and grandmas drank a bit, almost going drunk. How sat there with seemingly endless things to talk about. He talked about how he felt in the grave, as well as all types of experiences from when he left home to venture into the outside world. Of course, what everyone discussed the most was still what happened during this year, talking about the various things that happened in the outside world. How heard how his parents have left, learned about how the 5-colored sparrow saved him, as well as the various changes that took place in Stone Country. He felt deeply moved inside. Joy and sadness coexisted. Harryball, Little Red. Thank you, How said while proposing a toast. The two creatures immediately widened their eyes. The names this fellow gave them were truly a bit unpleasant. However, with today being such a happy occasion, they didn't bicker too much. Who? Crazy winds blew about. Aunt Green-Scaled Eagle brought her 3 children downwards, raising a great gale. They descended by the lakeside. These were Stone Village's most powerful vicious birds. In the future, they would become guardian spirits. How, you're still alive. This is too awesome. They cried out loudly and rushed over, rubbing their wings against him in an incomparably excited and endearing manner. How was extremely happy as well. Being able to see them after so long was truly great. Living was better than everything else. He then asked them, "Where's the big red bird?" In the great wastelands, looking for the supreme being divine treasury. During this year, Aunt Green-Scaled Eagle and the big red bird were the main force behind the divine treasury's search. The divine striking stone and Emperor Butterfly joined in as well. The main reason they were doing this was to search for some heaven-defying natural opportunity, seeing if there was any revival grass to save How. When he heard everyone's explanation, How felt incomparably moved, and then he became happy. He fetched a large jar of wine and touched jars with them. I'm here too. I am also looking for the supreme being divine treasury, the unicorn Little White said while drinking from a jar of alcohol. Then, it began to foam from the mouth and lay knocked out on the ground. This vicious beast wasn't ordinary at all. It grew a pair of pure white wings. It had the potential to evolve into an archaic heavenly horse. It was normally heroic and extraordinary, but its tolerance towards alcohol really wasn't all that great. Everyone roared with laughter, watching as the children dragged it away. Everyone was feeling a bit drunk, but they continued to exchange drinks. There was just too much to talk about. How held a jade container, gently swaying it about. There was a bit of leftover blood that was wrapped around a green complex symbol. He carefully observed it. Don't study it anymore. You can take your time later. Let's keep drinking, Dezhuang said. Right, child, are your injuries okay now? Linhu asked. The curse has been eliminated, so it can't do anything to me anymore. There are still some scars from broken bones and flesh injuries, but all of that will quickly heal too. How replied. He was a bit hesitant. Should he properly heal up or connect his broken bones after entering the higher realms? The laws of this world weren't complete, and the heavenly Tao was deficient. When he entered the higher realms, he needed to break apart his bones and refine himself with that realm's natural laws. It's better if you properly recover first, Harry Ball advised. That's good too. How nodded. Child, Are you still going to leave in the end? The group of people widened their eyes, revealing reluctance. They all felt extremely worried. Being separated by life and death was the most painful thing. Sure, Hao finally managed to survive, but they were going to be separated yet again. Grandpa Chief, uncles, I will come back. We will definitely see each other again. We will be together again. Sure, Hao comforted. It will be difficult to come down again after going up. Will we be able to wait until then? Chief Shi Yunfeng felt sentimental. They had just met again. So how could he be willing to see him leave again? We will definitely meet again. As long as there is time after a few decades, I will find a way to come down. Grandpa Chief, before leaving, I will refine a golden pill for all of you. Our stone village's pill recipes are extremely precious. If you take it, you will break through and be able to live at least another 100 or 200 years. Shi Hao said seriously. Even though this was the case, everyone still felt emotional, not willing to see him leave again. Refining those golden pills requires over 100 spiritual medicines. Many are rare, wondrous medicines that are practically extinct. It will be too hard to collect them all. A clan elder said. Everyone in the clan knew about the pill recipe's value, but it was just that their ingredients were too shocking. It was hard to find the medicines needed to make the precious pills. You have to understand that last time, Shi Hao used up everything Stone Country had, yet he only refined 6 little rebirth pills. Even though the villagers didn't need these high-level pill medicines, the medicinal herbs they needed were definitely astonishing as well. They also needed large amounts. No harm, I will definitely gather everything. Those undying great sects medicinal fields definitely won't lack spiritual herbs. Shi Hao's eyes shone brilliantly, but they also carried a hint of coldness. You are going to bother them? The clansmen were all shocked. There are some people who have done wrongs, so they need to pay the price. The reason the 7 deities were able to smoothly descend into the lower realm is precisely because of the undying great sect's supreme expert's blood sacrifice. Do they really think I don't know what they did? Throwing the lower realm into chaos and bringing down this slaughter. I need them to give me an explanation for all of this. Shi Hao said. The blood sacrifice that was carried out was absolutely tragic. Tens of millions to over 100 million creatures died. Blood flowed like rivers and bones piled up like mountains. It was too horrifying of an event. These were all disasters that were brought about on purpose, just so that the experts of the higher realms could smoothly descend. At the very least, those supreme experts need to be punished, or else my heart won't be at peace. I will pay their holy lands a visit, Shi Hao added. The sky had already darkened a long time ago. Stellar splendor scattered down onto this world. These people have truly done evil. For the sake of coming down into this world, just how many lives have they harmed? They truly deserve to be punished, the old village chief said with his eyes widened. His body reeked of alcohol. Everyone carried resentment. For the sake of coming down into this realm, they carried out a blood sacrifice, completely treating the people of this world like domesticated animals and not like living beings. It was a cruel and bloody event that made everyone furious. When this was brought up, Dazhuang, Ermeng, and the other youngsters' blood began to boil. They really wanted to take action themselves and kill those people, wiping them out. Moonlight interweaved. The lake's surface was bright and clear like sapphire. It was now late into the night and many people had passed out from intoxication, lying on the ground. Only a small group was still drinking around the bonfire. Their faces had long become red and their speech inarticulate. Child, when you enter the higher realms, you must be careful. Rumors have it that it is an unimaginably large place. Any province is larger than all of the lower realms. It is an incomparably vast place, a world without borders, said Shirlene Hu. Right? That place is too mysterious. There are taboo existences and gods. It is a place full of unknowns, and endless races exist above. Experts were as common as trees in a forest. You have to be careful. Pihu was already drunk. He was also warning Shi Hao, feeling reluctant to part. During this year, they had learned quite a bit about the higher realms from Qin Yining and the others. They were on guard against that vast and unknown world. It made them feel rather tense. "I will pay attention," Xianxia said with a smile. Right now, this world was without a little stone. Everyone thought that he had died, so there shouldn't be any dangers once he went up. Once he arrived there, he could travel about and strengthen himself. Once he truly began to contend against others, he might grant them some nice surprises. "I've had some time to think recently. A few years later, when I get tired of this place, I will give the higher realms a look too," Little Red said. "After taking more than a year to recover, my injuries are pretty much healed now too. I don't mind looking around there too." Harry Ball spoke. An alcoholic scent wafted around him. Harry Ball and Little Red had suffered grave injuries after fighting against that Western sect expert. They had lost half their bodies before finally taking the other party down after risking their lives. After taking more than a year to recover, they were finally able to regrow their lost limbs and body. "I heard that the two realms are no longer linked up now. The heavenly paths have been broken and that it is already impossible to make contact between realms." Shi Feijiao mentioned this matter. In addition, this was information from 2 months ago. They recently sealed up the altar, cutting off all connections with the outside world. They reckoned that it would be even harder to communicate with the higher realms now. And that is how it is. It is rumored that those undying great sects, for example, Immortal Mountain, Western Sect, and the others cannot send information down from the higher realms anymore. Qingfeng nodded and said. Xianxia frowned. If they truly did cut off the heavenly path, it would bring quite a bit of trouble to his plans of ascending. However, he believed that there was definitely a path he could still take. It was now very late into the night. Stellar radiance scattered down. A group of people laid down on the grassy area. They were all drunk, and not even sure how was an exception. It was because he was too happy, so he completely let his body and mind go. Only in the early morning, when the octatic treasure chicken cried out a few times, did the drunk group of people wake up one after another. They all laughed heartily. "Little Uncle Hao, we cooked beast milk for you. Here." The women and children went to sleep relatively earlier. They didn't drink until they passed out, so they naturally woke up earlier. Right now, a group of children ran over while giggling endlessly. Xianxia grabbed one of them and flicked him in the forehead, causing that little fellow to cry out in pain. "Little Uncle Hao, look, we really did cook some. It smells good. Hurry and drink it. Afterwards, bring us into the mountains. It's been so long since we went into the great wastelands," a child shouted. Sure enough, steam was rising from a pot containing white liquid. Its fragrance wafted through the air. The children raised it up, expressing their filial piety. This was clearly a bribe for Xianxia to bring them into the mountains so they could run everywhere and do whatever they wanted. Who's he? Snot baby? Pihu and the others were all smiling as they looked at Xianxia, waiting for him to act embarrassed. Xianxia also laughed, calmly accepting the pot from the children's hands before drinking it with gudong sounds. Finally, he wiped away the milk stains from the corners of his lips and said in praise, "Tasty. Flavor isn't bad." This made Dezhuang, Pihu, Qingfeng, and the others who watched stupefied and completely speechless. They didn't know what to say. "You little brat." Lin and the others all laughed as well. They couldn't help but shake their heads. The group of children were dumbstruck. They originally wanted to express some kindness, and even though they did want to bribe Xianxia, they definitely didn't think he would drink it. However, now he completely emptied that bowl. Right at that moment, a little fella that just learned how to walk pouted and mumbled, "That was our breakfast." Little Uncle Hao drank it all. On the side, there were two precious little girls who weren't 2 years old yet. They were also pouting, looking like they were going to cry. "Little Uncle Hao, you stole our beast milk?" At this moment, Xianxia couldn't maintain his confident and thick-skinned expression anymore. He immediately ran away, returning to the village chief's courtyard. Haha! The villagers roared with laughter. The following days were filled with happiness and laughter. Xianxia satisfied all of the children's wishes, bringing them into the great wastelands, allowing them to explore as they wished. During this period of time, the big red bird, divine striking stone, and the others returned as well. They all began to cry out noisily, Being able to meet again alive was truly a happy thing. Everyone would drink by the lake every day, talking deep into the night. They all felt cheerful and joyful. During this period of time, Xianxia roamed through the great wastelands, entering countless deep and profound primitive areas. All signs of human habitation in these places had been wiped out, and it had been many tens of thousands of years since anyone has set foot here. Apart from bringing back a dozen or so spiritual medicines and planting them in Stone Village, he also brought back a few auspicious beasts and propitious birds. Even though they weren't comparable to the octatic treasure chicken, they were still rare. These are silver spirit loaches? The old village chief was astonished. He had seen records of this type of creature before. It was entirely silver-white and carried a fragrance with it. It would grow up to a foot at the largest. This was an extremely rare creature. The medicinal value of the silver spirit loach was incredibly great. Could strengthen muscles, bones, and nourish the flesh. This was an extremely precious spiritual creature. This time, Xianxia caught several hundred of them from a great lake within the depths of the great wastelands. They were all released into Stone Village's lake. This lake was similarly protected by the village's great formation, so it had long become a spiritual lake. The lake originally had dragon-tasseled fish, which wasn't an ordinary creature either. Yeah, golden-striped old turtles. They don't need to be killed. If someone becomes gravely injured, just a bit of its blood of cure the body. Lin sighed in admiration. Xianxia caught 8 in one go. He placed them into the lake as well. These were all spiritual creatures without much offensive power. If they were bred, then they would all become treasures. They could improve the villagers' constitutions. In the following half-month, Xianxia continuously entered uninhabited regions. He searched throughout the great wastelands, bringing the children, Big Red Bird, and the others with him. They brought back quite a few precious objects. From golden-feathered goose to wood spirit cows, everything that should be there was there. They were all of the gentle type, just like a group of domestic animals. They were raised near Stone Village. It was because Xianxia was going to leave soon. He felt extremely reluctant and wanted to do a few final things for Stone Village. Xianxia also used this period of time to recover. Those broken bones recombined, and the scars in his flesh all disappeared. His entire body was brilliant and pure white like jade. His blood energy was roiling like a great river. Today, Xianxia was sitting on top of a mountain peak where mists curled about. White energy entered and left his mouth and nose as if he was a true dragon, curled about his body. Whew! Finally, he released a streak of essence energy, making the entire mountain tremble. All of his body's pores relaxed and expanded, releasing resplendent light. At the same time, his body crackled with pi-pa sounds. His body was sparkling snow-white. He stood up, divine light erupting from his pupils as if suns were hidden within them. His injuries had completely healed. Back then, he was broken and in pieces. His flesh had disintegrated, and his injuries were severe. He had remained dormant for an entire year with his body preserved in the same state. Good. My strength has become greater than before, he said to himself. His injuries had all healed, so it was time to make a trip. Little Uncle Hao, Harry Ball killed a vicious flood dragon today. It is several dozen zhang long and shining all over. It was so fierce. Below, a group of children came over to talk to him. Little Uncle Hao, let's hurry and go back. Grandpa Chief and the others already began to roast that vicious flood dragon on the fire. You can smell the fragrance from a li away. I never tasted flood dragon meat before. When Xianxia heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. All right, let's go back. We can drink happily tonight too. There's even flood dragon meat to eat. He had pretty much become the king of these children. He brought this group of little fellows back to the village. Stone Country, capital city. Several old kings were currently discussing official business inside a palace hall. They were all frowning. The atmosphere was a bit tense. What exactly happened? The ancestral land has cut off connection with the outside world, so we cannot exchange any messages. I truly hope nothing bad happened. The War King sighed. More than 2 months have already passed. None of the messages are going through either. Nothing bad has happened, right? The Ming king said. Sure Hao had already been dead for more than a year. These old kings would always think of him, but they could only sigh. His natural talents were astonishing, powerful to the extent where he could fight against deities. However, he died prematurely. It was just too much of a pity. What a pity for his majesty. He possessed heaven-warping natural talents, but he died so early. Peng Nine shook his head, and then he thought of something. Right. Regarding that matter, what do you all think? What else could it be? That type of firmness and selfishness, it's obviously those great sections. Don't think that we don't know who it is. The War King sneered. Recently, some people came to Stone Country and contacted them. They wanted the Void Furnace as well as the ruined artifacts left behind by the 7 deities. They were willing to exchange for them with other materials. These people truly deserve to be killed. Back then, it was them who built the altar, using countless lives as living sacrifices to guide the 7 deities down. They actually have the nerve to ask for their remains. The Ming king said coldly. What they want the most is still the Void Furnace's fragments, said the War King. A year ago, it was because of this furnace that 7 deities survived, allowing them to successfully descend into this realm. Even though the symbols inside of it had already been destroyed and it had been crushed to pieces in Western Tomb World, the value of those broken pieces was still astonishing. It was because the material it was made out of was extremely special. There was a bit of void gold mixed inside. This was one of the most precious and rare divine materials. Back then, Sure Hao didn't know too much about its value, but he brought it back as well, placing it into Stone Country's inner treasury. Reporting. Outside the palace hall, an imperial guard came to deliver a sealed letter. This paper radiated bits of light and contained powerful symbol power. It was still about the Void Furnace, wishing to exchange for them. They are using soft and hard methods, suggesting that they wish to exchange, but also threatening us. What are they talking about? This Void Furnace being some ominous matter that might easily trigger a bloody disaster if it is kept for a long time. Damn it! Are they trying to intimidate us? The War King erupted with fury. He thought of Sure Hao and of how he fell. It was precisely because of a few great sects carrying out heavenly country blood sacrifice that all of the later events happened. We didn't give them any trouble not carrying out revenge, but some people can't sit still any longer. This time we definitely need an explanation. Do you think my Stone Country is easy to humiliate? After reading the letter, Peng Nine stood up. His body was seething with killing intent. Stone Village, a land of bliss. Sure Hao was selecting his own things. He brought along the interspatial precious case and some other things, leaving everything else behind in the village. He sighed inwardly. The losses of the final battle had been too great. He chose self-destruction. Both of Stone Village's ancestral artifacts were damaged. There were 2 large holes on that beast's skin, and that beast's bone had cracks in it as well. One has to understand that these were 2 divine magical artifacts, yet they were still ruined to this extent during that battle. Apart from these 2, the country protecting divine halberd, magical sword, and the other items were damaged as well. Truly made one sigh with regret. Unexpectedly, the broken sword left behind by Ghost Grandpa was still unharmed. Meanwhile, what made Sure Hao feel the most regretful was that the imperishable golden body battle clothes was broken as well. It had been worn on his body, so at the final moment, it broke into dozens of pieces. One has to understand that this was a damaged, archaic treasure that could make the eyes of deities go red. There were many secrets regarding these rare battle clothes. Fortunately, after the battle clothes broke apart, the core piece was left behind completely unharmed. It shone like black jade with symbols flickering about it. One could imagine just how tough it was. All of the magical artifacts broke apart, but this core piece was still intact. I don't know if it can still be restored. Sure Hao carefully collected it. Child, you have to be careful. The old chief warned again and again. The villagers all came to see him off, watching as he ascended the village's altar with Qingfeng. Many people's eyes carried tears as they silently waved their hands. Grandpa, chief, uncles, all of you have to take care of yourselves, Sure Hao said. His eyes were already a bit blurry. After separating here, it might be decades or more than a century before they will meet again, maybe even never meeting again. It was because after leaving now and completing what he had to do, he might not return to Stone Village and head straight for the higher realms. On the altar, light flashed. He stepped onto the passageway with Qingfeng, thus disappearing from this place. Stone Country inside the Imperial Palace. Heh! These people truly are inciting my anger. They used living people as sacrifices, triggering a great massacre that led to my Stone Country Emperor's death. Yet they still dare to ask for the Void Furnace. The War King was surging with killing intent. That day, they received another letter that included the same message. However, the tone seemed a bit more threatening. It was written extremely clearly that the objects left behind by the 7 deities were all ominous. If they continued to hold on to them like this, there would inevitably be a terrible tragedy that would occur, one that might lead to the death of a country. What a pity it is that communications are cut off with Stone Village. Otherwise, if we asked those two to come out, they would all definitely be killed, the Ming King said. He was naturally talking about Harry Ball and Little Red. More than a year ago, those two creatures that lit their divine flames came here before to pay the dying Xianxia a visit. However, this was treated as a top secret, so news of this did not leak out. At that time, the two deities suffered severe injuries and lost a portion of their bodies. They reckoned that their injuries should be about recovered by now. They are truly going too far. After harming Stone Emperor, they still demand for those murderous weapons. Do they think there is no one inside my Stone Country? The Peng King shouted coldly. These letters came one after another during these past few days, filling them with irritation and anger. They had made preparations during these past few days, and if needed, they would take action. However, they also acted carefully. Since they already speculated that several great sects were pressuring them, they definitely couldn't be relaxed. One has to understand that those great sects' supreme experts added up. If they brought a few powerful divine magical artifacts with them, it would be an extremely terrifying scene. A flame is burning within me. I truly want to directly slaughter towards those great sects, overthrow their gates and wipe them out, the War King said. His Majesty's death was truly unfortunate. He had such astonishing innate talent. His death was too early. When Xianxia was mentioned, the individuals all went silent, feeling uncomfortable. Xianxia was astonishing, making his name known while so young and sweeping through all of his enemies, but he met such a tragic end. His fate was truly full of trouble and misfortune. Every time others recalled him, they would always sigh. Qin Hao now has 2 supreme being bones, so he is definitely shining brilliantly now in the higher realms. News even came a few months ago that he defeated 5 great heavenly geniuses in a row. Stone Emperor was going to go up, also going to shake a region with his name. They couldn't continue talking about this topic. Things already reached this state, so what else was there to say? The little stone had already died, passing away more than a year ago. Everything had already become history. Meanwhile, the other youth could obtain Xianxia's bone and rise up in the higher realms. That was his natural opportunity, and now no one could stop him. How unfortunate. Our strength is still a bit lacking, or else we would have vented out some resentment for His Majesty, wiping out those great sects' foundations and inheritances. The chance will come. Only that Immortal Palace doesn't have any inheritance in the lower realm, so we can't deal with them. It is a pity. Several old kings discussed this among themselves. When Xianxia was brought up, they couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Right at that moment, the ancestral altar in the Imperial Palace shone. It was extremely brilliant, forming a passageway. Someone was going to come out. It immediately startled the Imperial guards that were protecting this place. Reporting. Someone has appeared on the ancestral altar. An Imperial guard reported. What? Several old kings stood up. They then quickly rushed over to the altar. They had a feeling that people from Stone Village came. Sure enough, they saw Qingfeng walk down from the altar. Your Majesty, what happened? Why did you leave for more than 2 months so suddenly and cut off Stone Village from the outside world? The Ming King asked. He was obviously referring to Qingfeng when he said, Your Majesty, because he had already succeeded the position. Qingfeng had a smile on his face without the slightest bit of arrogance and instead greeted these old kings respectfully, treating them like ancestral grandfathers. Some unusual things happened in Stone Village. What kind of things? These individuals' hearts jumped. Meanwhile, they noticed that the passageway hadn't closed. There was another figure inside that slowly walked out and stepped onto the ancestral altar. Ah! The nearby imperial guards were immediately astonished. They were completely speechless. When the War King, Ming King, Peng King, and others saw this figure, an explosion happened in their minds. They felt a hot stream attack their eyes, and all of the blood in their bodies immediately surged. "Your Majesty!" Their voices were trembling, not daring to believe what they were seeing. They stared at the youngster on the altar with wide-opened eyes, feeling as if their entire bodies were burning up. They all trembled. After being separated for more than a year, that familiar figure appeared again. It was just like a dream. Everyone was shaking greatly, feeling like their mouth and tongue were dried. They didn't dare believe what they were seeing. "Your Majesty, is it truly you?" Forget about those imperial guards, even these old kings felt like they were in a dream. They were all incomparably shocked. During this past year, apart from Qingfeng, Qin Yining, and a few other individuals, only Yuchan appeared. Now they unexpectedly met Shi Hao. "I'm not dreaming, am I? Stone Emperor. You are still alive. You've reappeared." An imperial guard couldn't help but cry out, "Your Majesty!" Several old kings rushed forward. They now confirmed that this wasn't an illusion. That aura was too familiar, there was no way they would mistake it. Shi Hao had returned. "It's me. I've made you all worry." Shi Hao walked down. When he saw these old kings, he felt emotional as well. These were people that he was truly close to. When he was severely injured and about to die, these people did everything they could, using all of Stone Country's resources, even asking the entire world for a way to save him. For his sake, these old kings had paid a great price. The bags of pill medicines could be piled up as if they were food. They definitely didn't obtain them without a price. They were clearly exchanged for. Apart from this, there was even a holy medicine that was even more so not casually obtained. They definitely exchanged for it with some great treasures from within the country's treasury. "Your Majesty is truly still alive," everyone cried out loudly. A few younger imperial guards even jumped up. They were just too excited and moved. "Ha ha!" The War King laughed loudly, his tears about to flow out. This was truly unexpected. His thoughts were rising and falling greatly. He truly loathed the 7 deities and felt furious towards the higher realm's great inheritances. He really wanted to get revenge for Shi Hao, but the true deities were in the higher realms, so he was helpless to do anything. During this past year, he had always felt a wave of fire burn within him. He felt that Shi Hao's death was too regretful and sorrowful. He often used alcohol to drown out his resentment. However, today he could actually see Shi Hao again, seeing him walk out from the altar in a near-perfect state. How could this not make him tremble with excitement? This is a miracle. The Ming King also began to tremble. He rushed over, examining Shi Hao carefully, fearing that this might be an illusion. "His Majesty is extraordinary after all, haha." This time, the heavens finally opened their eyes. "This world will no longer be lonesome." Peng Nine roared with laughter. His eyes were brimming with tears of excitement. He was incomparably moved. Haha! Carefree laughter resounded through the air, shaking the palace halls. The old kings didn't know how long it had been since they felt so joyous. They returned to the central heavenly palace and listened to Shi Hao recount his journey back from death. The great supreme experts all sighed with sorrow. They then arranged for people to prepare a feast. They had to drink until they were dead drunk and properly celebrate. They were just too happy. Inside the imperial palace, sounds of laughter continuously sounded. The old kings had been depressed for too long. This type of unbelievable result almost caused them to roar into the heavens. Right now, only good wine could close their mouths. Truly too happy. I never thought that there would be a day like today. It is just too great. His Majesty has risen from the dead. I wonder what kind of expressions those great sects would show after learning this. Haha. If news gets out, I think the entire world would be shocked and feel like this is just too unimaginable. I fear that no one will believe us. They will all think that this is fake information. Ha ha ha. They pushed cups and exchanged glasses, all of them drinking non-stop. What is this? Xianxia saw a letter on the table and revealed a look of suspicion. After reading it, a grim smile quickly appeared on his face. He naturally could guess that it was the great sects that were making these demands, asking for the 7 deities' broken weapons. He never expected the void furnace to be so important. Void gold is an extremely rare material, with even a small piece difficult to find even after hundreds of thousands of years. There is a bit inside this furnace, which has drawn their jealousy, explained the Ming King. Good, good, good. Xianxia continuously said good 3 times. He didn't make trouble for these great sects. But the other party was actually going to knock on their doors first. It immediately lit a flame within his heart. They colluded with the higher realms, harmed his majesty, and even dare to do this. This time we will definitely make them pay the price, said the War King. Xianxia had returned, raising their spirits greatly. What were they scared of now? Give them a reply. Tell those great sects that all of their sect-protecting treasures, all of those divine magical artifacts are ominous objects, that they will bring about a bloody disaster if they keep them in their sects for a long time, so they should hurry and bring them all to Stone Country, Xianxia said. The old kings stared blankly for a moment, and then they all roared with laughter. This was fighting back with equal harshness. If they returned this message, all of those words would be returned. Add another point, limiting the time limit to 2 days. Otherwise, I will personally pay them a visit to accept them, Xianxia said overbearingly. His gaze was incredibly intimidating. All right, the old kings weren't the only ones that were excited. This was true for the young imperial guards as well. They were all extremely moved. Stone Emperor had returned, and as expected, he was powerful and without equal. These words made several elders feel incomparably overjoyed. They all roared with laughter. For the past year, they've always felt a wave of gloominess in their hearts. And today, everything had been swept away. Meanwhile, the imperial guards surrounding them were even more overwhelmed by emotions. They were all fired up, clenching their fists tightly. Ever since Xianxia died, everyone felt like they were suffocating. There was even a haze that was clouding their minds that they couldn't get rid of, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. We should settle things. There has to be an explanation. They need to pay for what they've done, Peng Nine said, his eyes flickering brightly as if there was electrical radiance there. Xianxia's death had been indirectly caused by them. Yet the other party still dared to ask for these vicious artifacts. They truly went too far. Meanwhile, today Xianxia returned. He was still alive and full of boldness and domineeringness. What would someone who dared to fight against deities be scared of? When everyone thought about what was to come, they all felt their blood surging, making them feel extremely stirred up. A few people brought over a few paper ink sticks and bone pieces. Xianxia didn't take action, allowing the old kings to take care of everything. They wrote things just like how he said them, returning those words right back, answering a fool according to his foolery. That night, the court was brightly lit. Everyone drank until they went drunk, and even the imperial guards that were protecting this place joined in. They also drank their fill and collapsed here. These old kings couldn't control themselves anymore after drinking, breaking out into waves of crying and laughter. Stone Emperor had passed away, making them feel extremely gloomy, unable to accept that kind of result. Now, they were finally released from their depression. Everyone collapsed from drinking. Only Xianxia sat there, his eyes burning like a furnace. They seemed extremely brilliant in this dark night. They replied. Inside of a mansion in Stone Country Imperial City, an individual sat on top of a praying mat. His entire body was surrounded by hazy light like a deity. After carefully reading it, his expression became cold. Stone Country truly is domineering. Do they really think that they can rule the world with just a few supreme experts? It isn't enough even in this era without deities. In the afternoon, the imperial guards in the palace delivered a message to the palace hall. The old kings had already woken up a long time ago. They were currently chatting with Shi Hao and Qingfeng in an extremely joyous manner. All of them were smiling. They replied so quickly? The Ming king accepted the letter, and then his face fell slightly. They are warning that the ominous will bring about a bloody disaster, the death of a country. Is this the final threat? Oh, they are quite bold. They are prophesying that my stone country imperial palace's gates will suffer heavenly punishment, and that there will be a rain of blood. After looking at the letter, Shi Hao laughed. However, there was a bit of coldness in his voice as he said, I want to see just what will happen. Later in the afternoon, a bloody cloud appeared in the sunny and cloudless sky that covered the sun. It was incomparably oppressive as it slowly surrounded the imperial palace. It came? They really are absolutely unrestrained, daring to take action like this. The war king was angry. Something isn't right. This is the killing energy produced by the blood sacrifice, and now it has been pulled over by the blood clouds. Could it be that they want to carry out a blood sacrifice in my stone country's imperial palace? Peng Nine's gaze was like electricity. The sky rumbled with noise. That blood cloud was extremely thick. It was accompanied by lightning sound, releasing streak after streak of black lightning, appearing extremely strange. It startled Stone Capital's ordinary residents. What happened? Quite a few people were alarmed. Those clouds descended lower and lower until they were about to stick to the ground. They surrounded the imperial palace's entrance, as if a disaster was about to descend. Stone Country is tyrannical and defies the heavens. Heavenly punishment will descend. Following the descent of the blood clouds, a tremendous voice sounded that was incomparably dignified, resounding through the skies. On the streets, quite a few people began to panic. Ordinary people feared these unknown phenomenons the most. They all trembled. Misleading the public with lies. Everyone, do not panic. Watch how I cut down this evil. A voice sounded from within the depths of the imperial palace that reverberated through the sky. Meanwhile, a bronze furnace flew out from the imperial palace. It swirled with fiery light and released blazing divine might before rushing towards that blood cloud. However, as soon as that bronze furnace drew closer, that blood cloud began to burn, releasing even more cold and bright scarlet light. It was like blood, dyeing the entire sky red. The Ming king was startled. He continued to operate the bronze furnace, about to refine the blood cloud. What was shocking was that it became more beautiful in color, burning more furiously. Symbols covered the sky densely, surrounding the sky as it descended. This is a large-scale curse magical formation. He came prepared. It contains endless baleful aura that will be hard to dissolve, said Peng Nine. Truly vicious. He actually wants to use the imperial city as a blood sacrifice. Do they want to repeat the flood region's tragedy? The war king was resentful. The people who came were fierce after all. They arranged a great formation to bring about a killing disaster. The great supreme experts naturally didn't fear this, but they might not be able to protect everyone in the imperial city. Some people might be submerged in the bloody mist, and if that happens, blood would definitely be spilled. The supreme experts were going to rush up to break through this blood sacrifice great formation. At the same time, they were going to find the person that was controlling this formation to kill him. No need, let me, Shi Hao said. His palm slapped towards the sky. A vermilion bird appeared. Fiery light surged in an incomparably terrifying manner, immediately setting the skies aflame and adding to the Ming king's precious furnace. Under the chi-chi sounds, many curse symbols were wiped out, quickly scattering. Meanwhile, large amounts of blood clouds were sucked into the precious furnace and refined into ashes. Outside the city, someone's body trembled, revealing a look of shock. He knew that this curse formation couldn't do anything to those great supreme experts, but it could definitely produce a bloody disaster, turning a few imperial guards and ordinary people into living sacrifices. He never thought that it would be destroyed by someone as soon as it began. What is going on? He hid within the clouds and gazed into Stone Country capital city, carefully looking inside. He didn't believe that those great supreme experts could get rid of it so quickly. And, suddenly, he revealed a look of shock, realizing that someone had locked onto him. Who is this? Impossible. He was extremely shocked. The one that was coming was much stronger than Stone Country's supreme experts, and this individual's spiritual senses were terrifyingly sharp, already detecting him. Misleading the public and assaulting my Stone Country imperial capital. Accept punishment. A dignified voice resounded through the imperial city. Then, an extremely large hand reached out into the sky. This individual cried out in alarm. He knew that was no way he could defend himself. He scattered the clouds and turned around to leave. He felt that this individual was too terrifying. However, it was already too late. That palm was earthen yellow in color and incomparably large. Symbols covered it densely. It immediately descended, surrounding the sky like the world palm divine ability. Break for me. This individual was also a supreme expert. Even though he didn't break into this realm for a long time, he still possessed great power. He was good at setting up formations and using strange techniques. At this moment, he flung out several dozen formation banners. They shot outwards, arranging themselves in the air and supporting the world. They were going to blast away that enemy and allow him to flee. What was shocking was that the palm shone. Like a pung claw, symbols became extremely complicated and complex, profound mysteries filled it. It quickly surrounded him, causing all of those banners to explode. What? This is... He was shocked. He wanted to holler the word Kuan Pong, but he didn't have the time. With a pung sound, he was caught by the large claw and then dragged into the imperial palace, disappearing from the sky. Everyone in Stone Capital was astonished. What kind of divine might was this? A single hand reached out from the palace and reached into the clouds. This was just like something out of a legend. An extremely powerful figure was captured with a single attack, leaving everyone stupefied, feeling as if their mouths and tongues went dry. The evil has been eliminated. Everyone does not need to worry. A voice sounded from within the imperial palace, putting an end to the panic. Everyone calmed down, feeling a sense of security. They felt that with such powerful figures protecting Stone Country, they were definitely going to prosper. You are... Inside the central heavenly palace, the voice of the one that was captured trembled. His eyes opened wide, finding it hard to believe. Who am I looking at? Impossible. He shook his head forcefully to try and wake himself up from this dream. He couldn't accept this result. This was just too inconceivable. How could someone that had died more than a year ago suddenly reappear? He felt like this was definitely an illusion. Stone Country's supreme experts must have laid down a formation to mess with his divine senses, or else how could something like this have happened? Pa! Sure how sat up on the precious throne, overlooking him. With a wave of his sleeve, this individual was struck until he tumbled backwards, colliding into a chair that was covered in symbols and immediately coughing out blood. You truly are the little stone? He immediately went stupid. He could feel the Kuan Pung power. When he saw that youth's gaze, he immediately woke up and said with a trembling voice, "This was simply unbelievable. The effects were too great." Sure how actually appeared again, alive. Who was that person that died back then? This completely toppled common sense. He found this hard to accept. I didn't come to you guys for trouble, so you all should be rejoicing. Yet you dare to come to my Stone Country to stir up trouble? Sure how berated. He was extremely young, but his appearance was extremely dignified. This supreme expert's face was deathly pale. He knew he was finished. With the little stone's fighting strength that had previously slaughtered deities, who could still stop him in this world now? Several great sects worked together to threaten Stone Country to obtain the Void Furnace. This truly was like kicking a metal plate. There was definitely not going to be a good end for them. How did you survive? He felt as if this was too ridiculous. His entire body went cold. This world was not going to be lonely anymore. Now that Sure How returned, great storms would definitely stir about. You are just a captive. What qualifications do you have to ask questions? The Ming King berated. Sure How was extremely direct. He reached out that hand to grab him again, and then he searched his sea of consciousness. He wanted to see exactly which sides wanted to take action. You, he naturally resisted. His forehead cracked apart, about to explode. Sure how quickly sealed him, stopping him from continuing with the self-destruction. What was rather regretful was that when he reached this individual's race's precious technique, he still couldn't obtain it, because there were mysterious restrictions from their race. However, he was still able to find out which great sects joined hands. He said to himself, "There are more than what I thought. However, there is some karma I have to settle too, so I should just deal with it all at once." Chi. A streak of sword energy swept out. This supreme expert's head tumbled downwards, sliced off. His primordial spirit wanted to escape, but it was shattered by a streak of sword energy, completely dying here. Inside the Imperial Palace, all of the Imperial Guard's blood was racing. Stone Emperor had just returned, yet a powerful supreme expert was already killed. These types of methods made others feel deep respect. All of them gasped in admiration. They knew that what followed would be even more intense. Stone Emperor would definitely personally visit several great undying great sects to demand an explanation, making what he said a reality. The old kings tightened their fists as well. With the return of Stone Emperor, in addition to being so powerful, with a world-dominating disposition as expected, everything was only beginning. The entire world was going to be engulfed, and his aura would devour mountains and rivers. Right now, the outside world was noisy. News quickly spread. A large hand reached out from the Imperial Palace. Symbols flickered about, scattering the clouds and capturing a powerful cultivator alive. This created a huge uproar. A few individuals knew what type of expert it was that was captured. They all trembled in horror, feeling as if something wasn't right. They all began to develop suspicions. That might be, it was because they sensed a familiar aura. They all began to suspect inwardly, feeling that it was the Kuan Peng power. Who in the present world could cultivate this technique to this level? Impossible! The little stone has died. No one in this world could cultivate the Kuan Peng's precious technique to perfection. Some people shook their heads, casting aside this thought. A commotion broke out in the outside world. Even though this battle was short, it triggered huge waves because a few people knew that the one that was captured was a supreme expert. He was caught in one go. Winds swept through all directions. A supreme expert died in Stone Country capital. This raised a huge sensation that left all sides astonished. In this era without deities and few supreme experts were the highest level of existence. Yet in the end, that individual was grabbed out of the sky in one go. It was just too astonishing. Who exactly accomplished this? Everyone found it hard to think of who could have done this. The only one that could use the archaic Vicious Ten's precious technique and carry out this type of accomplishment was the little stone. However, he was the first one to be thrown out of their minds because he had already died. This was something everyone knew about. In the blink of an eye, a year has already passed. The little stone has already fallen for such a long time. When they suddenly thought about the past, many people felt disappointed and frustrated. Because of this disturbance, many people couldn't help but think of him. They all felt that it was a pity. It was like the most brilliant flower withered away, leaving behind ruins and regret. If Hao was still alive, what would he be like? I fear that many people would feel uneasy, especially those great sections. Even after Hao's death, people were still talking about him. Stories of his accomplishments were still brought up, and everything was due to the Deja Vu Kuan Peng technique. A few youngsters' expressions became complicated. Hao's existence was like a great mountain weighing down on their minds. No one could compare to him. He had already died for more than a year, but his life still had such a great influence on the world. Meanwhile, the thoughts of a few even younger youth were wandering all over the place, because their elders, senior brothers and sisters were all talking about that person. The glory of his former days was still present. A great storm was brewing in the outside world. Many people were speculating and commenting on this matter. Inside Stone Country's Imperial Palace, Hao sat with his legs crossed, appearing solemn and dignified. Around him, 10 great heavenly passages were opened. They released an undying aura. The lights all linked up together. Heavens! These are His Majesty's 10 great heavenly passages. A few imperial guards cried out in alarm, all of them excited and shocked. This was the first time they saw How display them. Even the War King, Peng Nine, and the others were shocked. They couldn't help but sigh in admiration. For How to be able to reach this day, it was definitely not a fluke. He reached the peak of every single cultivation realm, making him terrifying to the extreme. There were 10 great heavenly passages there, all of them shining. Every single one was larger and more vast than an ordinary cultivator's heavenly passage. They linked up like that into an undying divine ring, appearing terrifying to the extreme. How sat there, appearing solemn and dignified. Inside the 10 great heavenly passages were the Kuan Peng, Swan and Eye, Vermilion Bird, and others floating up and down. Following a grunt from him, these creatures all rushed out. A loud explosion sounded. A great sound rang through this place. Terrifying auras rushed into the heavens. He was releasing his own spiritual bodies, letting them walk out of the heavenly passages. Your Majesty, be careful. Even though the spiritual bodies are powerful, if you travel into the great regions separately like this, problems might occur. Peng Nine warned. The Ming King nodded and said, those great sects have stood tall since the ancient times until now, so there is definitely a reason for their glory. Your Majesty has to be careful. They were quite worried. If he only sent out his spiritual body, then if the other party used some true deity divine artifact, or even ancient magical artifact, then a single spirit body might encounter dangers and bring damage to his true body's foundational energy. How nodded and said, I understand. The reason I am sending out my spiritual bodies first is to locate those supreme experts and prevent them from fleeing. I won't act rashly. Then that's good. The old kings all nodded. Inside the heavenly palace, a Kuan Peng looked in all directions. Its body shrunk down into a foot in size, and then it turned into a streak of divine light before shooting outwards. It ascended the ancestral altar and headed for the northern sea. How discovered from that supreme expert sea of consciousness that there were two powers that participated in the last operation from the ocean race. One was a gray flood dragon supreme expert, and the other was a sea demon race supreme expert. These two supreme experts had grudges against How before, especially the gray flood dragon supreme expert. During the chaotic battle of the northern sea, it had tried to kill How several times, but in the end, it had one of its spiritual bodies killed by How. A Kuan Peng directly flew towards the northern sea for these two. Then a purple gold swan and eye roared. Electrical radiance crackled about it. It was originally huge and swirling with symbols, but now it shrunk, becoming less than a meter in size. It ascended the ancestral altar, heading for Little Western Paradise. How never thought that this sect would also take action and deal with Stone Country. This was definitely unforgivable. He didn't have any good feelings towards Little Western Paradise from the start. Back then, before he even left into the Great Wastelands and cultivated in Stone Village, he encountered a few roaming bandits that were associated with this group. For the sake of finding the supreme being divine treasury, they massacred many tribes in the Great Wastelands. Their hands were stained with blood. How had personally wiped out a batch before and also killed a golden guardian spirit, a pangolin. Little Western Paradise was actually going to take action as well. Truly hateful, the War King said. Fortunately, How learned about it first, or else they wouldn't have known that this type of power also joined in. They have a very close relationship with Western sect. During the ancient years, they came from the same source, so this time, they definitely participated due to their relationship with the Western sect, said Peng Nine. Wang! A vermilion bird spread its wings. Its entire body was incomparably red. It left through that ancestral altar and headed for the Western sect. Then a human-shaped spiritual body appeared, one that carried the broken black sword. It headed for Immortal Mountain. Finally, a true phoenix with brilliant feathers appeared. It raised its head and cried towards the sky. It left through the altar towards Heaven Mending Sect. Hao's several great spiritual bodies left one after another to lock onto those sect's supreme experts to prevent them from escaping first. If this level of character was going to escape, then they would definitely bring about a disaster in the future. He set his resolution to deal with these great sects, so he naturally wouldn't let those main culprits leave. They were all going to be killed clean. Everyone's eyes were dazzling as they watched Hao release several spiritual bodies. Their powers were heaven overflowing. They were now truly going to take action. What followed would definitely be a crazy storm. That day, several great sects received the bone books that were sent out. They all trembled endlessly. A supreme expert actually died? What exactly happened? The hardest thing for them to accept was that Stone Country threatened them in reverse, demanding that they hand over their sect protecting precious artifacts, saying that they were ominous objects and that a blood disaster would occur if they didn't. This was intolerable. Their words of threat were sent back untouched and with even more intimidation. Who exactly is that person? Doesn't Heaven Mending Sect and Little Western Paradise each have a supreme expert in Stone Country? Ask them to investigate this thoroughly. Stone Country, within a mountain ridge, a temporary cave dwelling had been established. Inside sat two creatures. Hazy light surrounded them, making them look like deities. A powerful aura was being exuded around them. One of them had a body that was spotlessly white like jade. Even though he was humanoid, his nose was extremely long, and he had a shining pair of teeth. This was the expert from Little Western Paradise, a white jade dragon elephant. This creature was an auspicious beast of its sect. The other individual had white hair but a youthful appearance, a human. He was currently breathing in and out, and while doing so, draconic energy was coming in and out of his mouth and nose. This was clearly a formidable expert. If Hao saw this individual, he definitely would have recognized him. Back then, when he fought against the big stone in the Void God realm, this individual had taken action with Grandma Xihua to kill him. It was precisely a supreme expert from Heaven Mending Sect. Back then, this individual used curse power, an extremely strange type of power almost affecting Hao's Dao. Let's take a look to see exactly what kind of deity appeared in Stone Clan. They stopped their long breathing and stood up, hurrying over towards Stone Country Imperial Capital. There was still a set amount of distance from Stone Country Imperial City, but the two stopped moving. Heaven Mending Sect's elder laughed coldly and said, "We aren't going to take risks and are just going to stay outside. Watch how I teach them a bloody lesson." He decisively used curse power to kill a few important people in Stone Country and throw the Imperial capital into chaos. It was impossible to guard against. The corners of his mouth grinned, revealing snow-white teeth, appearing cruel and merciless. "Did you guys just come?" A cold voice sounded. In that instant, both supreme experts' bodies went rigid. They were both horrified. That voice was too clear, as if it sounded right by their ears. They were still quite far from Stone Country Capital City, but they were discovered so quickly. This was too terrifying. "This is..." A streak of light swept out from Stone Country Imperial Palace. They had no way of avoiding it. It was an eye that could penetrate through everything. It was precisely Hao who was controlling that dual pupil. "Once I kill these two, I can go on my way and punish those sections," Hao said to himself. He walked out from the Imperial Palace step by step in the void, arriving high in the skies. He killed a supreme expert, so he naturally knew who was trying to deal with the Stone Clan. He knew that there were still two supreme experts inside the country's borders and had been waiting for a while already. This voice was extremely clear, resounding through the skies of Stone Country and startling many cultivators. Who is that person? Everyone saw a hazy figure that was tightly wrapped within layers of mists, one that seemed quite young appear high up in the sky. Immediately afterwards, Heaven Mending Sect and Little Western Paradise's supreme experts were horrified. They saw Hao's true appearance. They couldn't help but scream out loudly, feeling as if they saw a ghost. "How can this be? You are still alive." They all felt their fine hairs stand up straight. The instant they saw Hao's true appearance, cold sweat ran all the way down from their heads down to their feet. This was too shocking. This person had clearly died. Everyone in the world knew about it, so how could he still be alive? Go! They didn't think about staying for a moment, turning around and leaving. The little stone reappeared, leaving them completely shaken. They didn't have any intention of fighting a decisive battle. Their only wish was to flee as far as possible. Chi. Sure how speed was extremely fast. Kuan-Peng wings appeared, and heavenly overflowing divine might swept outwards. He possessed extreme speed, cutting off their route of retreat instantly. Meanwhile, the War King, Ming King, Peng King and others appeared as well, bringing their imperial guards. They appeared high up in the sky and exuded tremendous power and pressure. Who is that? Many people from Stone Country capital city stared at Sure Hao's figure, feeling greatly puzzled. Bright mists surrounded that place, making it a bit indistinct. However, they felt a bit of déjà vu. Kill! The two great supreme experts shouted out loud, wishing to break free from this place. Sure Hao's wings moved, and then with a loud sound, yin and yang energies swirled together before sweeping out like a sea. They were immediately shaken to the point where blood shot out from their mouths. A battle immediately broke out. It was incredibly fierce and tyrannical, shaking heaven and earth. Kacha! They had just exchanged attacks. Yet Little Western Paradise's supreme expert already cried out miserably. The pair of sparkling white ivory teeth were broken off, landing in Sure Hao's hands. He tossed them over to the Ming King and the others. You? How could you still be in this world? The white jade dragon elephant was unwilling to accept this. Stone Emperor. You? Exactly how did you survive? Heaven-mending sex supreme expert's heart was pounding. He truly couldn't understand why this dead person was able to appear again. When these words were spoken, Stone Country Imperial City was shaken. This news was too astonishing. It was too hard to believe. You want to perform a curse? You alone aren't enough, Sure Hao coldly said. He raised his hand, sending out electrical radiance like an ocean. It swept out with pi-li-pa-la sounds. All of the curse power was wiped out. Heaven-mending sex supreme expert cried out miserably. Half of his body was scorched black. This battle was without any suspense. The white jade dragon elephant was killed first, and then the head of the heaven-mending sex supreme expert tumbled down. Blood flowed about. Both of these supreme experts' lives ended. Is this true? Stone Country capital city erupted into an uproar. The little stone had reappeared. This shocked everyone. This was just like something out of a legend. It was just too astonishing. News traveled out, leaving all of Stone Country shaken. Quickly spread outwards. That very day, news spreads through every region. Some great sects were attacked, the instigators being a swan and eye, vermilion bird, true phoenix, and others. News even came from the ocean that a Kuan-Peng descended and hunted down a gray flood dragon supreme expert. The world was in an uproar. What was going on? I know what happened. Perhaps the little stone truly revived. The swan and eye, vermilion bird, and Kuan-Peng are all his spiritual bodies. Someone suddenly understood with a flash and trembled uncontrollably. What is going on with the true phoenix? I never heard of him cultivating this precious technique. This proves something else. Back then, rumors had it that he captured Fairy Yuchan, and now it seems to be true. He obtained this damaged precious technique from her. That day, the entire world was shaken. Everyone found this somewhat difficult to believe, but they couldn't help but develop doubts. Could it be that Sure Hao truly returned to life? This was too shocking. The entire world was astonished. A supreme being youth that had disappeared for more than a year reappeared. There was nothing more ridiculous or shocking than this. Is it truly the little stone? Heavens! What happened? He was actually able to survive and reappear. This is crazy. In just a day, he moved out with several spiritual bodies and suppressed several great sections. How domineering is this? This really is like a sovereign descending. A single person could deal with several great sects, choosing to take action all in one day. Everyone was speculating about what could have happened. Discussions broke out everywhere with commotions breaking out in every area. Meanwhile, Hao's true body already went on its way, heading towards these sects to pay them each a visit and show them his power. A warship made of lazurite several thousand zhang in length moved across the sky. It shocked quite a few inheritances in the wasteland region. This was one of Stone Country's divine-level warships. It was going to cross the dome of heaven and break through the rigid region wall, crossing over into other great regions. It released an extremely powerful pressure. What region are they heading towards? Stone Country is going to take major action. Right now, the wasteland region had long clamored with noise. Everyone was making guesses at whether Hao truly revived. Even now, they weren't certain. It was unknown just how many great powers were paying close attention as well. When they saw this country protecting precious boat move out, every single person's mind trembled. This boat wouldn't be lightly used. Once it appeared, it would inevitably lead to war, suppressing a sect or country. Rumor has it that this was the #1 boat of the Stone Clan in the ancient era. When its horn sounded, the entire country's experts would move out and fight to the death against enemies in a decisive battle. After so many years had passed, everyone had almost forgotten about this ancient boat. Now it reappeared crossing the heavens. Were they going to suppress an undying inheritance or ancient country? They broke through the region wall. They are heading for the mysterious region. News immediately transmitted outwards, triggering a huge uproar. They weren't pretending and truly crossed regions to carry out a huge battle. The lazurite warship pierced through the void, arriving in the mysterious region. This naturally triggered huge chaos. Many people were shocked. It was incredibly grand and majestic. It already changed from several thousand zhang in size to over 10,000 zhang in size, turning into an enormous being that filled the skies. It was like a city that floated in the air. Hao stood on the boat and overlooked the mountains and rivers below. His hair flew around him. His expression was calm and his eyes were shining. The corners of his clothes fluttered with noise. Beside him there was the War King, Ming King, Peng King, and several thousand imperial guards. Their strength was extremely great. Forget about everything else. Just the 3 great supreme experts alone could sweep through a sect. One of Hao's spiritual bodies remained in Stone Capital to oversee this place. So they didn't have to worry about place. In reality, they didn't have to move out that many people, but since they already decided to take action and punish the undying great sects, they couldn't do it in a low-profile manner. Since that was the case, they might as well fight, display their divine might and shock the world. The divine-grade warship was covered in beautiful metal wires. The most precious area wasn't its offensive or defensive power, but its speed. It had some void-penetrating divine might. This type of precious artifact was extremely rarely seen. Perhaps some weapons might be able to tear open the void, but it was impossible for them to move through it long-term. Immortal Mountain, a place where tall peaks towered imposingly and purple energy lingered about. This was a place where dragons arose, but in recent years, they continuously suffered disasters. The first place Hao chose to fight was here. As soon as they approached, many of the people protecting the mountain gate were startled. When they saw this enormous warship move through the skies, as if an enormous cloud was descending, everyone felt a heavy wave of pressure. Who are these people? Are they going to attack my Qin clan? This brought about large cries of alarm. Everyone quickly left to inform their superiors. Meanwhile, in a peak not too far away, Hao's spiritual body opened its eyes, flying towards the enormous lazurite ship, returning into one of Hao's heavenly passages. Many of Hao's great spiritual bodies left. This was the only one that didn't take action, a spiritual body that monitored everything outside the mountain gate. You all are Stone Country's people? The Qin clan's higher-level figures came. They stood in front of the mountain gate, all of them shaking endlessly. Were they going to attack Immortal Mountain with everything they had? They felt extremely uncertain inwardly, feeling a bit terrified. Stone Country currently had several supreme experts, while they only had one. If a war truly broke out, the results would be too horrible to think about. My Qin clan has never offended you all. So why are you bringing your army towards our mountain gate? Treating us like this? An elder asked in a loud voice. Is there still a need to talk any further? Some of your Qin clan's people colluded with several great sects, leaking them all types of information, yet you still claim to be innocent. The War King spoke in an incredibly cold tone. He didn't have a single good impression of the Qin clan. A year ago, Shihao fell here, and when he was recuperating, they tried to harm him several times, narrowly avoiding an even earlier death. If not for giving Xiaoxiling and Qin Yining face, they would have taken action back then and overturned this place. This time, even though the Qin clan didn't directly take action, they relied on Xiaoxiling, Qin Yining, Qin Hao, and Shihao's complex relationship to obtain a few secrets from Stone Country. They leaked it out, colluding with several great sects to obtain the void gold and other items. You all are speaking venomous slander. An elder holding a purple gold bamboo staff spoke with an incredibly overcast expression. Do you think your Stone Country can truly do whatever they wish with a few supreme experts? You've all just risen in power. My immortal mountain does not fear the world. You all can only occupy your small corner. An elder berated, her pupils flickering with radiance. She secretly sent message to the others, telling them that they were going to stall this Lazarite worship first and contact the other great sects to punish Stone Country together. Otherwise, a great disaster would happen. At this moment, the Lazarite great boat descended. The mist on the boat scattered, revealing a figure that faced Immortal Mountain. An uproar immediately broke out. What? That is Shihao. Everyone in front of the Qin clan's gate were shocked. They all stared with open mouths and stupefied expressions, not daring to believe what they were looking at. News were spreading from the wasteland region, but Immortal Mountain only heard a bit of rumors. How could they believe such a thing? However, now, the living person appeared. Impossible! He died a year ago. An elder cried out loudly, unable to accept this reality. You have to understand that they understood more than the others. Qin Yining had previously stayed in that so-called stone village, not willing to head into the higher realms because of Shihao's grave. If Shihao was still alive, why would she do something like that? Now that Shihao came here again, his heart was sighing with sorrow. Without saying anything, he directly swept his eyes over the Qin clan's higher-level figures. Everyone's minds trembled. Their bodies broke out into a cold shiver. When they thought about the things from a year ago, they all felt incomparably fearful. At that time, they practically harmed Shihao to death. Now he actually appeared alive. This was definitely a huge disaster. This place had been broken through before. The divine formations protecting the mountains were damaged, so Stone Clan didn't have much to fear. The War King, Peng King, and the others were already enough to break in. You all should rejoice. This time we aren't going to extremes, leaving behind a path of life for you guys. The Ming King said, hand over all of your sect protecting precious artifacts. Impossible! This group of individuals from the Qin clan all held weapons in their hands. Waves of anger surged in their hearts. They had always been the ones to intimidate the rest of the world. When had they ever had their gates be attacked like this before? The individuals that colluded with those great sects all have to pay the price. If you want to live, then immediately cripple your own cultivations, said the Ming King. Also, the ones that participated in the conspiracy a year ago against Stone Emperor, come out right now, the Peng King added. In that instant, everyone in the Qin clan was shocked and angry. They were shaking in anger. The powerful Immortal Mountain actually fell to this state, to be threatened and warned like this by others? How can my Immortal Mountain tolerate your impudence? A middle-aged individual shouted loudly, his eyes containing icy coldness. Just a trifling declining Immortal Mountain, yet you still want to stir up a storm? Do you all not understand the current situation? The Peng King spoke, making a group of people's faces immediately turn red. A wave of anger swelled within them. Immortal Mountain already fell to this state, being looked down by others like this and not treated with any importance. Truly made them burn with anger. This was a type of humiliation. Forget about everything else. Just the fact that Stone Country took the initiative to attack them today was already the same as a slap to their faces. Before, they had even thought about overturning this ancient country. They never thought that it would be flipped over today, having their own gates attacked, forcing them to compromise to avoid a disaster. Close the mountain gates and start up the great formations. Kill all intruders that dare to charge in. Immortal Mountain's supreme expert shouted, giving this order. Qin clan's important characters all retreated. They all felt extremely annoyed. They were going to use their great formations to attack, letting these intruders pay the price of blood. Just some damaged magical formations. Yet you dare to make such a display? The Ming King roared with laughter. At this moment, multicolored light flashed in Shurhao's hair. The divine striking stone flew out, descending together with the three great supreme experts to directly break through the formation. What? The Qin clansmen all cried out in alarm. It seemed like it only took a moment for the mountain gate to come crashing down. Under the guidance of the divine striking stone, the three great supreme experts broke through the mountain gates in a short period of time and were about to overturn this place. Smoke and dust rose everywhere. Rubble flew about chaotically. Immortal Mountain's gate collapsed. This was definitely a major event that would leave long-lasting impacts. There was someone who actually dared to do such a thing, moreover succeeding. Kill! Immortal Mountain's supreme expert's face immediately fell. With a divine magical artifact in his hand, he took to the air. He wanted to use the great killing weapon in his hands to immediately kill the three great supreme experts. However, he was set up for disappointment. The three great supreme experts each held an ancient magical artifact in their hands. They were all left behind by deities. All of them erupted with radiance and hacked forward. You all just wait. As long as I don't die, there will be a day when Stone Country will be eradicated. He spoke hatefully inside. He activated the divine magical artifact to escape into the void. At this moment, Shurhao made a move. His large sleeves moved, and with a honglong sound, heaven overflowing waves surged. He brought out Stone Country's silver medicinal cauldron and directly surrounded him with it. You? Qin clan's supreme expert cried out in alarm. Right at that moment, the magical artifact in his hands broke free from his control. It was sucked away by that cauldron. Meanwhile, the sleeves of Shurhao's robes flung outwards, blasting him until he coughed out large amounts of blood. His body spun about before once again falling into Immortal Mountain. He couldn't escape at all. The War King and Peng King gave each other a look in tacit understanding. They ruthlessly activated their magical artifacts, sending them blasting down towards Immortal Mountain's sole supreme expert. These were divine magical artifacts. At this moment, they completely erupted with power. Multicolored light erupted in tens of thousands of streaks. Auspicious radiance blossomed in all directions, lighting up this place brilliantly. The terrifying power made many people fall weakly onto the ground. No! The Qin clan's supreme expert cried out loudly. He ignited his essence blood, trying to defend himself and escape from this place. Unfortunately, in front of these type of magical artifacts, his struggles were futile. He was swept by the two magical artifacts, exploding on the spot and turning into a bloody mist. His body and soul were both wiped out. The two old kings were calm and indifferent. Since they decided to take action, how could they let this supreme expert go? It would inevitably only bring about future disasters. The following battle was without any suspense. Immortal Mountain was already in tatters. Even though they were glorious in the past, the current mountain protecting formations were all damaged, so they didn't have the ability to protect this sect at all. You all dared to scheme against my Stone Country and harm Stone Emperor a year ago. Everything will be settled now. Kill! Shouts of killing resounded through the skies. The three great supreme experts led thousands of younger experts directly into Immortal Mountain, sweeping through this place. All those that dared to rebel were killed without mercy. That day, Immortal Mountain was broken through. The higher-level figures were completely wiped out, and the number of casualties was great. The ones that tried to harm Shurhao to death before were all found by the three old kings and killed. All those that colluded with the great sects to deal with Stone Country were all killed as well. After this battle, the Qin clan was completely ruined. They were completely struck off the list of holy lands. Their lower realm sect completely collapsed, never to rise again. If not for the fact that Qin Yining was Shi Hao's mother, this inheritance might have been completely wiped out. Unfortunately, their spoils of war were extremely few. Apart from a few divine magical artifacts, there weren't any divine materials, spiritual medicines, or other things, because the little pagoda had already eaten them all back then. Western sect and heaven-mending sect aren't ordinary. They had never been broken through by others before. They had existed since the ancient times, so their accumulation is astonishing. They definitely have many divine objects. The Peng King said. Qin clan has an extremely large formation inside. It is massive and full of mysteries. An imperial guard reported. After conducting an interrogation, Stone Country learned that this was a super transport formation that could cross regions. Just now, there were some people who used this to flee. It leads to the heaven-mending sect? That's fine. Let's go as well. Use this information to head to our next destination, Shi Hao said. He immediately began to activate it. The bugle horn sounded. The Lazarite warship was started up, and then the entire ship released a hazy radiance, departing from the super transport formation. They quickly entered another great region. Space region was extremely vast. There were many people here. The mountain and rivers were beautiful with inheritances and sects existing in large numbers here. The one that was the most famous here was naturally the heaven-mending sect. It had existed since ancient times and had an illustrious history. It was known as an undying sect. The Lazarite warship moved through the void, arriving near heaven-mending sect. From time to time, white mists would rise in front of them. Auspicious light blossomed. The mountain peaks that appeared one after another were all covered in mist. Apart from this, there were even a few islands floating in the sky. Clouds and multicolored light swirled about them. Silver waterfalls showered down from above, carrying a holy aura with them. It was as if they had entered a wonderland. So this is heaven-mending sect. Indeed unordinary. Everyone from Stone Countryside in astonishment. A great battle was currently happening ahead. Intense fluctuations rippled outwards, surging like a stream. Thunderous rumbling sounds rang through the air as the earth quaked and mountains shook. A true phoenix took to the air. Its entire body was covered in brilliant feathers. It danced about in the air, carrying with it powerful divine might as it continuously attacked heaven-mending sect's mountain gate. Mountain rocks flew about chaotically. Many symbols flickered about. The great mountain protecting formation shone. Many experts were fighting there, as if they were facing a great enemy. They all hid inside while carrying out a defense. This was, of course, Shi Hao's spiritual body that was sent ahead of time to lock this place down, preventing heaven-mending sect's supreme experts from fleeing. The mountain gate had already been damaged. If not for the divine-level formations protecting this place, it would have been broken through a long time ago. This place possessed powerful might with bone text interweaving about. They continuously surged out from within the mountain gate. So powerful! Everyone from Stone Country was dazzled as they watched this. Shi Hao's power alone forced an undying inheritance to fight behind their gate. This type of bombardment was truly incredible. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been chased away a long time ago. They would have long been killed. Hong! A sharp streak of sword energy shot out, severing the skies. It was several thousand zhang in length and incomparably terrifying as it hacked towards the true phoenix. The true phoenix covered the sky, quickly avoided this attack, not deciding to face it head-on. A supreme expert with a divine magical artifact was currently fighting against it, displaying astonishing might. Everyone felt inwardly fearful. So it turned out to be like this. If not for this ancient treasure stopping him, Shi Hao's spiritual body might have already slaughtered into the mountain gate. A phoenix cry tore through the air. Tens of thousands of streaks of multicolored lights shot out. It circled about in the air before quickly flying towards the Lazarite warship. In the blink of an eye, it entered one of the true Shi Hao's heavenly passages. The Lazarite warship closed in. Heaven-mending sect's people all frowned, feeling as if something was off. They already knew what was going on. Just now, a few people from Immortal Mountain fled here. You really are. Sure how? A shout sounded from within. The enormous warship stopped. Blue-green light flickered about. Sure how stood at the head of the ship while overlooking the world below. He revealed his true body, immediately raising cries of alarm. Their reactions were just like Immortal Mountains. There wasn't a single cultivator from Heaven Mending sect whose expression didn't change. They were all incomparably shaken. They unexpectedly met the little stone again. This was definitely a disaster. Back then, they still didn't believe that the true phoenix was his spiritual body, but now it was obvious. You all threatened my stone country, saying that if we didn't hand the void furnace over to you, there would be a blood tragedy? Sure how calmly said, his voice containing neither joy nor worry. Everyone's expressions changed. This time they truly kicked a metal board. They wanted to obtain the void furnace, so they carried out a threat. Who would have expected that Sure how would revive and come back at this time? This matter will end here. Things have been exposed already. This voice sounded from Heaven Mending sect. They wanted to make peace talks. Giving up? Exposed. Sure how's voice was calm, but he was shaking his head. Back then, there were supreme experts from this sect who tried to kill him, and this time they even wanted to deal with Stone Country. He wanted to wipe this place out, not willing to accept this conclusion. The War King then spoke. Didn't you all say that something ominous would happen in Stone Country? That there will be a blood tragedy? Today, we came to welcome the tragedy. The expressions of everyone from the Heaven Mending sect became ugly. The other party had already reached their doors, so this battle was definitely unavoidable. The most horrifying thing was that Sure how returned, leaving them feeling extremely uneasy. What a little stone! The entire world thought you were dead. None of us expected to see you again in this world. What a pity! Now heaven and earth have been truly severed, so we cannot make a report to the higher realm. Everyone from Heaven Mending sect felt that it was regretful. In fact, even if they contacted the higher realms, it would be pointless. No deities could come down, so doing this would only make those from the higher realms go mad. A small cultivator ruined their great plans, yet they couldn't even deal with him. Sure how, what a pity. You cannot go up either, because the heavenly paths have been severed. A supreme expert from the Heaven Mending sect said, there is no need for your concern. Do you want to open the mountain gates yourself? Or do you want to wait until I slaughter my way in? Sure how coldly spoke. Even though he wasn't old, there was a great imposing aura to his figure. When these domineering words were spoken, the thousands of youngsters from Stone Clan were all moved. Meanwhile, Heaven Mending sect's people's faces became extremely unsightly, feeling that he was too overbearing. If you have the ability, then attack your way in. However, if you fail, we will inevitably pay a visit to Stone Country. Heaven Mending sect's uncompromising group shouted. They were extremely unwilling to accept this result. Since the ancient times, who dared to attack them? They all felt furious. Fine. I will slaughter my way in and show all of you, Sure how said. He walked out from the Lazarite warship and walked on the void. He arrived in front of the mountain gate. Chi. Inside Heaven Mending sect, a streak of incomparably terrifying sword energy appeared. This was released from a true deity magical artifact, one that was 10,000 zhong in length. It immediately shot over to kill Sure how. Sure how remained completely fearless. He raised his hand, summoning a small silver cauldron. It began to swirl about, and then it devoured the sword energy, neutralizing all of it. Go! He released a light shout, sending the little cauldron smashing towards the mountain gate. Heaven overflowing divine radiance erupted. This place exploded into pieces. They were both supreme experts, but the power they displayed were entirely different. With the little silver cauldron in hand, Sure how only used a single attack to blast the mountain gate to pieces. What? Everyone from Heaven Mending sect felt fearful. Formation arrangement, Sure how shouted. Behind him, several magical artifacts appeared. They were all brought out from Stone Country's treasury, and right now, they released their divine might. They were all divine-grade magical artifacts. It was already amazing for an ordinary person to operate one, but he controlled 5 of them at the same time. Endless divine light erupted, immediately submerging this world with their radiance. Hong! Immediately after, the mountain gate exploded, blasted into pieces. All of the mountain-protecting formations collapsed, unable to exist any longer. Retreat! The people inside cried out loudly. The experts that were protecting the mountain gate all fled with everything they had. A few individuals were a step slower and were as a result swept through by the divine light. They were turned into ashes on the spot. Sure how? Are you really going to become my sex enemy? A voice shouted out from within. It is you all that forced me to fight you all to the end. I only came to satisfy your wishes. Sure how replied. Kill! Behind him, the War King, Peng King, and Ming King brought the several thousand soldiers with them. They roared out together, shaking the world with their voices, making all of heaven-mending sect's holy land tremble. This type of thing had never happened before. Heaven-mending sect that was reputed to be undying had its gates destroyed, and the enemy was going to slaughter their way in. Demon locking formation, activate. Someone shouted from within heaven-mending sect, activating a great ancient formation to stop Sure Hao's onslaught. Break! Sure Hao erupted with power. His head of black hair danced chaotically behind him. Symbols covered his entire body as he wielded 5 divine magical artifacts, sending them towards that great formation. He was going to use their great power to destroy it. These 5 magical artifacts were carefully selected. They corresponded with the 5 elements and were chosen after great thought. Under his control, endless divine radiance poured out, immediately entering the great formation to seal it in place. Sure Hao immediately rushed inside. With a raise of his hand, symbols poured out like a sea. Everything erupted, shattering the great formation that was locked in place and causing it to completely break apart. This was a violent yet beautiful sight. A few of heaven-mending sect's experts coughed out blood. They weren't able to retreat in time, and as a result, their bodies began to break apart. Large expanses of corpses could be seen. Retreat to the central region of the Holy Land. Activate all formations. A supreme expert from heaven-mending sect shouted. He felt extremely anxious. Sure Hao was powerful beyond imagination. These 5 magical artifacts were specially prepared for breaking through formations. Stone Emperor is without equal. Behind him, the several thousand young individuals shouted. Their voice rang through the air like thunder, shaking heaven-mending sect. The imposing Lazarite worship was started up again. Then, Sure Hao activated the 5 divine magical artifacts, and under the divine striking stone's guidance, he was like a hot knife cutting through butter. Just like before, he broke through 3 ancient magical formations. Nothing could stop him. How could it be like this? Heaven-mending sect's supreme expert felt worried. If this continued, heaven-mending sect's inheritance in the lower realm would inevitably be swept through. Soon after, they noticed that there was a rock in Sure Hao's hair that was too extraordinary. Its understandings of formations was too ridiculous, easily finding their weaknesses. Hong! The 8 ancient formation collapsed, being hacked through by the 5 divine magical artifacts. Smoke and dust surged high into the air, leaving behind an absolute mess. Everyone, enter the heaven-mending formation, that supreme expert hollered. In reality, even if he didn't say it, many people already rushed into the central region, hiding within. The fragrance of flowers wafted through this place, and bird cries rang through the air. Beautiful lush green trees grew here, and spiritual medicines could be found everywhere. This place was especially beautiful, especially when one included the islands floating above. There were symbols flowing in between that formed an incredibly powerful great formation. This formation is so terrifying. I can't break through it or see through it. The divine striking stones seemed to be struggling. Since we already slaughtered our way here, we can't just give up halfway. Sure Hao said. He already made a firm resolution to overturn heaven-mending sect. This was a holy land with expanses of medicinal fields. They were incomparably fragrant. Meanwhile, the islands in the sky were even shining. There were many spiritual herbs, and there was even a spiritual spring and others. They gushed forth, surging with immortal energy. It has a gap. This great formation is damaged and not completely arranged. There is a hole. The divine striking stone cried out in excitement. The truth was that heaven-mending formation was too complicated. Once it was damaged, there was simply no way for those of the lower realm to repair it. Over the endless passage of time, a portion of the formation had long suffered damage. "All right, break it," Xianxia said. "I need time, at least 7 days." The divine striking stone said. "Trap heaven-mending sect inside. Do not allow them to escape," Xianxia ordered. The Lazarite warship moved through the air. The War King, Peng King, and Ming King led several thousand young experts to seal up the surroundings. Meanwhile, Xianxia opened his 10 great heavenly passages, unleashing his spiritual bodies, having them head for Western Sect and the other places to keep an eye on them. That day, news traveled outwards. Xianxia's revival was true. The entire world was shaken. Heavens! It is just too hard to believe. He is actually still alive. Is the little stone going to defy the heavens? The world was in an uproar. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Immortal Mountain has been breached by Xianxia. He leads Stone Country's experts and swept through that place. These military accomplishments quickly traveled through the world, triggering quite the sensation. The entire world was shaken. This was a holy land, but it was overturned just like that. Apart from this, Xianxia also led everyone to attack Heaven-Mending Sect. News of him trapping this place spread as well, leaving everyone stunned. In one day, he attacked 2 great holy lands in succession. This was just like something out of a legend. In addition, people quickly found out that his spiritual bodies were moving as well, blocking the other great Undying Sect's mountain gates and attacking them. The little stone has revived. He is truly astonishing after all. Is he going to attack all of the holy lands of this world alone? That day, the world erupted into commotion. Xianxia's actions were too crazy, leaving everyone shocked. Everyone knew that these great sects had all targeted him and Stone Country. Now that Xianxia returned, he was incomparably firm and resolute. He was going to overturn them one after another. Time passed, one day after another. On the 8th day, Heaven-Mending Sect's great battle ended. Xianxia slaughtered his way in with world-shaking divine might. A Kuan Peng spread its wings, erupting with a strand of chaotic energy. Those supreme experts were blasted to pieces. Heaven-Mending Sect was breached and completely overturned. This left the entire world speechless. This was just too astonishing. It had to be mentioned that Heaven-Mending Sect's backing was deep and their collection abundant. Divine materials were piled high in their treasury, far surpassing what Stone Country's inner treasury once had. Meanwhile, inside those medicinal fields, there were even more spiritual herbs that couldn't be found everywhere. They were all aged-old medicines. There were even a few rare, wondrous medicines that were hard to find even if one searched the entire world. This time, neither the little pagoda nor undying existence were here. Regardless of whether it was the divine materials or spiritual medicines, none of them would be wasted. The War King, Peng King, and Ming King trembled. Stone Clan's several thousand experts found it even harder to believe what they were seeing. They continuously moved everything to the Lazarite boat. It was as if they were in a dream. Apart from a few especially powerful magical artifacts, what Xianxia favored the most were a few medicinal fields. He dug them up, soil and all. He was going to completely transplant them. There were more spiritual medicines than everything he had seen in his entire life. Auspicious multicolored light surged and a hazy mist of light wafted about. While standing inside of the medicinal field, all of his body's pores would expand. Spiritual essence would enter his body even if he wasn't cultivating. This battle ended in Heaven-Mending Sect's defeat. The high-level figures were caught in one swoop. They were removed from the lower realms list of existences. Another holy land was overturned. During this process, Xianxia's Kuan Peng spiritual body returned. Apart from bringing back the Gray Flood Dragon Supreme Expert's head and the Sea Demon Race Supreme Expert's Corpse. There was also the Ocean Floor Treasury. These news were too shocking. Sure how only sent out a spiritual body. Yet 2 great races in the Northern Sea were defeated. Their caves were broken into. This was just too heart-trembling. Everyone in this world were discussing how the little stone defied the heavens and returned. No one could stop him. The same day, the Lazarite warship slaughtered into Western sect, continuously breaking through their great formations. Then, they were stopped outside of their central great formation, so they carried out another entrapment. Western sect most likely won't make it either. This was what everyone speculated. Sure how was too powerful, sweeping through the world with unstoppable strength. No one had high hopes for Western sect. On the 12th day, Western sect's final great formation was broken through. Sure how slaughtered his way in with unmatched bravery. He killed 2 supreme experts one after the other, sweeping through this place. Is this the Vajra liquid? The War King was so excited he began to tremble. He found a divine pool that was full of precious liquid. It radiated a unique fragrance. Correct. This is the Vajra liquid, the greatest body refining precious liquid. Pungnine nodded. This was discovered inside of a spiritual mountain's old temple. The divine pool was less than a square meter in size. The precious liquid inside was even more astonishing. They even ended up finding the formula. This is too awesome. This type of formula will definitely make my stone clan more powerful. The Ming King was moved. Even Sure How was moved. This was definitely a priceless ancient recipe. Apart from this, Western sect had all types of precious artifacts and medicinal herbs. It made them sigh in astonishment. This was a place worthy of being called an undying great sect. Sure How returned, and even Western sect was overtaken. This type of military success was like something straight out of a legend. The entire world was shaken, and everyone was discussing this. Woo-woo. The sound of the bugle horn continuously sounded. The Lazarite warship flew through the sky, departing from Western sect into the distance, slowly disappearing. Light flowed about brilliantly within the ship. There were all types of precious materials, spiritual medicines and other things, so much of them that they could be piled up into a small mountain. They released brilliant multicolored light, making it so bright here that it was hard to look straight at. Or harvest is too great. These ancient great sects really do have astonishing backing after all. Their accumulation is so deep. It really is astonishing. On the boat, the Ming King sighed with admiration. Great waves were stirring within his heart, so there was even less of a need to talk about the youngsters. There were just too many precious objects, enough for one to feel excited with just a single look. Stone Country couldn't be considered inferior, as it was an ancient divine country. However, when they were compared to Heaven-Mending Sect and Western Sect, it truly dimmed in comparison. This cauldron isn't bad. It's a true deity magical artifact. The Ming King was moved. It was ancient-looking and seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of time. When a bowl of water was added, the liquid would waft out fragrance. It was unknown just how many precious medicines it had refined. Sure How also noticed this cauldron. It was obtained from Heaven-Mending Sect. It was ashy brown in color, looking like it was carved from a piece of rock. There were astonishing symbols inside. This was an extremely rare find. When it wasn't in use, it was only a foot in size. If the slightest flame was used to refine medicine, it would immediately become larger, becoming ancient and imposing. Sure How carefully gave everything a look. He decided to give this cauldron to Stone Village, using it to make up for their losses. He broke 2 of the village's ancestral artifacts. They were now in terrible shape after his fight with Immortal Palace's old servant. Then, Sure How picked up a bone sword, a rattan staff, as well as a fist-sized precious furnace that was entirely red in color. They were all swirling with divine patterns, powerful and mysterious. They were the best items out of the ancient divine-level magical artifacts. Sure How handed them to Qinfeng, having him bring them back to Stone Village to protect the villagers. The War King, Ming King, and the others naturally weren't opposed to this. The 2 great sects were defeated by Sure How, and the rewards were extremely great. There were a few extremely formidable ancient magical artifacts on the boat that would be left for Stone Country. What abundant spoils! I really never expected the spoils to be so great. The Peng King sighed in admiration. Even though he was a supreme expert, he still found it hard to calm down. Your Majesty, please select a weapon for yourself as well, the War King advised. A row of weapons were displayed here, from supreme expert grade to divine grade. They all radiated precious splendor and flowed with brilliant colors. They were extremely formidable. Shurhao nodded. He was going to the higher realms, so he indeed needed a powerful magical artifact to protect himself. As for Stone Country's sect protecting precious artifacts, he didn't plan on taking them with him. He looked them over again and again. Several old kings accompanied him, introducing these magical artifacts' origins and uses. After breaking through the two holy lands, they understood a few things from the captives. Shurhao swept his eyes over them. He felt as if they didn't really suit him. In the end, he pointed at a divine pool with sparkling Vajra fluid in it that radiated a fantastic fragrance. Then just this. With a raise of his hand, he summoned the Demonfall precious pestle from inside of the pool. This item was extremely mysterious, refined from the beast bone of an unknown creature. It was entirely dull without any luster. However, everyone knew that this was an ancient magical artifact that was extremely unordinary. It definitely came from the hands of a deity. When it entered his hands, Shurhao immediately felt some weight. This precious pestle was only a foot in length, but it was several thousand jin in weight. Its material was special and strange after all. He lightly brandished this Demonfall pestle that was refined from white bone about. Symbols immediately appeared, and there were astonishing fluctuations. A great mountain in front of him collapsed in a flash. How powerful! This weapon isn't bad. The War King nodded. Found it! Right at that moment there were imperial guards that cried out. They were overjoyed as they brought over an ancient scroll. Golden Body Elixir's recipe? The Ming King's breathing became rushed. Heaven-mending sect had a type of special liquid called Golden Body Elixir that was priceless. Since ancient times, only core disciples like Yuchan could take it in and soak in it. Stone Country cared a lot about this recipe. They had always been searching for it. At this moment, they found it among the pile of treasures. Its value was similar to the Vajra elixir recipe. If it was used to refine the body, as long as one obtained enough divine liquid, they would obtain twice the results with half the effort. One's constitution would be raised to its peak. Back then, the dual-pupiled Shur-E was able to possess sturdy flesh due to receiving large amounts of golden body elixir. It wasn't inferior to the precious body Shur-Hao refined himself at all. What a pity! This is damaged. There is only the upper half missing the lower half. We can only use it as a reference. Shur-Hao carefully looked it over after receiving it. He regretfully shook his head. The complete ancient recipe disappeared from the lower realm together with the death of that heaven-mending sect supreme expert. Just like precious techniques, divine ancient recipes were held by the most important individual's hands, so it was difficult to steal. There was a restriction within his sea of consciousness, which, once attacked, would self-destruct. Fortunately, we obtained the Vajra elixir's recipe. This is worth rejoicing over. All things had a chance of failure. Being able to obtain an ancient recipe could already be considered quite lucky, enough to make Stone Race become more powerful. Wishing to obtain everything was quite impractical. If that was the case, the heaven itself might collapse. The Lazarite warship crossed the region wall and returned to the wasteland region. This raised a huge uproar. Stone Country traveled to other regions to carry out battles and returned victorious. The entire world was in commotion. One has to understand that they weren't attacking normal sects and were instead attacking the three great holy lands. They were all overturned. When news of this transmitted outwards, everyone found it unbelievable. It had to be mentioned that heaven-mending sect, Immortal Mountain, and Western sect controlled the lower realm for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. They were known as undying. No one could defy them. Yet in the end, They had their mountain gates overturned and their foundations ruined. The little stone is a legend. He actually revived from death and completely destroyed several holy lands. His name will definitely be recorded in the annals of history for thousands of years. This matter affected too much. It would inevitably leave behind a great mark in history. Xianxia was quite clear on the fact that being able to overthrow several holy lands was because this was an era without deities. Those other experts were all captured by the undying existence. Otherwise, if it was any other era, with experts that ignited their divine flames overseeing this place, there was no way they would be defeated like this. The Lazarite warship did not return to Stone Country and instead traveled towards the western boundary. Woo-woo sounds resounded through the great earth, leaving a few powers that it traveled past feeling greatly alarmed. They knew that the ship was heading for Little Western Paradise. There was still one last enemy inheritance that hadn't been wiped out yet. In this place, a swan and I wandered about. This was precisely one of Xianxia's spiritual bodies. It had stood guard in Little Western Paradise this entire time, preventing the important figures of this sect from escaping. It didn't attack inside because this place was quite special. Little Western Paradise was located inside of a small world. Right now, it had its entrance sealed, so it was completely isolated from the outside world. Perfect for testing out this precious pestil's power, said Xianxia. He stood on the Lazarite warship, his body shining and burning with divine force. Then, he fiercely activated the demon fall pestle. Hong! The bone-precious pestle turned into a sphere of pure white light before rushing forward. With a hong sound, it smashed into the sealed stone gates. Endless symbols erupted. In that instant, trees in the nearby great wastelands exploded and mountain peaks split apart. They suffered from a powerful shockwave. The surrounding mountain region became devoid of life. Everything was wiped out. Many mountain peaks had parts sliced off. The little world's entrance was definitely pierced through. What a powerful magical artifact! Xianxia sighed with admiration. As for the others, they were all left stupefied. This weapon was definitely not ordinary. It could be considered a top item even among true deity-level magical artifacts. What a pity, when using it, there are Western sects' unique symbols, so one will recognize it immediately. Xianxia shook his head. This was a problem. The inside of Little Western Paradise was in chaos. A powerful enemy had appeared, so they were all panicking. Even their divine gate was broken through. They were facing an imminent catastrophe. Xianxia took the lead in slaughtering inside. Soon after, he was angered, because he noticed a few vicious disciples. They were well-known plunderers in the wasteland region. When he saw them, he immediately thought of the group of bandits that wreaked havoc in the Great Wastelands. Kill! He unleashed a great massacre. What was rather surprising was that apart from the white jade dragon elephant that had died, Little Western Paradise had another supreme expert. His strength wasn't bad, but he still couldn't escape death. This sect was definitely going to be uprooted. Regardless of whether it was from how they treated Stone Country or how they previously slaughtered those small tribes in the Great Wastelands, their conducts were incredibly vile. They needed to be punished and wiped out. Little Western Paradise didn't have that many divine materials, but their medicinal field was verdant and lush. Multicolored splendor shone brilliantly and fragrance assailed the nostrils. What was the most exciting was that there was still a fiery cave here. Inside were medicinal herbs like leaf fire spiritual flower, vermilion orchid, scarlet light grass, and others. There was also a swamp that nurtured spirit blood dragons, scarlet heaven centipedes, three-footed frogs, and other spiritual creatures. Bring them back to Stone Country to nurture. In the future, we don't have to worry about not having enough spiritual medicines anymore, said the Ming King. We now have everything we need. All pill medicines under the supreme expert level can be refined. In addition, we can make a few more little rebirth pills. Xianxia nodded. Little Western Sky's defeat also meant the defeat of all of the great enemies. As a result, Stone Country rose up in power. When news of this reached the rest of the world, everyone was trembling in shock. Afterwards, a disciple from Stone Country capital cities, Li family was left in charge of dealing with Little Western Paradise's aftermath. His name was Li Biding, and he had cultivated in the sect before. He assumed control over the final mess. As a result, Little Western Paradise was reduced into being one of Stone Country's cities and accepted Stone Country's laws. Stone Country was flourishing with activity. Along with Hao's revival and overturning of several holy lands, they inspired awe throughout the world. They no longer had any adversaries. It's almost time to go. Hao stood at the center of the central heavenly palace and sighed lightly. The outside world was in a state of commotion. The entire world was discussing this topic fervently. Hao didn't care about these things. He went into isolation to refine medicine. Before leaving, he had a few more things to do. The imperial palace was dense with spiritual essence. All types of spiritual herbs were gathered, and quite a few rare mineral ores were brought into the palace. Apart from this, spiritual bugs and other things had been prepared. In the following half a month, Hao continuously refined pills furnace after furnace. There were quite a few that were handed over to Qingfeng to bring back to Stone Village. There was also a batch left for Stone Country. Finally, he refined a few precious little Nirvana pills. This was a priceless pill medicine that could promote a king-level figure to a supreme expert. I should leave and find my own destiny, Hao said. He stretched out his body, stopping his medicine refinement. The War King, Peng King, Qingfeng, and the others all wanted him to stay behind a bit longer. However, when they opened their mouths, they didn't know what to say. Hao was going to leave for the higher realms and find a heavenly path. He was going to seek his own Tao so no one could stop him. Your Majesty! The old kings all felt emotional. Since Hao rose to power, to his death, and then to his revival, too many things had happened. It was hard to forget. You aren't going to Stone Village to take one last look? Qingfeng was choking with emotions, asking while crying. This separation might be eternal. They might never see each other again. It's best if I don't. There will only be sadness. I should just leave like this, said Hao. Stone Emperor. Many kings came to send Hao off. They were all filled with reluctance. A few individuals' eyes carried tears. This was especially true for those young experts. They felt extremely reluctant. Hao had brought them with him to break into those holy lands. They swept through everything before them and flattened the world, making their hearts experience great emotions. They were filled with respect and admiration. Goodbye! Hao turned around and then took large steps into the distance. The king's hearts felt sour, but they couldn't stop him. Qingfeng was also shedding tears. He called out in a loud voice, "You have to take care of yourself. Village chief, uncles, and our childhood companions are all unwilling to part with you. Will we be able to meet again in this life?" Hao hesitated. His eyes became blurry, and his nose became sore, but he still didn't turn around. Then he disappeared. He was about to leave, and it was unknown just how many years it would be before they could meet again. Perhaps they would never meet again. Hao left. Even though he was reluctant, he still headed into the distance. There are still a few great natural opportunities in the lower realm. It's just that no one knows when they will reappear. He told Stone Country everything he knew so that they could look for them in the future. However, it would take many years before they would reappear. After all, the great sects of the lower realm had always been searching, but they never found anything. The first place he visited was Heavenly Deity Mountain. Unfortunately, this place was completely empty. The celestial race had all left. This former archaic divine mountain had become an abandoned place. At that moment, he thought of many people. Second Baldy was the one that fixed this formation. Then, he left for the higher realms together with the celestial race. Yun Shi, a purple-haired girl with bright eyes and beautiful teeth. She was extremely talented. Back then, she had fought with Hao in the 100 Shattering Mountains. Both of them had rolled about wrestling on the ground. The savage child fiercely bit her sparkling ear. Hao fetched a pendant from the bronze precious case. Rumor has it that this was what the celestial race young women used for betrothal. Fire Emperor and the others left through this place. They should have peacefully entered the higher realms, right? Shihao said softly. The Fire Emperor had treated him kindly before, allowing him to cultivate in Fire Nation's ancestral land and even giving him pointers in his cultivation. Huolinger, is she still all right? When Shihao thought of her, he couldn't help but think to himself. Back then, this young lady had helped him more than once. Meanwhile, the higher realms were so big, a single province being greater than all 8 regions added together. Would they be able to smoothly meet each other again? After standing here for a long time, he left, because he couldn't enter the higher realms from this place. The heavenly paths had been severed. He walked about in the great wastelands, searching through different places one after another, hoping to find an ancient path. After attacking Western Sect, Immortal Mountain, Heaven-Mending Sect, and the other places, Shihao understood many secrets. He began to head towards the secret lands recorded within these great sects to try his luck. Dang! A long and drawn-out bell sound rang through the air. This was an old Buddhist temple deep in the mountains. It was completely created from copper. Copper roof, copper pillars, copper courtyard walls. The endless passage of time had left its mottled traces on their surfaces. The entire ancient temple was covered in green copper stains. Ancient trees surrounded this place. The sounds of apes and tigers crying out could be heard. This was one of the secret places recorded by Western Sect. It was originally a temple, but later on, some unfortunate things happened that forced them to abandon this place. From then on, no one came to this place. However, rumor has it that there was a heaven-defying transport formation here that would allow one to enter the higher realms. Shihao arrived here based on what was recorded. He carefully looked around. What he found left him shocked. This copper palace that was full of green stains was a bit familiar. Isn't this Immortal Palace's curse? This was the deduction he arrived at from the clues. In the ancient times, there were people from Immortal Palace that came into the lower realm, taking action here, turning a temple into a land of death that was full of ominousness. Once I go up, there will inevitably be a battle. Immortal Palace was extremely terrifying. Their numbers never exceeded 5, but their power intimidated the higher realms, making the giants and undying inheritances incomparably fearful. Rumors had it that the so-called Bronze Immortal Palace was an immortal artifact. This mysterious inheritance had existed for countless years, existing along with heaven and earth. It stands against Supreme Hall. What a pity! Even though I am in the lower realm, I still never found Supreme Hall. Shihao was quite regretful. He had previously used all of Stone Country's power to look for it, but he never found that place. He could only hand that task over to Qingfeng and have him search for it in the years to come. This generation's great figure of Immortal Palace wasn't that old, only a few years older than he was. In the eyes of those his age in the higher realms, it was an insurmountable mountain that could not be defeated. How powerful is that person exactly? Shihao said to himself. Even though he was confident in himself, he wouldn't act recklessly. If they ever met, a great life and death battle would inevitably erupt. He sent a palm flying out. The copper stain separated. The curse power that had affected this place over the years had pretty much disappeared. Unfortunately, the transport formation here had long been destroyed as well. The next place he visited was an ancient cave that was recorded in Immortal Mountain. This place also resulted in disappointment. It had long collapsed. You already possess 2 supreme being bones. Just how powerful are you now? While standing in front of the ruins recorded in Immortal Mountain, he softly said to himself. He thought of his younger brother. After Qinghao entered the higher realms, he stirred up a great uproar. Many people favored him, believing that he would definitely rise up and become a supreme being. A few undying inheritances reached out in friendship, willing to have their heavenly ladies connect with Immortal Mountain in marriage, all for the sake of roping in this youth. Shihao left. This time, he headed towards the space region the great region Heaven-Mending Sect was located in. The 2 ancient paths he found there also left him disappointed. Finally, he found a secret land. He revealed a cry of surprise. He found a few clues inside of an ancient mountain range. Goodbye, lower realm. These were left behind by Yuchan, the handwriting exactly the same as hers. These words contained a Tao aura. a type of emotion that seemed extremely complicated as she left. It wasn't left behind by the main body. How was sure of this, because Yu Chan's main body left through heaven-mending sex road. That road had long been severed. This was left behind by Yu Chan's second body. After Hao died, Stone Country's people let her go. She didn't return to heaven-mending sect and instead chose a mysterious road to enter the higher realms. Knelt down in marriage in the past. When Hao thought of the past, he felt a bit absent-minded. That fairy who produced irregular phenomenons during birth and had a mysterious soul sealed within her body had an extremely complex relationship with him. Soon after, a faint smile appeared at the corners of Hao's lips. Yu Chan's second body didn't return to heaven-mending sect and instead chose to secretly enter the higher realms, so she was definitely avoiding her main body. If we meet again, I wonder what kind of attitude she will have when we face each other? Hao said softly. Was the relationship between Yu Chan's second body and himself husband and wife, friend, or enemy? He had a feeling that they would still meet again. What a pity, he said quietly. After being used once, this formation was destroyed as well. Hao couldn't help but frown. Heaven and earth were severed. This wasn't just rumors. It was now difficult to find a path to enter the higher realms. This was especially true after those higher realm giants fought against heaven's will, resulting in the immediate destruction of a few formations after they were used. A vast green sea with heaven overflowing waves could be seen. From time to time, enormous beasts would emerge on the surface, their bodies who knew how many li long, raising up tremendous waves. Hao went out to sea. From the reminders of the little pagoda and undying existence, he arrived outside the ocean, looking to see if there were still any ancient paths to take. As a result, he entered the ocean depths, finding Flood Dragon Palace, Merman Hall, and other places. However, he was still disappointed, unable to find any ancient paths. An enormous palace could be seen in front of him. It released multicolored light. An enormous stele rested on it. Ocean Deity Island. Hao's mind was moved. He got on the island, paying it a visit. This immediately raised a great uproar. His name had already reached the seas, so many ocean race experts knew about him. The one that killed the Grey Flood Dragon Supreme Expert with just a spiritual body? Regardless of whether it was Hao's past or his flattening of holy lands after his revival, they all reflected his incomparable power. His might shook the world under the heavens. Sea Deity Island, even though their backing is deep with no deities in the present world, was still extremely nervous and worried. They were scared that he might wipe out the inheritance here. Hao visited the island and said, "I just wish to borrow a path." He told them their purpose in coming, his words extremely frank. The ocean deity race's creatures released a breath of relief. Then, they explained that the path had been severed. After their clan's Emoshang left, it could not be used anymore. Emoshang? Hao remember who that was. Back then, during the Battle of the Kuanping Next, that ocean race youth left him with quite a deep impression. He was a strong opponent that he had fought an intense battle against before. No wonder the ocean deity race was nervous, fearing that he came to settle accounts. Then, Hao understood that Han Tian, the flaming fish race demon-like expert that was just as powerful as Emoshang, had also entered the higher realms. After they left, the ocean race already didn't have any other paths. When this moment arrived, Hao became somewhat quiet. Could it be that there was truly no way to go up anymore? Were all the paths between the two realms severed? He returned to land and came back to the wasteland region. He silently thought to himself, reviewing all of the paths that he knew about again before heading to another place. 100 Race Battlefield. Legend has it that if one passes a test, they can enter the higher realms. The 100 Race Battlefield existed in every region. Back then, for his sake, his grandfather killed a Pai Xiao in the 100 Race Battlefield and ended up encountering a great disaster. That was a battlefield where different races fought for supremacy. Hao knew about it a long time ago, but he had never paid it a visit. That day, a youth appeared inside the wasteland region's 100 Race Battlefield. He continuously challenged others and won repeatedly. Quite an uproar was stirred. During recent years, after the Great Calamity, the great archaic divine mountains all declined. The 100-race battlefield was no longer as great as before, lacking many unrivaled creatures. After using the 72 transformations to change his appearance, Xianxia fought here. He didn't draw too much attention, because the entire world was talking about the little stone and stone country. The 100-race battlefield's battles weren't even close to being as shocking as Xianxia sweeping through the world. After winning in this battlefield, he walked up onto the altar that transported him into an overgrown land. There weren't any live opponents here, only puppets and other things. He fought fiercely, ultimately winning again. He was then sent into another ancient place. This made him rather interested. There were secret lands here, one after another, connected through formations. Could it be that he might truly be able to free himself from the lower realm? He slaughtered his way in. After being transported 6 times, he saw a few skeletons. Those corpses became more and more ancient, proving that it had been many years since someone entered this place. With Xianxia's current strength, he naturally tore through this place with irresistible power, rushing forward in an unstoppable manner. Suppressed Cultivation Realm. The trials after this will require battles at the same Cultivation Realm. Finally, Xianxia slaughtered into the 10th trial as well as the final trial. His mind was shaking violently because he found a perfect transport formation. However, he saw an alarming message here. What? The 100-race battlefield's ultimate destination is a cage? The creatures that ascend from here will be captured and turned into mounts. Xianxia became fearful. There were creatures that had fled back down after going up and left behind this alarming message. The so-called 100-race battlefield is actually this kind of place. Those undying inheritances of the higher realms truly bully others too far. Xianxia said softly, if it truly was like this, then it was too lamentable. He silently thought to himself. Finally, he turned around and left. Even though this path was still here, the problem was too severe. He definitely didn't want to be captured and locked up in someone's sect. Moreover, he couldn't expose himself right now. Once those of the higher realms learned of his identity, it would be hard for him to survive. Xianxia returned the way he came, sighing along the way. Was heaven cutting off his path? Right now, he had no other paths to try. He examined all types of bone books. He began to think to himself, reviewing all possible paths. In the end, he discovered that there was a boundless expanse between the two realms. It had truly been separated. Xianxia looked into the sky. How was he supposed to enter the higher realms? Could it be that there was truly no way left? Suddenly, he thought of something and said, there is still one path. It can definitely connect to the higher realms. Wall of gods and devils. Death of the archaic. Xianxia softly spoke to himself. He thought of that place. Not only was there a mysterious wall there was also an ancient path. There were shocking words on that wall and a name that was extremely dangerous. However, if one passed through 108 trials, one could walk on that road and reach the place on the other extreme. However, ever since the ancient times, not many people had passed through this road. Xianxia had spoken to the divine striking stone before and also searched through all types of bone books, and what he deduced was that this road should lead to the higher realms, perhaps even towards the so-called mysterious region. The shocking message, as well as the words death of the archaic, made one feel great fear. It was definitely not empty words, so he was sure that it was extremely dangerous. Xianxia moved his body again. He headed for Fire Nation and entered the ancient land that was full of magma and scorching heat. Then, he went deep underground before appearing in front of the ancient Holy Emperor Palace. With his current cultivation level, he could naturally enter deeper. The so-called Tao flame, symbols, and other tests couldn't stop him. It might as well have been walking on smooth ground for him. The ancient palace was quiet and extremely spacious. It was extremely large. Xianxia walked directly inside and saw that ancient wall again. There are 2 walls of gods and devils in this world. One is complete with 108 gates, while the other was a failed product with only the outer shape. The gates here, for example, the true dragon, immortal phoenix, and others weren't truly there. There were only a few shapes carved on the walls, so one couldn't go inside. There was no arena inside to fight against. This wasn't the road he needed. However, Xianxia had studied this place before with the divine striking stone. If one wanted to find the true ancient wall, they had to start here. This was because they found some indistinct records with a few clues. There was some connection between this place and the true wall of gods and devils. Could it be that this place is like some kind of test, and only by passing through this place would one see the true wall? After arriving here, he wanted to find some clues, so he naturally needed to enter the battlefields. This was, without a doubt, going to be a series of intense battles. Fine, let's just treat this like a type of training to sharpen myself. Let's see just how powerful these divine birds and archaic vicious beasts are. A pair of stone gates was pushed open, and then Xianxia walked in. It was quite dark inside, and the arena he stepped onto looked like it was covered in blood. This place was a dark red color. Oh! The sounds of beasts roaring continuously sounded. Lightning interweaved about, causing pili-pala sounds to sound, submerging this place with its power. This was a swan and an opponent Xianxia specifically selected. He wanted to sharpen his own lightning precious technique, so he chose this heavenly ranked vicious beast that was proficient in this technique. Hong! Xianxia sent out a fist that carried lightning radiance. He didn't use any tricks and instead fought it head-on. He displayed the same precious technique to fight against this vicious beast. There is no limit to lightning. It is one of the world's most terrifying powers. Xianxia fought intensely. He sighed inwardly in admiration. If he wasn't powerful enough himself, he would have been killed by this beast immediately. Regardless of whether it was heavenly tribulation or divine punishment, they were all lightning, descending to punish the wicked. This proved the awe of this power that was related to the forbidden. A purple golden claw reached outwards, bringing with it a great wave of 100-layered lightning. It was incomparably domineering. If it was in the outside world, a mountain peak would have collapsed a long time ago. It was just too tyrannical. Xianxia moved his body sideways. Multicolored light flowed through his body in an instant. His fist surged with lightning, clashing head-on against it. Endless lightning erupted. Blinding radiance filled this place. There are a few other divine birds and vicious beasts who excel in lightning. If I can learn from them, my lightning precious technique will definitely break through to the limit, perhaps becoming that of the forbidden Tao. Xianxia fought while gaining insights. He wasn't in a rush to decide the outcome of this battle, instead using this chance to compare, comprehend, and perfect his own technique and Tao a step further. Hong! After studying it for a long time, he used all of his power and slammed out a palm. Endless lightning wrapped around a swan and formed from lightning. In the surroundings, stars appeared one after another. It was incomparably ferocious. It rushed outwards and collided into the true swan and ancient beast. This was a clash of the same precious technique. It was incredibly intense. Finally, everything vanished like smoke in thin air. That vicious beast turned into a Tao symbol and burnt into ashes. Xianxia searched around this place, looking through every corner. He saw that there was a diagram carved at the very depths of this battlefield. He studied it for a bit before leaving. Then he pushed open the next door. Just like that, Xianxia continuously fought against other creatures, entering pairs of gates one after another. After several days of this, he was already riddled with scars and covered in blood. It was because these were all ancient giant beasts, and he was fighting without stopping to rest, continuously fighting great battles. Even the areas that weren't breakable were cracked apart. These places could not escape unharmed. This was how Xianxia spent his time during the next half a month. When he was tired, he would close his eyes to rest for a bit, and when his injuries were severe, he would sit down and quietly recover. There were some clues after all. However, it's too scattered, Xianxia thought. He already broke through 10 trials in succession, and as a result discovered a few traces. There were bone texts recorded in a few arenas that spoke about locations where the true wall of gods and devils had appeared before. He woke up the divine striking stone and chatted with it to get its opinion on the matter. In the past, the places the wall of gods and devils appeared were all forbidden areas, and now it should be a similar place. The scope of where he had to search was immediately narrowed. Finding this place would take a certain amount of time, but he could definitely find it. Keep fighting. I am going to complete all of these arenas. There should be some more clues. This time he pushed open an enormous pair of ancient gates. He found a few corpses inside. And there were some people who came here, but they were killed. Hao was astonished. There were a few dead remains in the other arenas, but nowhere near this much. A fishy smell wafted over from up ahead. A powerful creature appeared, its gaze indistinct. This was a Taotai, a creature with a sheep body and human face. Its teeth were snow-white, and brilliant scales covered its body. Between the scales, there was also some fur that was long and rough. It looked extremely ferocious. This was without a doubt a well-known beast among archaic heavenly ranked beasts, one of the creatures ranked at the forefront. It was known as a creature that could devour and eat all things. This vicious beast is definitely not easy to deal with, Hao said to himself. Its reputation was extraordinary in the ancient years, shaking all 8 regions. A single roar could make the moon fall. Fortunately, battles within the arena were of the same cultivation realm. With a whoosh sound, an enormous mouth filled the entire arena. Symbols shone brilliantly and mist surged. The Taotai swallowed Hao into a bizarre little world. This was how powerful a Taotai was. As soon as it attacked, it made Hao suffer its Tao. Break! Hao released a light shout. He turned into a vermilion bird that was powerful and domineering. His hands tore apart the fog and erupted with endless force to slaughter his way out. He treated this opponent seriously, carefully observing it. This battle would bring great benefits to him. It would allow him to understand more about this race and also increase his fighting strength. The space around them trembled lightly. Large amounts of symbols appeared in the Taotia's surroundings, turning into a sheet of scriptures that engraved itself into the void. Then, they flickered with radiance and suppressed down together. Hao was astonished. This Taotai mastered its own precious technique to the extreme. It could combine symbols at ease and display the most powerful might. These scripture symbols arranged together and ultimately formed a furnace. Hong! The Taotai suppressed the world. That furnace seemed to be able to hold all living things. This was an extremely intense battle. Hao fought while analyzing his opponent to confirm his own techniques and Tao. His benefits from this battle were tremendous. The earth quaked and mountains shook. The intense battle continued for a long time. Blood energy surged high into the sky. The Taotia's roar was powerful, enough to blast many opponents at its level to death. If it was other supreme experts that came, they might all have exploded on the spot. Even Hao was shaken up. A great pressure pressed down on his mind, and his qi and blood were surging. No wonder there was a rumor in the ancient era that stated that under the roar of a Taotai king, even stars would fall. It truly did possess that type of power. A hong sounded. The Taotai slaughtered over. Its afterimages were everywhere. It devoured Hao in one go. Its power was matchless, leaving others feeling greatly shocked. Unfortunately, no one else could see this scene. If the 8 regions people were to learn of this, they would definitely be stupefied. This ancient beast was too formidable. Pong! A dull sound rang through the air. It was as if thunder rumbled within the Taotia's stomach. Its entire body shone, and countless symbols flickered about. Its abdomen was like a divine furnace, raging about and carrying out a refinement. Time to end it! Hao used his most powerful strength, suddenly hacking open the Taotia's belly and rushing out. Pooh! Scarlet, multicolored light flickered about. A rain of blood followed him out. He leapt upwards and then pointed forward. Sword energy surged outwards, piercing the Taotai between his brows, immediately blasting it down. He sat down and rested for a bit. Then, he reached the deepest area in the arena. What he found made him release a cry of surprise. He found something important. What pity! I'm not enough. Unable to even complete the initial test. So it's impossible to go to the true wall of gods and devils. There was actually this message here. In addition, there was a skeleton sitting under that stone wall. The skeleton flickered with sparkling luster. This was clearly an ancient heavenly genius. As a result, Sure Hao immediately felt as if everything became clear at once. As expected, it was the same as what the bone books vaguely recorded. This place was related to the true wall of gods and devils. He could now proceed there. Then Sure Hao broke through several more trials and reached the end. There was nowhere left to go. Right at that moment, symbols shone brilliantly, lighting up this place. A strange formation appeared, opening up a path towards a mysterious place. Sure Hao hesitated for a moment, and then he quickly rushed inside. Immediately afterwards, a flash of multicolored light broke out. He walked out from the passage, arriving in a black jungle. This place was extremely quiet. All sounds disappeared. "It's this place." Sure Hao was astonished. After carefully identifying and looking around, he knew where he was. This was a terrifying place in the wasteland region, Black Jungle region. Back then, the great demonic god Grandpa 15 had been chased after by a Pichio, and the place he fled to was this place. He avoided a disaster, but he was trapped for many years before he was allowed to leave. There are countless formations here. A single mistake and I might be buried here forever. Sure Hao carefully observed this place as he walked in step by step. The divine striking stone woke up as well. The two of them discussed while walking inside, continuously going deeper. With the divine striking stone's knowledge of formations, it became much safer. There are some ancient caves. It seems like there were some extremely powerful creatures that found this place. The two of them carefully looked about and even found a cave with a ruined inheritance. Unfortunately, it wasn't very useful for Sure Hao. How formidable! There are divine formations here. Even though they are broken, it's still quite dangerous. Sure Hao took precautions. Even the divine striking stone began to think carefully. They couldn't force their way through and had to research these formations. A broken cauldron? They discovered a cave, and inside was a stone cauldron. Its 3 legs were all broken, but upon closer inspection, they found that it was originally a divine-grade magical artifact. Unfortunately, the cauldron's feet had broken off, so it was pretty much the same as a stone pot. Sure Hao put it away. Even though it was damaged, there still shouldn't be any problems in using it to refine medicine. It was clearly an unordinary medicinal cauldron. It seems like there were some powerful creatures that found this place many years ago and took residence here. They continued to head inside, and eventually, they arrived in the deepest parts of this black jungle. It was incomparably quiet, as if it had been tens of thousands of years since anyone set foot here. There wasn't a single sound. Found it! Sure Hao was pleasantly surprised. He found an ancient wall. It was tall and wide, as if a mountain ridge stretched out in front of him. It was gray and simple-looking without any bright colors. There was only an ancient feeling to it. There were many lifelike carvings on it, as if they possessed souls. Fight! Sure Hao surged with fighting intent. This wall wasn't unfamiliar to him, because it was similar to Fire Nation Ancestral Ground's ruined wall. He directly entered the first gate to start charging through. A bit stronger than the creatures in Fire Nation, he was shocked. Sure Hao was extremely serious. Even though he was powerful enough, he didn't get distracted. He went all out. Just like that, an astonishing confrontation was carried out. The battles were crazy and continuous. If news of this got out, it would definitely shock the world and create huge waves. He was just a single person, yet he challenged the most powerful divine birds and archaic vicious beasts in succession. This was simply a legend. Sure Hao fought while covered in blood. The wounds on his body became more and more numerous. He was extremely exhausted. He was now experiencing a test of life and death. These creatures' power were quite a bit stronger than those of Fire Nation's ancestral ground. It was unknown just how much time had passed. A flash of multicolored light flickered past. He slaughtered his way out. All types of symbols were flickering, forming an expanse of brilliance. Did I succeed? His heart was rising and falling. His fighting intent gradually calmed down. He observed his surroundings. Sure Hao was exhausted from fighting. His body was covered in blood and wounds. During these past few days, he had continuously fought, unexpectedly suddenly slaughtering his way out just like that. This is... His mind trembled. Symbols flickered about and specks of light could be seen everywhere. This place was exceptionally brilliant. However, it wasn't some transport formation. Why was this wall broken? How opened his mouth. The mountain ridge like mountain was still there, but it was cut off. Why was it like this? He had tried so hard, yet this was the result he ended up seeing. The main thing was that this wall was too long. It was like a mountain ridge as it extended outwards. How didn't walk through all of it. Yet a segment had been broken. The broken area was full of patterns. There was a mysterious energy swirling about. Specks of brilliant light shone. My path was cut off again. How clenched his fists, unwilling to accept this result. Why was it like this? Why did this mysterious ancient road break? Just what kind of power led to this? You have to understand that How had tried to break this wall, but he couldn't even make it budge. He carefully looked it over. He felt like it was a sharp weapon that cut apart this wall, because the broken part was extremely smooth. This is... He raised his head and suddenly saw something floating within specks of symbols. It was because this wall was as vast as a mountain, so the broken surface was also tall. There was a piece of bone several hundred zhang above that sparkled with radiance. How jumped into the air. He quickly rushed up, and after sensing it, he discovered that it didn't release any fluctuations. The reason it floated in midair was completely because of the symbols that flowed out from the broken wall. What is this? He fetched it into his hands and carefully looked it over. This bone piece was soft and spotlessly white like fine jade. It was half the size of a palm like a token. There were a few indistinct symbols on its surface. It was clear that it had been passed down for an extremely long time. The bone piece had experienced endless years, so that imprint became a bit faint. It was about to disappear. How tried to identify it. Finally, he saw its patterns. He drew the outline with his hands in the void, and then he was shocked. Could this be a bone piece from that place? It's related to Supreme Hall. He was greatly shaken. He had heard Willow Deity and Little Pagoda talk about Supreme Hall before, so he understood a bit about it. It was an extremely mysterious place. Meanwhile, the symbol of this inheritance was this imprint. Why was this bone piece left behind? He stroked it with his hand. Unfortunately, the inside of this bone was hollow without any symbols. There was only an imprint on the front without anything else. This made his mind rise and fall with emotions. He flew high into the sky to look over this place. He wanted to search this place a bit more thoroughly. These symbols are quite special, like those of some super transport formation. The divine striking stone suddenly spoke. It stared at the broken wall where the specks of light were shining brightly and symbol patterns were flowing out, engraving themselves in the void. Hao's gaze was deep. He saw the other end of the broken wall and went over to take a look. Some of the stone gates here were broken, clearly having suffered from some type of powerful impact. I was wondering why I slaughtered my way out so quickly. I haven't completed everything yet after all. It was because he still hadn't fought a decisive battle against the True Dragon, Immortal Phoenix, Kuanpong and other unmatched races like these before. They were all on that side. Those mountain gates were damaged. It seemed like his wish couldn't be satisfied. There was a powerful energy fluctuation that tore apart the void. There was also chaotic energy here. The powerful divine might broke this wall of gods and devils. The divine striking stone came to this conclusion after observing this place. Why did that happen? Hao's heart was shaken. He suddenly made an association. Need to look into it a bit more. The divine striking stone rushed into the broken wall on the other side. After studying and thinking it over, it said, there was an enormous transport formation here, and that was what produced the terrifying fluctuations. Based on what it said, those fluctuations were equivalent to a great crack from the primal chaos, which hacked apart this wall. Then that means I won't be able to enter the higher realms from here? Hao raised his head towards the sky and sighed. Correct. It is because someone used this place's transport formation. After activating it, The wall of gods and devils was damaged, said the divine striking stone. Sure Hao became silent. What kind of expert was that? You have to understand that based on what was recorded in the bone books, the wall of gods and devils was firm and undying. Couldn't be shaken at all. Why? Someone ascended the transport formation and unexpectedly made it crack apart. He and the divine striking stones did things separately. They began to search about again, hoping to discover more clues so they could understand exactly what happened. This grand valley, Sure Hao was astonished. There was a great valley behind the wall of gods and devils. The bottom was pitch dark, leading into the depths of the earth. Then he noticed a few claw marks. They were incomparably large. A terrifying creature had crawled out from the depths of the earth and appeared here. It's an enormous tortoise. The divine striking stone saw those claw marks and said with confidence. Sure Hao's eyes widened. With a trembling voice, he said, "Could it be that creature?" Rumor had it that Supreme Hall was situated on an enormous tortoise's back. Could it be that it carried the ancient palace on its back while passing this place? The divine striking stone was stupefied as well. It looked into the great valley and then at the broken wall of gods and devils. Then it looked at the bone piece in Sure Hao's hands that had been left here. It used the transport formation here? Sure Hao looked into the sky. It secretly left into the higher realms from here? The divine striking stone was a bit dumbstruck. There was actually something like this that happened. If this was true, then everything made sense. Regardless of whether it was that enormous tortoise or Supreme Being Hall, wishing to leave when the heavenly paths were severed would definitely require an extraordinarily great amount of energy. This was most likely the reason why chaotic energy was stirred up, as well as why the ancient wall that was known to be undying cracked apart. Sure Hao was full of regret. He actually missed this opportunity. Finding that ancient palace will probably become even harder now. Will there even be a chance left? They searched around here. In the end, he had to admit this was most likely the case. What was he supposed to do? This road was even cut off. He couldn't even fight against the true dragon and immortal phoenix anymore. The damage that region suffered was too great. Sure Hao raised his head towards the sky and sighed. Why was going into the higher realms so hard? If it really was like this, then he didn't have any hope left. He would most likely be trapped in the lower realm. Wait! The divine striking stone was suddenly moved. It flew towards the side of the broken wall and looked around. It revealed a look of shock and said, "This wall is heaven-defying after all. It can close on its own." When Sure Hao heard this, he walked forward and felt those formation symbols. It seems like there really was a strange power swirling about. Moreover, when he looked at the traces on top of the mountain region, he saw that the distance between these two walls was a bit further apart before, and that it later began to slowly get a bit closer. In addition, the damaged stone gates also had symbols flickering and a type of divine might swirling about. Sure Hao brought out the dual pupil so that he could look at it more carefully. He noticed that it really was slowly recovering. How long will it roughly take before it becomes restored? Sure Hao asked. The divine striking stone was a formation expert. After analyzing it a bit, it reached the conclusion that it needed several days to restore itself. However, the intricate inner components might need even longer to recover. This meant that if Sure Hao wanted to leave, he might have to wait for more than 10 years, or even more than 20. That is too long. A dozen or so years couldn't be considered a short amount of time. It left him feeling a sense of helplessness. In the end, Sure Hao brought the piece of bone with him and left this place. This road was cut off. Void God Realm. He entered the Void God Realm and found Bird Grandpa and Coin Elder. He wanted to obtain some clues from them, because he truly had no other way. What was rather unexpected was that the two elders were quite cooperative. They didn't try to extort him and instead carefully thought to themselves before giving him a few suggestions. In the lower realm, there were a few clans that used to be extremely powerful, but then declined and disappeared. One could try their hands at these methods and visit their ruins. Perhaps Sure Hao could find some ancient transport formations this way. Hao had already explored all of the powers that were still powerful and thriving in the current age. Their transport formations had long been used up. Perhaps only by exploring the remains of these great clans that declined would he find one or two roads that remained. Then the two elders researched a bit. They noticed that the clans that met these requirements truly weren't many. They mentioned three main ones. And Hao was astonished. The first clan that was mentioned sounded familiar, one called the Cloud Clan. The place they resided was known as the Cloud Sky Palace. He recalled a scene from his childhood. There was a pair of young twin sisters that were discussing what type of beast milk tasted the best in the past. Those porcelain-like pretty little girls had said that they came from Cloud Sky Palace, a secret family clan. When he thought of that scene, he felt warmth as well as pain. The heaven-swallowing sparrow and Xianxia massacred everything within a circumference of 50,000 li. They were most likely dead. Originally, the clans that the elders mentioned were quite difficult to find, but now, Hao knew the hidden location of one of them, making him sigh with sorrow. He left and directly headed for Stone Village's old location, searching around this place. In this place, he found a city that couldn't be considered that small. This region had been destroyed before, and only recently did it recover its vitality. Who was the one that built this place? It's them. Hao was astonished. These weren't unfamiliar people. The sect master was unexpectedly Xianxia, and the guardian spirit of the city was a golden wolf. Back then, there were many powerful clans that opposed Stone Village. In the end, some experts were killed by Willow Deity, and only Xianxia and a guardian spirit, Golden Wolf, fled in rather sorry states. They actually survived the attacks of the heaven-swallowing sparrow and Xianxia, and now, they gathered together, forming a city. Hao said softly. At that time, he was still a young child. He was far from being Xianxia and Golden Wolf's opponents. He watched for a while but didn't decide to cause trouble for them. It was because their lives most likely wouldn't cross again, so something like that of the past shouldn't happen again. Hao went on his way. He looked around this place, and then in the end he ascended a mountain. He found Cloud Clan's traces. The enormous mountain was vast, and there was unexpectedly snow at its peak. The constructs were still perfectly maintained, not looking like they suffered any harm. Only there wasn't a soul here. Hao and the divine striking stone took action. In the end, they activated a sealed, mysterious underground palace and discovered an enormous transport formation. They actually found it. If not for them being extremely careful and the divine striking stone being proficient in formations, they wouldn't have noticed this underground palace at all. In addition, they saw words carved here. They were left by the Cloud Clan. It stated that after learning of the heaven-swallowing sparrow and Xianxia's slaughter, they were forced to enter the ancient formation and leave this place. Then, the Cloud Clan declined. Even though it was much more powerful than Stone Village back then, it was still unknown where the transport formation left behind by their ancestors leads to. They could only stake it all. It should lead to the higher realms. After the divine striking stone studied this formation, it reached this conclusion. Are those twin little sisters still alive? Hao asked himself. If this was the case, if they went up from this place, there was a chance for him to meet them again. With a wung sound, the enormous formation was activated. Symbols flickered about. A passageway immediately opened. This place shouldn't be too far from Stone Village, right? Hao felt rather reluctant inside. He wanted to go back and take a look, but in the end he still endured the urge. His nose felt a bit sore. He silently gazed into the distance, and then he turned around. Goodbye, lower realm. This was the final words he left behind. He stepped into the passageway, and thus vanished from the lower realm. Once he walked on this path, it would be hard to go back. All connections with the lower realm would be cut off. This road was extremely long, piercing through space. A hazy expanse laid in front of him. When he walked inside of it, it was as if he was crossing the rivers of time. Within the vagueness, stars would flicker from time to time. Silver streams would swirl about. The scene was hazy and left others feeling incomparably bewildered. Hong! Suddenly, this road violently trembled. Those starry streams and irregular scenes disappeared. All types of symbols flickered about. It was extremely chaotic. Not good. The divine striking stone cried out strangely. It had a feeling that things weren't going well. This road was unexpectedly about to break apart. The realm walls around them were like chinaware. Many cracks appeared. A wave of spatial power surged over, brushing past his temples and cutting off a segment of his pitch-black long hair. It almost struck his head. Oh! Strange whistling sounds rang through the air. This was the effects of the wall between realms cracking apart and crazy energy surging. Hao began to run with everything he had. A pair of Kuan-Peng wings appeared behind him, and as they moved, they increased his speed to the peak as he traveled on this broken road. Xiao! A streak of light flew over, carrying chaotic energy with it. Symbols flickered about brilliantly. Hao dodged, but these symbols were too concentrated. Even as he twisted his body about and moved with inconceivable flexibility, his shoulder was still scraped. Piu sounded. Blood blossomed into the air in that area. With the power of his flesh, normal magical artifacts couldn't do anything to him. But now he was injured. Hurry and escape. We have to rush out, or else we will be consigned to eternal damnation. The divine striking stone cried out. The cracks in the void passageway became more and more numerous, as if it was going to collapse. It was incredibly dangerous. This was definitely the result of the lower realms' transport formation being destroyed. Ever since the giants of the higher realms fought against heaven's will, an extremely severe result was produced, severing the two realms. Even with a transport formation, there would still be violent recoil. The world's natural laws were interfering, making the transport formation easily destroyed. Half a year ago it was still okay, but recently it became more and more dangerous. This was the severing of the heavenly road, the fundamental reason why the transport formation broke apart. The great formation, as long as it was used once, would be destroyed. And now, they had just started moving, but Hao already encountered danger. Chi! Another streak of light flew past, carrying a hazy mist with it. Those symbols' mysterious force was horrifying. Hao weaved left and right, avoiding the dangers with his astonishing body movement technique. However, his neck was still slashed. Blood poured outwards, almost removing his head. It was incredibly dangerous. Wang! The void trembled. A small half of the passageway was broken, and even more energy poured inwards. Countless streams of flowing light rushed in, and threads of chaotic mists curled about. It became even more dangerous. Hao leapt up. He ran quickly, the divine wings on his back continuously moving about. He was like a beam of transient light as he rushed forward, charging through the streams of energy, making it through with difficulty. Fortunately, the most dangerous chaotic cracks didn't scrape his body, or else it would have been terrible. Almost there. There's only a short distance left from the exit. We are almost in the higher realms, said the divine striking stone. However, right at that moment, an explosion sounded. The void became unstable and then it quickly split apart. All types of symbols erupted. The situation was now incredibly bad. How was he supposed to dodge this? The divine striking stone blinked. It directly jumped off of Hao's hair and hid inside of his bosom to escape the dangers. Honglong. Large amounts of symbols rushed over. At the same time, terrifying chaotic light interweaved in the void and hacked over. A large crack appeared in the void. This type of energy was exceptionally terrifying. Once one was hacked by it, forget about supreme experts, even creatures that ignited their divine flames would be immediately hacked apart. Open! Hao avoided the large crack slice. He opened the bronze precious case and quickly entered it. He stirred on the bronze piece to make it through this expanse of symbols. Powerful explosions sounded. The void cracked apart and symbol light rushed into the heavens. This road was completely destroyed, forming the most terrifying stream of energy. In Western Tomb World, the bronze precious case had already suffered damage. In addition, when Hao exploded his own supreme being bone, it was also damaged. As a result, after this impact, it began to break apart. Not good. It's breaking. The divine striking stone cried out in alarm. The bronze precious case split apart. One could see a few symbols rushing in with all types of light. It was extremely terrifying. Sure Hao's expression changed. He brought out that stone cauldron. Even though it didn't have its 3 legs left, the cauldron body was still intact. It was a true deity magical artifact with astonishing defensive ability. He covered his body with it. Hong! Powerful attacks smashed down on the cauldron, forming terrifying multicolored light as if flames were burning. Many cracks appeared on this cauldron, and they quickly extended outwards. They seemed like they were on the verge of exploding. Sure Hao was sinking into a critical situation. He fetched the demonfall pestle and used this to protect himself. The void trembled, and symbols rushed about chaotically. Dazzling light burned about. The broken cauldron flew out into the damaged passageway, smashing down onto the great earth. Hong! An enormous sound tore through the air, shaking heaven and earth. A tremendous explosion broke out here. All types of multicolored light surged up. The divine cauldron was crushed apart, sending powerful energy rushing in all directions. In the surroundings, a short mountain collapsed and enormous rocks tumbled about. All types of trees snapped apart. An enormous crater appeared in this place. On the ground, enormous cracks appeared one after another. They stretched into the distance, appearing incomparably terrifying. It was as if meteors from the outside world were falling here. At the base of the hole was a large expanse of blood. Sure Hao laid there, his body twisted about in a somewhat abnormal manner. He had suffered quite the severe injury. Many of his bones were broken. Not far away, a mountain had half its body split apart. A bone precious pestle was stuck there, dull and without radiance. I'm going to die from pain. The divine striking stone cried out miserably. It didn't end up avoiding this disaster and instead ended up protecting Sure Hao's chest from a few void symbol attacks. As a result, there were a few cracks on its body now. It was extremely close to breaking apart. Sure Hao opened his eyes with difficulty. His entire body was aching. The slightest movement would cause divine force to rush out randomly and send blood gushing out from his body. His injuries were too severe. I survived, he weakly said. He couldn't care less about everything else right now. Being able to survive was quite good already and worth being glad about. Sure Hao wanted to sit down, but he found that it was quite difficult to do so. His bones were broken, and his blood was everywhere on the ground, turning the soil into bloody earth. Even his flesh was unbearably tattered. In addition, there were many areas where his broken bones were even exposed. His injuries were even more severe than what he had imagined. Dang! A container fell out from his bosom. It was full of cold air. It was precisely the divine ice container that sealed the Emperor Butterfly in the past. It was actually undamaged. A bit of golden light rushed out, and the Emperor Butterfly appeared. Why am I so unlucky? The divine striking stone howled in pain when it saw this. Did we end up in the higher realms? Or did we fail and land in the lower realm? Sure Hao asked himself. He clenched his teeth, circulating his divine force to recover his body. He pieced together all of his broken bones and stopped the bleeding. Only after completing these tasks did he sit up with difficulty. He silently sensed his surroundings, discovering that the spiritual essence here was astonishingly rich, continuously pouring into his body. The mountains nearby were beautiful. Waterfalls shone brightly and mists floated about. This should be the higher realms. He reached this conclusion because there was no way the lower realm had this much spiritual essence. Success, oh! The divine striking stone cried out. It was also quite excited. After so many hardships, they finally arrived through a heavenly path. It was just too dangerous just now. They were so close to dying. However, even though they made it through, the bronze precious case and a divine cauldron were destroyed. The feeling of surviving in the end made them feel exhausted, but at the same time, they could finally release a sigh of relief. The Emperor Butterfly scattered its bright wings. It wrapped the demonfall pestle in symbols and brought it back. Sure Hao grimaced. Whenever he moved even a little bit, Blood would pour out from all over his body. The few objects that were stored in his 10 heavenly passages all scattered out, and he was momentarily unable to put them back in. He could vaguely feel a stifling feeling, an indescribable pressure of natural laws crushed down on him. Is this the complete heaven and earth natural laws? The lower realm is deficient, its natural laws incomplete. However, this place is different. Hao immediately sensed the transformation. After resting for an hour, Hao managed to stand up. He brandished the precious bone pestle, filling in this crater and erasing the other traces that were left behind nearby. I finally arrived in the higher realms. I can be considered an illegal alien, right? He laughed and said while enduring the pain. This place was quite peaceful. There were unexpectedly no wild beasts that could be seen. The smell of blood didn't provoke any trouble, leaving him feeling a bit strange. Suddenly, he felt as if something wasn't right. He smelt quite a unique fragrance, and his body began to feel strange. There is something strange, Hao staggered about. He lifted the demonfall pestle, wishing to immediately leave this place. These are mushrooms? He was quite shocked. When he left this mountain region, he saw large amounts of mushrooms that were extremely huge. Every single one of them was as large as a house. They were brightly colored and flowing with multicolored light. Meanwhile, there were many skeletons under the mushrooms, forming a white expanse. This was a dangerous place. We have to hurry and leave, the divine striking stone said in a hurried manner. Hao forcefully circulated his divine force. He took to the air, but in the end he staggered and almost fell onto the ground. This left him feeling quite shocked. The laws of heaven and earth are too formidable. He was inwardly shaken. He simply couldn't believe that this was all happening in the supreme expert realm. It was as if his cultivation was crippled. He noticed that he could only barely fly. The first reason was because he was seriously injured, and the second was because the great Tao suppression was severe. This truly made him fearful. No wonder those noble ladies and geniuses went into the lower to sharpen themselves. That was a feeling of being unrestricted. Suddenly, large expanses of symbols shone from the mushrooms. They flowed with brilliant colors and filled the skies. What a strange light! It actually possesses the divine power of corrosion. Hao's expression changed. He hurriedly operated his symbols, densely covering the outside of his body to prevent something unexpected from happening. His injuries were severe. Forcefully activating these symbols immediately made his body break out into cold sweat. Then, the lights of the strange mushrooms below him became even more brilliant. An indistinct mist of light rushed upwards to surround him. I can't bother with you all right now. His body was injured right now, so he didn't want to delay here. Meanwhile, even though these mushrooms were strange, they didn't seem to possess intelligence, so they weren't worth fighting. Hao stirred on the demonfall pestle to force his way out. Only after flying for several tens of li outwards did he break free from this strange region. Spatial symbols are strange after all. Even I feel like I can't handle it. Hao's face was pale. He was injured in the void passage, taking great damage to his foundational energy. Even now, there were still some symbols in his body that hadn't disappeared, flickering about in his bones and flesh. However, it wasn't a big problem either, because everything would be better after he took some time to recover. Then, he flew out another 100 li. He was just too tired, and descended. There is a path here, so there has to be activity around here. After saying this to himself, he heard someone's voice. He saw a mount, unexpectedly an enormous snail. It crawled quickly even with more than 20 people on its back. There were young and old people there who were chatting while laughing. Hao's expression was a bit strange. To actually use a snail as a mount, this really was rather unusual. Apart from these people, there were a lot of prey on this snail. There were wild elephants that were several zhang long, 5 or 6 meter long fierce tigers, and several dozen zhang long giant snakes. This was a hunting family. Some of them held wolf fang sticks and others carried enormous black bows. They wore beast skin clothes and exposed their upper bodies. They looked extremely primitive. Apart from this, there were a few youths as well. They were only in their teens, also following this troop, clearly to gain experience and toughen their courage. "There is someone over there who seems to be injured," a child shouted. Everyone looked over. Right now, Hao was lying down on a piece of blue stone. There was blood running from every part of his body, making him look rather miserable. "His injuries aren't light. Let's bring him back to the village and treat him." A middle-aged male jumped off of the snail and quickly ran over. Hao was moved. His knowledge towards the higher realms was limited, so perhaps he should follow these people back and slowly understand the situation. This snail was extremely large, just like a small mountain. It easily carried more than 20 people, as well as the enormous elephants, fierce tigers, large snakes, and other prey. This left Hao feeling rather speechless. How did they even grow such a large snail? The higher realms really was strange. The shell was extremely hard. It was entirely black like black jade. It sparkled with crystalline splendor and was extremely sturdy. Right now, it was crawling with great speed just like a speeding horse. If anyone dared to say that snails were slow again, Hao would definitely get angry at that person. This hunting household were all surnamed Vermilion, originating from Vermilion Village. They had just returned from a rewarding hunt in the mountains. Soon after, Hao understood why they were surnamed Vermilion. It was because of their guardian spirit. This village was quite large with over 1,000 members. There was an enormous spiderweb at the front of the village that was silver and brilliant. A large spider was crawling on top, one that was as large as the wild elephant. This was Vermilion Village's guardian spirit. It protected over 1,000 family members. Normally, it didn't move from the web and quietly cultivated. The spiderweb connected 2 rocky mountains at the front of the village, forming an enormous 2-li-sized web. The spider silk was extremely brilliant, as if it was a protective screen, shielding the village within. This spider was entirely silvery white. It didn't move at all, normally just staying in the web like that, devouring the essence of sun and moon to cultivate. Hao was shaken. This large spider couldn't be considered weak. It was just the guardian spirit of a village, but it already reached spiritual transformation realm. It was quite amazing. The silver large spider seemed to have sensed something. It opened its eyes and looked over, giving Hao a glance. Its entire body released radiance. Then it began to cultivate again. The hunting troop arrived at the front of the village. They selected a massive saber-toothed tiger and delivered it to the 2-li-wide great net. Then, the enormous snail carried everyone into the village from underneath the large net. A chewing sound could be heard behind them. That saber-toothed tiger was quickly devoured by the large silver spider. There were 2 rocky mountains that couldn't be considered tall at the front of the village. Once one passed this, the terrain would open up and houses appeared in large amounts. It was clear that there was more than one hunting troop in the village. "We were lucky. This wild dragon elephant was injured and ended up encountering us, so it was directly slaughtered," the elder on the snail said with a smiling expression. "Who is this? How did you end up bringing back an injured individual?" Quite a few individuals from Vermilion Village surrounded him. "I found him and we brought him back," the youngest youth on the snail cried out. He was only 11 or 12 years old, a child named Jun. He was still a child. His face was rather tender. Right now, he had on an excited appearance. The villagers all looked at each other in dismay. They stared at Hao, looking at him over and over. "His injuries are so severe. Was he smashed into by a Picio? Why do I feel like at least 20 bones were broken?" These people often hunted into the mountains, so they were injured from time to time as well. When they saw Hao, they felt that his injuries were extremely serious. In reality, all of Hao's bones were pretty much broken. Let third grandfather take a look. The so-called third grandfather was one of Vermilion Village's most powerful individuals. He understood medicine, so normally, all of the injuries of the villagers were looked at by him. He had great prestige in this village. Behind the village was a courtyard. It was extremely peaceful here. There was a mud pool here. This was where third grandfather resided. Hao was seriously injured. He slightly raised his body and expressed his thanks towards these villagers. third grandfather's face was covered in white hair. His body was a bit hunchbacked. With a hoarse voice, he said, "Youngster, I do not know your background, but I feel that you are quite unordinary. I wish that your visit does not affect things here." When there were relatively fewer people, Xianxia tactfully expressed that he didn't need third grandfather's treatment and that he could recover on his own. He just wanted to live here for a period of time. Third grandfather nodded and made some room in the courtyard. There are 3,000 provinces in this realm? This was what Xianxia learned from a youth's mouth after he decided to stay here. It immediately left him somewhat stupefied. This was too shocking. You have to understand that he had already heard in the lower realm that one province was many times larger than all of the 8 regions added together. 3,000 provinces. Just how large was this realm? Meanwhile, this was just what everyone had explored so far. If the even larger, mysterious, uninhabited areas were added together, it was simply inconceivable. Of course, Xianxia didn't reveal any shock in front of Vermilion Village's people. He obtained all of this information through indirect approaches. 3,000 provinces is an older saying. As for how many provinces there truly are, we cannot say clearly. Not even those great figures can be certain, said third grandfather. After all, the higher realms was just too vast. This territory was boundless without borders. It was precisely because it was so enormous that it was able to produce countless experts. Xianxia felt relieved. A province was already several times greater than the lower realm's 8 regions combined. So a province's land could naturally produce heavenly talents and terrifying geniuses. In the following days, Xianxia adjusted his injured body and slowly recovered. At the same time, he studied this world's great Tao, preparing to complete his body's natural laws. The most effective method was rebirth, allowing himself to transform and become complete. However, this process would definitely be full of suffering. He needed to break all of his body's bones and exchange his blood. It was going to be a dangerous process. Of course, he had made abundant preparations. Immortal Mountain's rebirth method and other techniques were things he had grasped a long time ago. In addition, he had Fire Nation's Vermilion Bird rebirth technique, as well as even the higher realm's Noble Lady Hong Huang race's Phoenix-related rebirth method. The broken bones have already pieced together again. It seems like if I want to transform, I will have to break them apart again, Xianxia said softly. The divine striking stone entered a state of slumber, because after climbing the heavenly path, it suffered many cracks from the great explosion. It needed to slowly recover and recombine. A few days passed. Xianxia's understanding of this world's laws and Tao became more profound. He knew what he ought to do. He prepared to replenish his body's natural laws and carry out a rebirth. Oh! Suddenly, a bugle horn sounded that was incomparably oppressive, as if a demonic beast was roaring. The sound transmitted especially far. All of Vermilion Village was startled. Soon after, a group of youth and young adults were stirred up, becoming extremely excited. They ran towards the front of the village. Even the guardian spirit was startled. It opened its eyes in the enormous web. Its entire body shone with silver radiance as it swept its gaze over everyone. What happened? Xianxia also arrived at the front of the village, asking the people beside him. The warrior selection Great War has begun, a youth said excitedly. His name was Zhu Jun, and a few days ago he was the first one that noticed Xianxia. Was this a great war? Xianxia had second thoughts. He didn't understand, nor was it good to ask too blatantly. However, there was no need for him to ask too deeply. These youngsters were extremely excited and continuously blabbered on, discussing among themselves here. This was a distinguished meeting where experts rose from every area. It was like 100 streams gathering into an ocean. Many warriors gathered to carry out an intense competition. What is the purpose of this? Xianxia asked carelessly. Legend has it that there is a great natural luck, a heaven-defying opportunity. The faces of a group of youth became red. They were extremely excited and began to discuss together. To select the best from each region and carry out decisive battles one after another, then to the prefecture advancing step by step. This was a great confrontation between geniuses, a path for the strongest expert. Where will they fight in the end? I don't know. Rumor has it that our most powerful individual only reached the prefecture in the past, not obtaining the qualifications to fight on a higher level. When Shihao heard this, he was quite shocked. This truly was a large-scale event. What was the purpose of doing this? Was it truly like 100 rivers gathering into the sea, with layers and layers of selection of the best? These rivers all ultimately flowed back into the sea. Endless warriors, all types of experts, heaven-warping geniuses from all paths. This was an enormous collision. A single province was already several times that of the lower realm. It was boundless and limitless. Vermilion villages people wouldn't understand. Forget about other province. It would be hard for them to reach the limit of this prefecture alone. In reality, it wasn't only them. Even those enormous cities' inheritances, those experts from those Dao creeds would find it hard to explore the world outside their original province. It was just too far away. From one province to another, even if a cultivator walked for several lifetimes, it would be hard for them to cross this distance. What is the purpose of this contest? What kind of great natural opportunity is there exactly? Shihao wanted to understand this. Unfortunately, the villagers didn't know. He was a bit regretful. In the lower realm, he should have properly questioned that black tortoise and made him answer all types of questions. Unfortunately, that higher realm's turtle, Third Blackie, fled when he was fighting the 7 deities. Later on, it never showed itself. It clearly did not wish to return to the higher realms. You can't be sure of that. Sometimes, it's 1,000 years, other times more than 10,000 years before it happens once. Shihao was shocked. That really was a grand occasion. His little brother, Yuchan, Witch, and the others, as well as the exceptional talents and heavenly geniuses were all going to participate. At that time, it would be a great confrontation between geniuses. I should fix my own natural laws first and carry out a rebirth. Shihao returned to his place of residence and started all types of preparations. If he wanted to undergo rebirth, he needed all types of matching parts. Apart from the rebirth techniques, he also wanted to form a rebirth pool to nourish his body and allow him to undergo an even better transformation. After all, this time he had to break all of his bones, make blood, and exchange blood. It was extremely important. There couldn't be the slightest bit of carelessness. Everything had to be done to perfection. Shihao's 10 great heavenly passages shone. A beast skin pouch descended. After it was opened, precious light flickered about and spiritual essence surged. There were many old medicines, rare ores, spiritual bugs, and other things. These were things Shihao brought with him from the lower realm precisely to quickly complete his rebirth. Before the bronze precious case broke, he collected these things into his heavenly passages to avoid them being crushed. Now, they were going to be put to great use. Due to being extra careful, Shihao arranged a formation behind Vermilion Village, and then he began to form the rebirth pool and refine all types of medicinal fluid. He prepared to carry out a transformation for himself. Stargrass, Black Fiend Lotus, Scarlet Flood Dragon Vine, Snow Jade Body, and other things were refined. They were cast into the pond. The liquid was sparkling and surging with divine light. There were over 100 types of spiritual medicines at his side, as well as a 3-footed toad, scarlet heaven centipede, spirit blood dragon, and other rarely seen creatures. They floated in the rebirth pool and released their essence. One day and one night later, Shihao finished refining the rebirth liquid. Then he clenched his teeth and broke all of his bones. He endured the pain and released his essence blood. He sat inside of the rebirth pond and began to undergo a transformation,